did text. We were talking about Brandon.
I am so bad with names, like proper nouns of anything.
Okay, close enough. If it's not being audio recording, then too bad.
Hi, Mom.
If anyone's able to check,
Call your friend.
What was he doing, studying?
No, he was
Did
trying
you
to
email the link out in the last
Yep.
week? Okay. I'm just terrible.
From what? I don't know.
Well, either I missed people in the email. Oh,
Not bad.
Run away dice.
oh my gosh! Did I not? Did you receive any emails from me? About
I've
this?
seen emails from
Oh,
you, but it
okay.
was mostly
I
like
think
the
I just
sign-up
forgot.
sheet and the.
I didn't send it to you three.
Okay.
I didn't send it to you.
Yeah, I was gonna
because
say
you're
I didn't
here.
get it, but I think that's fine.
I didn't send it to either of you either because you're here.
But I want to watch the live stream while it happens. Like another
Probably some
perspective.
terrible reason.
Exactly.
Want to be efficient.
We're checking audio real quick. We'll be right back.
I need to know what the fans are saying. I know.
That's crazy. I forgot we was being live streamed.
Are there people watching? That's the main question.
Did that work?
Oh my
Hey.
god. I did
That's
not
a way to
love
decide.
hearing that, but okay.
All right. So yeah, the audio is horrible, but you know, never done this before. This is perfectly fine. So let's start out, and then we'll catch bites in between narrative. So the first person. Well, actually, before we go into that, I will pass out the character sheets, and these will be familiar to some of you. Can you pass this down to Sammy?
Thank you.
Here is it. I told you. And will you pass this one down to Landon?
Cool.
Can I ask like a technical question?
Yeah.
Are we just like playing the characters the same way we played them before?
What do you mean the same way?
So like I made a decision that my character is super superstitious. I can just
That can
keep all
be
that going.
perfectly fine.
Okay.
Can I have a southern accent?
You can if you want.
I'm not
Can I
gonna.
have a
It depends on whether or not you're willing to offend the people that have played this character before differently. It's up to you. Like you two, you're returning as the same character, so I'll be like, you have
Okay.
priority. So with you, Aiden, it's up to you. So as any returning players will notice, except for you three, this character sheet is different. And you will see why in a moment. And I have to pull up my notes. Enter vector order. Yes, I got all that. Okay. The first person that I'll say of you six that senses anything is that of you, Sammy. Your character. I'll actually back up a minute or two. After settling in for a short rest after the fight, you regain your composure. The archway is in front of you. You talk to your companions about possible strategies moving forward. You know what awaits. You close your eyes and you take a step forward and you open them. And you didn't forget. You remember the previous iteration. Looking behind you, the archway is there. It is empty. You cannot see back from where you came, but everything is set up the exact same as it was before. As you turn around and taking your surroundings, a thought hits you. Before you can turn back around to see who's coming through, someone else has already stepped through the archway. Ragami. The first thing that you sense is a breath full of humid air. And looking around a little bit confused, in front of you, you see a human man, about 5'9", really beat up. He has a long black cloak. Slung on one arm is a large shield that has been fashioned partly out of a ship's wheel. And on his side is a falcon. He has a mask that goes around the bottom of his face, short black hair, and looks up to you with very slight recognition. This was a cleric dwarf that you remember in your
yeah.
previous party. You know nothing about yourself. you know nothing about yourself. This is all I'm describing what you see and what you know that you have no idea.
Wait,
Do you remember anything?
I have absolutely no idea who you are. Are you okay? You're bleeding everywhere.
I think I look better than you do.
You also are like beat the shit.
Oh my god.
You're not as bad. These don't seem to be fresh wounds. These seem to be scars and just accumulated dirt. You both also smell relatively bad.
Is that you?
I do think it's unfortunately both of us.
Oh god.
You get used to it.
You hear a footstep behind you. Out of the archway walks a tiefling. They have blue skin, kind of a deep navy blue. They're wearing a red robe that is tied around the center. They have many different ornaments of gadgetry that are attached to them, as well as 2 mechanical gauntlets, one on each hand. One more of a silver, one more of a gold. They step out and look around. For the purposes of this, Aiden, I will say that you have a vague memory of previous iterations, including a few key events. You have even though you could change it, you have always chosen after the first loop to keep your what you now remember is called your Vex Pack, which is your self-created version of a bag of holding. But there was a loop many iterations ago that you gave it away because you knew that it needed, you could fashion it again. You know that you don't have it now, but this is the first time that you have been able to remember that fact. And since then, carrying the stone has sometimes been a struggle. A few seconds later, after you enter, you will see coming in from behind out of the portal a strange mechanical contraption. It is a small coffee pot with a small propeller that flies out from the archway. It has 2 arms that kind of dangle at its side, and it has a nose that goes at a 90-degree angle that seems to fashion doubly as a spout. You recognize this being as Brim. And I will say, considering that you remember previous iterations of the loop, I don't know why I just didn't do this before. I'll just give you all your completed sheets.
Thank you.
That's not what I understand. Make sure you don't have all those spells to worry about.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is all you. Yeah. Thank you.
This makes it easier for me. Quickly following behind is a human. He's about 5'4", but he is really heavy set in terms of muscle. He is bald, wears just a chainmail shirt, nothing on the sleeves, a long red cape, and has a large tattoo that goes over one eye on the side of his face, and many, many scars that seem to be a lot older than the newer ones that you all have acquired. Landon, this is your character.
Nice.
A few moments pass and no one else seems to come out of the archway for a moment, at least. Giving you all time to at least talk amongst yourselves, including the 2 of you that have no idea what's going on.
Should I come out of the arch?
Not yet.
So there's that robot contraption thing. Does it look cute or friendly or evil? Because I would probably be a little apprehensive of something just flying through the air towards somebody.
I don't know. It's adorable. I'd probably.
It's adorable? Okay,
Adorable.
Then I'll probably try to go up to it and like pet it, kind of.
Hey there. What's going on? What you doing?
I really have no clue what I'm doing, but this thing is so
Hold on,
cute, so I just want to say
My
hi.
friend, it's Brim.
Brim?
Yeah, it's Brim.
That's really cute.
You
You
gotta
can call
ask.
me Bree. Like, do I have a name? Do I have a?
You don't know?
I don't know. Okay, cool.
Do I recognize this person?
Vaguely. I'll say that for all three of you, your clearest memory is of the loop that all of you currently remember. Aiden, yours is more of a general memory. So you do remember. I'll say that you remember, unlike you two, you remember every member of the group vaguely, but you can't remember, and you remember the general structure, but you can't remember any highly specific event that doesn't relate to you personally. And as such, you know that there are 3 more individuals to step through if all of you were together. But so far, all of you haven't been present at once. However, as soon as that thought comes to your mind, an individual all in black, with a black hood up, but underneath the hood, although it's tied back, mostly hidden from you, is almost like a golden blonde hair. This is a female half-elf who, although the leather has been dyed in slightly different shades of gray and black, it is all in dark attire. Kristen, this is your character.
Step through and just like immediately start looking for the cricket.
It's there.
Cool. Take him out, put him on my shoulder.
Are you a Disney princess?
I am not a Disney princess, but this is my decision maker for this game.
Oh my gosh.
What? Like the angel on your shoulder?
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. He knows what's happening.
Fair enough.
So I look around and notice the tiefling and remember that I have a locket with the tiefling.
Yes.
Is this the same?
Oh, I have not been. I just realized that although I've been describing general appearance, whatever. It doesn't matter. I was going to say that I've been describing gender, but it literally.
So I recognize the tiefling. a lot.
You do, yes. Yes, and this is your first, like, now like a few vague memories are starting to come back. None of you remember anything about your past yet, but you remember some of the previous iterations. And I'll just say, for brevity, in terms of the two that are not here, the next 2 individuals that arrive through the archway are a elven woman with brown, past shoulder length hair. Unlike at least all of your initial ideologies of high elves or wood elves, this elf is clad in what seems like animal skin and more hunting implements. She carries a large longbow at her side. And following her last is a short gnome, although this gnome has more of a light purpley, more pale skin, and a silverish mohawk that goes back across the top of his head. He has 2 crossbows at his side and a very large pack and nothing else. Well, besides clothes.
He's completely in the nude, actually.
They both look inquisitively at all of you as well. For
Did
you
they
3,
walk in together or just separately?
like a few of you were maybe a step or so behind, but there were times when it was like 5 or 10 seconds between another person emerging. But with these 2 individuals, you all kind of, as more and more people have come through, you're all kind of just looking at the archway, waiting for another person. A good 15, 20 seconds pass with no one else emerging. Generally describing the scene for you 3. Now that you have a chance to collect yourself after being able to pull your eyes away from this archway. The archway is about 15 feet tall, about 10 feet wide, relatively ornate. You seem to be in the middle of a clearing of wood. There is dense forest about 30 feet from where you all stand in almost a perfect circle. There's also a heavy fog It's lighter up to almost the edge of the woods, and then it gets dense to the point where you can only see about 5 feet past that, where you cannot see anymore. In the direct center of this clearing is a stone, about 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet by 3 feet tall. It is heavily carved in runes. And on each oblong side, there was a very crude symbol, almost like an hourglass shape. And resting on top of this stone, as you three remember, you see it again, is an envelope with a wax seal. Looking around, there doesn't seem to be anything else. And you also notice that the fog extends upward as well. There is a point above you looking up where it is just mist. What are you all doing?
First, I want to go up to him and dap him up because he's a fellow short king.
all right.
Let's go. Let's go.
After the dap, I'm gonna raise my hand,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna be like, "Anybody know what the frig is going on right now?"
I have some vague ideas.
I can tell you from experience, don't go in the mist.
Yeah, you should probably wait a minute before doing any wandering on your own.
The last time we did this rodeo, the cricket led us to a tower with the stone.
You say a
and
cricket led you?
The cricket led us with
Why are you
the
listening to
See,
a cricket?
what's so funny about that is we got to the tower, but no cricket was there.
maybe the cricket's the key.
Also, I don't know how y'all did this before, but I definitely just carried the stone like, the whole way, and
It was
it
very
worked. But maybe if someone wants to help.
You see your bag. Your bag is slung over Erica's character's shoulder. By the way, in terms of, I didn't describe you coming through. I apologize, Erica.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I really
It's like,
apologize.
is
I thought I got
Erica
everybody.
here?
That's one of the characters that came through. Erica, your character steps through. You are a dark chestnut skinned human with short black hair. You have a blue cloak that extends down around your sides. You seemingly have no weaponry on your person and no pack outside of one small satchel that hangs at your side. And you have one small holstered birch stick that fits into a loop on your belt. You have nothing else on you, it seems. And I'll say that is where you recognize that your pack is, and that's one of the only key memories that you have outside of the general idea of the different members of the group and the structure of the many different times you have been through this.
So, does the stone look different, like other than like the envelope from like the iteration I last saw them?
It looks the same. From remembering in the past, you know that right now, there besides the like engraved runes, there's nothing else that seems very intricate or special about the stone. So right now, it seems similar. And I'll say that you aren't familiar enough with runes where you could try to pick out a specific one if that was different.
Yeah.
So last time we did this, as soon as we moved the stone, the hourglass on the side of the stone like illuminated and started counting down something. And if we stayed too long in one area, the mist would move. So we had to move the stone essentially with the mist to a specific location that has sent us back here in a loop.
Is this a type of stone that I could pick up?
It's pretty big. If it was solid stone, this thing would probably weigh like hundreds of pounds.
Okay.
It's a team effort.
Oh,
It's for someone with a high enough strength, it'd be too cumbersome to get into your arms. But if a few people placed it into someone's arms, you could like move along with it individually if you were strong enough. But it'd probably be easiest and provide the least risk of exhaustion for multiple people to carry it if you were carrying it.
I think before I picked it up and then Tiefling over here helped me out with carrying it.
I did.
Well, I don't know if you remember that, but it did happen.
I've been
Wait.
here before. I've done. It was all familiar, and then you all are familiar, but I can't.
Wait, you know me?
I know you, and I know the gnome.
I don't.
I remember you over here?
Was I funny?
You kept trying to.
I asked
You kept trying to dive into a dark pit. It was like a whole thing.
Oh shoot.
Story
We had
of
to
my
stop
life.
you.
Oh.
While they're talking, I asked the cricket if she was funny. You were funny.
Yeah. I'm gonna look over her and be like, "You look fucking magical or some shit. Like, can't you just lift the rock up?"
And I wish I knew. I don't remember
For you three, the only way that you can find out information about yourselves is to either observe yourself or try things.
Can I see if I have a weapon on me or anything?
Sure. Yeah. Here. In terms of items and what you have on you, which gives you a hint about maybe at least some of the things that you're good at. I'm gonna give you this.
Oh, this is so cute. I got a warhammer down.
Looking over what you have on you and kind of like rummaging through your pack really quick, you find that although you do have weaponry on you, you also have a lot of what seems like more religious and acolyte type
Yeah.
gear.
Yeah, I see like this silver pendant with a diamond in it. I kind of want to hold it in my hand, like
Mhm.
see if I get any vibes off of it.
Immaculate vibes.
Hey,
Immaculate vibes. What's the vibe sheet?
It's a lot of vibes. Cool.
You find that you have access to spells because you've specifically sought out and tried to inquire about the one item that grants you.
Yes. Cool.
No.
Would either of you two like to investigate anything on yourself?
For sure, I'm gonna like look and see what's on my back.
I want to check my little pack and also check out the stick that I have. Try and figure out why I have a stick.
Opening up your small pack, that's random. You look inside, and it is much larger on the inside. Inside, you see that there is another full backpack that is just resting at the bottom. It seems like almost a 4 foot by 4 foot cubic space inside of your satchel. And at the bottom of your pack rest, there are like two like letters. They seem to be opened, but they're just resting in there as well. That's your pack's in there if you want to like kind of reach in and grab it and pull it out.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
You all see this human reach into the satchel way deeper than it goes and pull out a backpack. This is familiar to you.
That's from Doctor Who.
I don't mean to worry, but I actually made that a while ago. I think it's kind of fuzzy, but yeah, you just put whatever you wanted.
You made my bag, the bag that I'm holding.
I made the bag. Technically, it's my bag, but
Why am I holding it then?
I can't say. But I can get rid of it if I wanted to.
That sounds threatening.
Like I can unmake it and then make it again.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I suppose. Well, can I check out what's inside it?
Go for it.
All right. I don't know why I'm asking you actually.
pulling out the pack and searching in the pack, you find all the items that are not under pack are on your person currently.
Okay.
Now, you have a ring on your finger that has like a very intricate engraved signet symbol on it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
While they're looking over their stuff, am I able to go and look at the envelope?
Sure, it's there. It looks similar to before, at least you haven't read it yet, but it looks the same.
All right.
Do I see the ring with the signet?
If you're analyzing it, sure, I'll just so you can see it.
I would like to compare it to the small golden locket, see if it has similar.
Okay. Your locket, like analyzing it, there are runes engraved along the perimeter, but there doesn't seem to be any large symbol anywhere specific on them.
Can I?
Uh,
Oh, go ahead.
Are you reading the note, Sammy?
Yeah, I would like to.
Ooh,
Oh, shoot.
he
Oh,
has props.
that's so
This
fancy.
is so cool.
I focus on production.
Yeah.
I think
High
that's the
budget.
important part. Okay.
What feats of the mind.
Okay.
Speech.
Okay. So, should I read it out loud while, like, are y'all still doing your stuff?
No,
or are
please
we
read it,
listening
please
now?
I was gonna
Okay.
ask, can I check out my staff?
Yeah.
And see what it does.
I think while you do that, I might, like, you hold, like, hand this over and I might read this out loud.
I'll just quickly say, you analyze it. There is like, there's some dried blood on the end. You feel like, although this may hold some like importance to you, maybe in some sense, it doesn't feel to be magical in nature. Actually, seeing others kind of whip out this weird these weird mechanical contraptions and these magical things, like this twinge in the back of your mind goes like,
Yeah, I got a stick.
it's
Okay.
like get that out of here.
All right, salutations. You have all agreed, although the memory may escape some of you, to partake in the challenge of cooperation, endurance, and will. You have completed most of this challenge, proving that I may have underestimated your resolve. Although at least one of you is familiar with the instructions below, I feel like a final run-through for old time's sake. The stone on which this stone rests must
No.
the zone on which this rests must be detached and delivered due north. The further it is taken, the clearer the goal will become. Once it is placed in its desired location, the arch will follow, allowing you to proceed. These instructions are vague, but they must be, lest I spoil the fun. May your minds remain clear, your feet remain dry, and your present selves follow in the footsteps of those who came before. Good luck, Hallister. And on the back it says, P.S. Be careful with this stone. I'm all out of extras.
So we can't break this stone. Have you guys tried that?
I have not tried it.
We I think we tried to put some of the pylons in it.
It a few of you remember vaguely that it is possible to carve messages into the stone. You have not tried before placing it, however. You don't know how that would go, but you haven't tried. But you know that it is possible at least to chip away at some of it. You haven't tried like breaking it, though.
It does say be careful, so
Yeah,
maybe
yeah, maybe
I
not,
think
maybe
we
not.
should carry one piece and not multiple
Cool,
pieces.
cool. I just have this
Wouldn't
hammer.
it
Just
Yeah.
So do you guys know anything? It says there's a desired location. Do you remember anything?
There was a tower with a bunch of other messages on it, or
Yeah.
a bunch of other stones with messages on them. I think from our past runs, but it says that going toward the location, things become clearer. Your path becomes clearer, but the reasoning does not.
I still don't know why we agreed to do this, but
cool.
I do have a locket with a picture of you, though, for some reason. Sorry, you're the tiefling?
Yes.
Just kidding. I have a locket with a picture of you on faces. Oh.
Speaking of me, could I have my bag back?
Got my stuff in it.
Well, you can take it out. You have a backpack, don't you?
All she has is a
4 foot
satchel. You're gonna ask her to carry around all those things in a little satchel.
Can we put all our stuff? all our bags
So
in
you have in your satchel there is a backpack resting on the bottom
Oh,
that has all your stuff in it. So you like pull that out to like look through it. So you can put it back if you want, but it's up to you. I will say right now the backpack is like 50 pounds. The satchel, even with the backpack in it, is like 15.
Can I borrow it?
Well, it seems like you've been borrowing it.
So,
Wait, what's the issue now?
I feel like the
We
stone
put the
is
rock
really
in the
heavy,
bag.
so we might need to take your stuff out to put the stone in the lighter
Well,
bag.
there's room. It's pretty big.
Could put all our stuff in there.
yeah,
Yeah.
room for the rock in the bag.
Could Kyle be the one to carry it though?
I'm not giving you my stuff.
Can I trust you to carry my stuff?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm trustworthy.
Can I roll an insight check on
So
that?
you can. So roll a d20, and because you're testing out an ability, you get your abilities.
Am I trustworthy? Do I roll something?
Does the cricket chirp?
Well, you have an intention in your mind, I assume.
Yeah.
So I'll say that depending on this roll, you'll either she won't be able to read you,
Okay.
or you can just say.
I have a +5 to insight. Is that okay? So 18.
18.
Trustworthy. Good intentions.
Okay. I step a little closer to him. I get a little more comfortable.
Okay, well, I guess I'll give you my satchel back, but you can't have my stick.
Well, I don't want your stick. I can't use the stick.
Okay, well, fine. But I'm trusting you,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
so you better take good care of my stuff.
Well, you can take it out.
Well, I don't want to carry 50 pounds worth of stuff. Is my problem.
Fair enough.
I'm not sure if this one's gonna go the same way, but I definitely feel like we should make a game plan before we start the timer on the stone.
And what's all your names? Or do you know your names? Do we
I
have
have a name
nicknames?
written.
You have a name written?
Yeah.
You. Where?
Yeah, on the
It's a
thing you
back-
gave me.
background, I think.
Or it does say background, but only is halfway written.
Oh, that's because I started it. That's supposed to be the sheet that I usually have, and then I take each piece off and give it to you.
I'm gonna.
Is it
finish-
SAI?
I'm assuming it's Sailor.
Sailor.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish writing it.
Sailor.
I just didn't. I started writing that, and I'm like, wait, this is the sheet that I have. Why do I need to write the background on my sheet? And then just finished, and then I was like, do I want to take off each piece and give it the same? No.
It's like, oh, that'd be too much.
While y'all are deliberating and talking, I'm trying to pick up the rock.
Okay.
What's
Well,
it
you're
say?
trying out an ability, so roll a strength check. For
Okay.
me.
Is that just a 20?
It's a d20 plus your strength modifier,
Which
which
I
is
don't
just
know.
one of the big 6 numbers on the sheet I'm about to hand you.
Oh, incredible roll. That would be a grand total of a 5.
5. You like picking it up. You realize that like if you were in the right position, you could probably lift this rock and like carry it for a while.
Can I actually
Semi,
give
no
them the
problem.
help action with that?
Sure, roll advantage.
That would be 11.
Okay.
You attempt to help. You attempt to help, and it does help out. But
What if I
you
just
get in the way a little bit more.
What if I
than
just
you
try
end up
myself?
helping. I'll say that you already started to help out, so I'll talk about what happens here.
Okay.
You attempt to start lifting the stone, and like as you start to get it up, it like starts to tip, and you start to try to get your hands under it, and it just falls on its side. As it does, you see a square of stone that was the same size in which it rested, also heavily carved in runes, was apparently glowing blue. It was just under the stone and not visible. It fades, and the stone starts to glow. You see, as it glows, it like sputters for a second before coming back on. It's now sustained, but
Is it glowing
wanna-
blue?
I wanna try.
the engraved runes
Oh,
are
okay.
each glowing blue, not like the whole stone itself, like a light bulb.
Can I try to pick up the stone that it was resting on?
It's more of a you can try. It seems to be in the ground. Like you can try to like.
So
get
can I
fingers
try to
around it
like
to
dig
see
it
if
out a
you can
little
pull it
bit?
out. Yeah, sure. you can
Okay.
try. Going around it a little bit, you actually see it starts to like a pyramid shape starts to extend further out.
Cool.
You don't know how big this thing is. If you want to stay around for a while and get other people to help you try to dig out whatever this is,
I'll give you the help action if you want.
You don't even have to give me a help action. You can just.
It seems
with
like
me.
it seems like the symbol, the hourglass symbol on the side, is glowing like you previously experienced.
My guy's like staring at it, like, and he says, "This is the coolest dream ever."
Unfortunately, not a dream, but I'm glad you think so.
Nah, you don't understand. I gotta wake up for school tomorrow. My mom's gonna be pissed.
What is school?
What is mom?
It's never
Ouch.
mind.
You all have. Here's what I'll generally say. You all have. You three at least, and you three are experienced with this, so you understand. You have you have memories of like knowledge. You have no memories of experience.
Okay.
So you know what things are. You know what a tiefling is. You know what magic is. You know what a mechanical contraption is. You know what a rune is. But you have no personal experience tied to any of them. Through some previous self-reflection by some party members, it's possible to try using a high intelligence check to piece together knowledge about yourself
Cool.
based on what you have knowledge in.
Cool.
But it would be fairly difficult.
Yeah.
I want to take the gold beads out of my pocket.
Yeah.
And be like, does anybody recognize these
I mean, we used them before as like breadcrumbs.
breadcrumbs?
Looking, I'll say you recognize them from your pack.
Oh, okay.
You have a small bag with a dwarvish rune on the side, and inside are probably a few hundred of these beads.
Yeah, I have a couple of those as well. Yeah.
Do they do anything? Or can I sell them?
Do I know if they do
You
anything?
want to buy them?
The rune on the side of your bag translates in dwarvish to
Probably want some
persistence.
back.
Do you have any money?
Do you have any money?
It seems to be like it's not well made. It seems to be just like a sack. Similar actually, like looking around at some other people's like small sacks that they have on their side, which I'll say that you all like understand that they would usually be used to carry coin. Yours just has very hastily like just some fiber, maybe like natural fiber found in the woods, that's like sewed in to create this rune. It does not seem to be like as well fashioned as the rest of your implements.
Not really like the money person, more like leaves in my bag and stuff like that. I have one diamond.
Ooh,
It's
wait,
probably
hold on.
holy.
Wait, you have a diamond?
Yeah.
I have a diamond. Well, I did.
You can get it whenever you want. Just ask. I want my thing back.
Alright.
So,
I-
do these do
oh, sorry.
anything, or they just?
Persistence. My guess would be like I would like throw them on the ground and like try to dodge them as some like religious training or something like that. Can I try to throw one on the ground and see if it like explodes?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. You throw one. No. As it
Just have a bag full
Yours-
of grenades.
it's on the ground.
Alright.
It seems similar to the ones that both of you have encountered before, like kind of along the path that you've taken.
It's not edible.
So I was about
It
to
seems
say
to be-
I might try and eat one.
It
but-
seems to be made like you press your teeth into it and it's soft. Like it seems to be made of gold.
Oh my gosh.
Is it edible gold?
Do you
I try to
know?
like squish them on my teeth to make like a grill for myself.
It's not that soft.
You tried it, doesn't work.
It's biting on it. You can get a dent in it, so
Like
you
a
know it's
little-
real.
So
I want to take one and throw it in the mist to show them what happens.
The bead goes into the heavier mist. As soon as it crosses the barrier of the light to heavier mist, you see it slow and stop midair, seemingly
get stuck in
frozen in
Yeah.
the air.
don't go in
Oh
the
my
mist.
There's like a
goodness.
space-time thing out there. It does some weird stuff in your
It's
mind.
weird.
Can I look at this blue ruin thing? Could it do like a religion or like a general
Sure.
like divine sense type thing around
This
it?
would be Arcana check.
Arcana.
And if you want to try to relate it to religion, you could. I'll just say that without a check, you get the sense that it doesn't seem to relate to any particular faith that you know of.
Okay. I'm gonna still do a little check just to see. And it's a 7, so it's probably about
Do you want
there.
to, do you want to roll it on your own then?
Yeah, if I just sensing that, can I also go over and help, knowing now that I might have experience in this?
Sure. And I'll say that you can just make your own separate check.
Yeah. 15.
15. What was your original?
7.
7. Okay. Looking at it, you're not really familiar with runes. Like, you pick out
They're not in
one.
dwarvish or anything.
No, they don't seem. Okay, here's what I'll say with a 7. You do at least see they are not a language. They seem to be instead like runes for the purpose of creating magical effects.
Okay.
That rarely there you have encountered some runes that are both, but these do not seem to be the former.
Okay.
However, Aiden, being seemingly with your gauntlets seemingly covered in these runes, you go over and you analyze it with a 15. You pull out a few common ones. What I'll say is with a 15, you actually get a good sense that this is very complex. You know a lot about runes, knowledge-wise. You can't remember what they were used for, but or how you use them. But you were looking at this, you saying in your mind, this is incredibly complex. Although you pull out some elements that are simpler than you would have initially guessed, based on the overall complexity. There's one that you had used before, and you know that not because you remember using it, but because it's on your gauntlet. that is used for basically pulling things towards you. And you actually see that it's next to like a few like levers and switches. Actually, looking at your gauntlets, you can't remember specifically using any of them, but investigating it, it seems like there's different dials and buttons for various implements, including one that looks like a trace outline of a hand, one that looks like a splash shape. So if you did different dials all over your gauntlets.
I have a question. Well, I have two questions. One, was the stone on top of the stone a typo thing?
Yes.
Great. Cool. Two, do I get the feeling that divine sense would help because it does say I can figure out what type of object it is?
Can you read the effect?
I mean, it does, I think, mean if I can tell if it's celestial, fiend, or undead. So.
Oh, that's
It says can sense location and type of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet, as well as any consecrated or desecrated place or object.
Got it. Okay, so what it would mean is that if you cast that, if you use that now, you could tell whether or not the space that you're in is consecrated or desecrated. The type refers to a creature only.
Gotcha.
So if you did it, you also would sense if there's any celestial, fiend, or undead within that distance of you.
I got a feeling that they'll be stuck in the mist, though. If they're there, I don't want to know.
So what do we do? What should we do? Let's get out of this.
I mean,
moving the stone, I think we've started already.
What do you remember from your previous stuff? Do you remember if you just went north?
We went north. There was a boat. We went to an island.
Yeah, I've done that.
There was
too.
some stuff with some water you gotta be real careful of.
So here's the thing: do we want to keep going north, or do we want to try something?
So
else?
we tried to go a different direction, but the mist only went north, right? I'm just kidding. Never
You
mind.
started to go another direction, and then basically one of you realized that you could use the stone to guide you, and then you changed direction. Because you all kept moving, I think of fear that the stone, like the mist and stone, like that you had to follow the mist. But as you say that out loud, both of you have a memory in your mind of that as you moved the stone, the mist followed.
Okay, that's new. That's new to me.
So we should
What's
go
the
north.
cricket do?
We could
When?
go
Just
north.
now.
Yeah.
In the note it says it's due north, but I trust. I mean, you guys have more
Um,
memory of what's going
it's-
on. than I do.
The problem is, I think we've been north before, and now we're back here again. And so if we go back again, what's going to happen when we're done? I mean,
It says there's only one stone left.
The cricket likes the decision to not go north. Anybody
Is
got
the
any
stone
other?
facing north?
Can I make an athletics check to pick up the stone again, instead of just pure strength? Because I've got +5 to athletics.
If you can describe to me how you use athletics specifically, sure.
running long jump.
I was thinking fucking kicking it, but that could also just break my foot. Pull a little
Just
Viggo
destroy the
Mortensen
entire
accent.
Just like
Yeah.
the where they spin around the log and throw it.
Just walk on it.
I mean, honestly, that's probably a better idea. It's just doing the curling motion to kind of pick it up more.
I don't recommend throwing it. We gotta go.
No,
with
we're
it.
not throwing it. We gotta go with it.
We can just put it in the bag.
Yeah, can we put it in the
But
bag?
do we have to lift it up to put it in the bag?
We could all lift it up
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
Let's
Eight
team
of
up.
us.
I think we should
There's
team up.
eight of us, right?
in the
There's
back.
two others.
Yeah, and here's what I'll say. Who's helping lift it?
How
Oh,
many
I am, for
are we
sure.
allowed to have help?
As many as you can fit around the stone.
I'll just hold the
Probably
bag
like
open.
4 to 6 of
I
you.
got
In
a
God's word.
I'm not strong.
I've got
enough.
plus
I
six
guess
strength.
plus
If there's 4 to 6 of you, I'll say without a check required, you're able to lift up the
Yes,
stone
okay.
with everyone contributing. The gnome, as you lift it up, the gnome also gets under there and is like, and lifts up one end of it.
Thank you.
You all like move it into the bag. The two of you that are not lifting the stone currently, are you helping lift or are you holding the bag?
I'm holding the bag
You're
open.
holding the bag open.
Yeah.
You have to get your hands in a really weird position and you wrap it around 2 corners and you start to get it around the other 2 corners. And I'll say this isn't a check or anything, but I'll say that it looks like if it's gonna fit, it's gonna be a really tight fit. Do you want to push the bag around the other end of the stone?
I'll get
Okay.
my stuff, I guess.
I'm sorry.
I just mean a tight fit in the opening. The opening seems to open to almost the exact size of the stone.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is the bag gonna break?
I am
Did you
perfectly
make
fine
this
with
for
You
carrying
just
it.
make another one, right?
I
This is a little too
Do I
perfect.
know if I did for the stone? Do I remember that?
Yeah, I'll say that you, because of saying that you have specifically like general memory across it, you remember having it at the beginning.
Are you
So-
Hallister?
I don't know.
Okay.
Am I Hallister?
So,
You don't know.
I'll say
Roll
you don't
an
remember.
I'm kidding.
I am perfectly fine with carrying the stone as long as at least one other person helps.
How
So we're
heavy
not
is
putting
the
it in the
bag
bag?
with the stone in it?
I'm giving that as a second.
Oh,
option.
okay.
Yeah.
From what I know about it, I don't think it'll be heavy at all. I think it's just the way I made it. It just you put stuff in it. And it's
Are we worried about being able to get it out?
Sure thing, yeah.
We just
Also, how do y'all like? You said you're like reading the stone to like to see what it does. How
I
did
can
you?
make out a little
Would you be able
bit.
to do it when it's in the bag?
We can open it, right?
Yeah. It's a good space in there. Look. It's
Can't argue with that.
Also, the six of you are holding this stone currently as you're all conversing back and forth about like just a bag like this.
I think we can fit the stone. I'd hate to make you folks carry it and get tired, especially if we might have some trials ahead of us.
There's monsters too. This is awesome.
If there was like a gargoyle statue thing, if we go north, so
I think it was a golem.
a golem.
I twist my little warhammer behind me. Let's get a move on, guys.
Do we want to go north or south?
Can we like when it's in the bag now, right?
I mean,
Sure,
Cricket likes going
You
south.
you take the end of the bag, kind of around, and it goes around the other side. It doesn't tear. After that, you kind of just have to shimmy it and slide it over the stone. It's an interesting sight. Literally, what it looks like is the six of you are holding this, and this bag is slowly moving along as people like stop holding parts of it, and like the bag continues as like people are pushing it along the stone until finally it just like goes into the bag. Is your pack still in there?
Yes.
So you're going to take it out.
I was going to, but I didn't.
After you realize that, you look in. It seems not to fit your pack. So
It did what?
it did not land directly on your
Oh,
pack. So
that's awesome.
it seems
That's
to, it
awesome.
seems like your pack's there.
Okay. Before we do anything, can I check out my stick?
Sure. What are you gonna like?
I'm just gonna wave it around, see if it does anything.
Okay. Can you roll this die for me?
Oh, yes.
Oh my lord!
Oh, God.
What is that?
What?
How is that possible? Yes, it's a one.
I'm gonna tell.
Oh,
I'm gonna tell
no.
someone else about this because this is the first time this has ever happened at this table.
A not one.
Yeah.
On a D1.
Where's
That's
that
actually
one of the
impressive.
Can you roll again?
Sure, I'd love
Let me
that.
guess. That kills all of
Huh?
us.
Is that certain death?
Is that total party kill?
It's
No.
well, magic, I think.
That time I got a 73.
73.
Wait, what the one to
Immediately, oh, you'll see. Immediately you see like as you cast the wand, at first nothing happens, and then you feel this surge of chaos around you. The first thing that happens is out of at first seemingly the end of your wand, and then just space around you, a kind of like very light purplish fog just envelops like a 10-foot space around you. Anyone standing nearby, I'll say if you were helping with at all with the bag, everyone is now enveloped in this like purplish fog. You can see through it a bit, so you know that like it doesn't continue on to the edge of the thick fog, but it doesn't seem to have any other effect. Doesn't smell like anything. Can you roll again?
Sure.
Okay.
This is so
And that's 2.
That time I got a 12.
A 12. Okay. Never had anyone roll a 1 before. Roll a d10 for me.
Okay.
Oh.
A 10-sided die.
Is that
Yeah,
this one?
Yeah, that one.
5.
5. You see those of you who are close enough in the mist to see this human, see them then shrink 5 inches. Can you roll the big die?
Is
I
that
dap
you?
her up. Short king.
Yeah.
Oh,
Of course.
Okay, 82.
82.
Oh my lord.
Your skin gains like a very slight metallic sheen, and you feel like you feel a bit hardier. You feel like you could take a bigger punch.
Okay.
Can you roll again?
Oh my god.
What highlight are you using?
I got an 82 again.
An 82 again? Okay. I'll say no effect. Roll again.
Oh my gosh.
That time I got a 47.
47. Oh, I can't believe you rolled that. I put the one there kind of as a joke. Okay. Yeah. You feel for a second like you like in a moment you're like oh my gosh, so much is happening. Like I wish it was at least out of the mist, and you look past the mist and you appear there.
Oh my god. We gotta
Wait,
go.
we're done,
We gotta go.
No, not the hard mist. The mist,
Okay.
the
The
fog,
purple mist?
that
Okay.
the
Oh,
purple
thank
fog.
God. I was gonna say, we might have a
I
deck
just
Roll-
teleport.
Roll again.
What you just jiggled the staff. All this stuff is happening.
That time I got a 57.
57. Okay. Next to you, a yellowish, like curved, translucent, like energy appears, and just kind of like hovers around. As you look at it and look back to the mist, you teleport back into the fog. For about the next minute, nothing else specifically chaotic happens, but you have to basically rein yourself to like not think about going anywhere, or you just appear there for the next like about minute. After another like minute or so, the fog fades, and after another minute or so, the strange energy dissipates and your skin returns to normal. You have discovered the source of your magic, and having dealt
I'll
with
say.
that, you feel at least confident that maybe you can't control it 100%, but you can at least direct it.
Okay.
The way this, and then you also learn about this.
Oh my god.
So here's the anyone who's familiar with wild magic sorcerers. I thought that 20 different possibilities was a bit too few, so I added 100.
Dang.
So every odd result on the die is a different magical effect.
So it was
A 1 is roll 6 times.
That's
in
so cool.
combat, it would be every round you roll again.
Gosh.
So it'd be way
And
worse.
so the
Yeah.
whole thing with Tides of Chaos is that some of these, for example, the one that added seemingly an energy shield, or made you more resistive, or provided fog cover, or allow you actually got all good ones, might actually be useful. There are someone
You
who
grew a
that are
tail
not.
last time.
Okay.
Take like a step away.
You
from
notice
her.
that it is not there anymore.
What happened to that?
Hell if I know.
That tracks.
Alright.
Specifically, how spells work. Have you used the spellcaster before? Okay, then you're doing it.
So can we like walk around with the stone in the bag, like, and just see if there's anything else that's not north, like any indications that maybe there's another direction we should go in?
I kind of just want to go due south.
Roll a perception check.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to do
people
this.
can do that. Just
Roll a
the
d20 and add the
D20.
number. I already filled in all the numbers for everyone.
I got a 14.
14. The one thing you notice is relatively obvious even to a non-trekker. You do notice that there's one area of the woods which seems to have like almost like a footpath that has been developed there.
And it's not in the direction north, or it
It
is.
is.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like any other directions have been trod very frequently.
I kind of want to go south, guys.
I'm
I
down
mean,
to try
Cricket said it was a
something
good idea.
That's the only way that we can get out of here, right?
Well,
Seems
it's
like we'll
north
just
or
come back
another
here if
direction.
we.
Yeah.
For real.
You say
I
that
mean-
we won't just come back here if we
I
go
was gonna
north.
say that happened a couple different times where we just ended up back here, so it doesn't super matter.
Let's go south.
All right. So with the stone in the bag, easy to carry, you aren't halted at all as you start on your journey in the opposite direction that you have all traveled on before. You, having a vague memory of every time you all have traveled, have a vague memory of doing this once and then turning around, not out of anything specific, but just because you can't remember who, but someone in the group was very adamant about not going this way. They said that they had no memory why, they just felt like they liked to follow directions. As they, that's not a hint. That's just a
It just feels like something I would say. I know I didn't do it.
As you all start to head south, you three notice. Seemingly, these three aren't phased by it, but as you all start heading south, the radius of fog moves with you. And for every step you take, the fog moves a little bit. You also notice, as soon as the stone is placed in the bag, the thick fog has contracted by about 2 feet on each side. It's not moving. It just seems like it is now a slightly smaller radius than it was before putting it back. Heading further south, you start to travel. The forest starts to get a little denser.
Ooh, wait, could I ask a question?
Sure.
How long does divine sense last? I think it's an hour?
I think it's
Either an hour or 10 minutes. Okay, I'll take it. Still,
Or 1 minute.
I think
10 minutes.
I think it's 10.
That's fine. For
Could
the
go
purposes
ahead?
of this travel, it is not a 10-minute journey, so 10 versus 1 minute will probably not change much.
But it'll change a little bit.
Sure.
No, I'll just I'll hold off on it.
Okay. Either way, no matter which one it is. If it
Well,
was
do I
10
have to
minutes,
expend a spell slot for it, or am I good?
It's
6 seconds.
it's
One round.
It's one round.
Are you
That's
sure?
common.
Are you sure that's not divine smite?
That's until the end of your next turn. You know the location of any celestial beings or undead.
Oh, it's horrible.
That's
Okay,
horrible. I have
anyway.
never heard it used that way. I'm not using
Hey,
that.
I might change that in my games. Yeah, you know what? I'll start now. For the purposes of this, it is 1 minute.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't have to use a spell slot for it. Okay, then yeah, I'll go ahead and use one of them.
Well, is it? Yeah. If there's a box next to it, the idea is that those boxes you can check off.
Yeah, I've got.
Yeah, that's
All
a general
my
thing on
boxes.
everyone's sheets. If you have anything that has like little bracket boxes next to it, those are limited uses, and should say on it somewhere whether or not it recharges on a short or long rest.
What if it doesn't say?
Then assume long rest.
What about guidance? Do you know anything about that? Like how many people can I cast guidance on and stuff? Because it's a cantrip.
What does it say? Is it concentration? Is there a C in a diamond in the top right hand corner?
Nope.
Yeah, there's in duration. Sorry.
Oh.
Not like all the way top right hand corner. Duration.
Oh,
there's
yeah,
yeah,
see.
diamond with a C. That means it's concentration. You can only have one concentration spell active at a time.
Did I see it real quick? Sorry.
Yeah, of course.
And different things in the environment can break.
Yeah, it's one creature.
concentration. Yeah, guys, it's very. I'll give you like a little for at least you three, even though you two have played before. I'll say that based on your talk about your previous games, also give fun hints. Guidance is sometimes best used because it's cantrip, and although it's concentration, you don't need to have it active all the time.
Yeah.
So you could, for instance, someone could go, oh, I'm going to try X guidance. They do the thing. Now you don't have concentration anymore. You can cast it again if you want. So it's kind of like I've seen people literally just use it as a plus 1d4 on
Yeah.
anything anyone
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, I like guidance. Do I know like how my magic would manifest or anything like that?
So from the symbol that you wear around your neck, you recognize it. You recognize it as a symbol of Doomthorn, keeper of secrets under the mountain, and you. At least from how it makes you feel when interacting with it, you get the sense that you can channel energy into your surroundings through it. And you get a sense of kind of what you could do with the different spells. Dang, I just thought of a fun thing that I could have done from the beginning, which is just give people that sheet and not the cards, and then they have to cast the spell to figure out what it does.
Oh.
That'd be crazy.
That would be really funny.
It would be
would've
cool,
really
but I probably
not
narrow down the
very
spell
fair.
names to be very obvious things. But anyway, you get a sense of what you can generally cast with it. And unless
Like, I'm sorry, I'm kind of asking more
No, you're
aesthetic questions.
Sure.
Like, is it like fiery magic?
you don't
Like,
know, you haven't tried it.
I have no
You haven't
idea.
tried it yet. You have no
Alright.
memory of experience.
Were you about to roll an ability check for the
No,
divine
I was.
sense?
Divine sense is just I can sense
Oh, okay, cool.
things that are within 60 feet.
I'll say as you're walking and talking, the forest is getting a bit denser. And you notice the radius of the mist is getting slightly smaller. Not quickly enough to be of concern. It seems to be at pace with your walk, but it is getting a bit smaller. But the environment is changing, which means that you're not just heading possibly towards nothing. There might be something this way.
Are we down to keep going?
Let's keep going.
Yeah,
Keep
should I use
going.
the little? You said we used the little gold things as breadcrumbs. Do you want me to do that again? Since I have like a whole bag of them.
Up to y'all. I mean, it was okay last time. It just showed us that we were going in a circle.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see if we're going in a circle or not.
Unlike the other direction, you all encounter no semblance, at least so far, of things left behind by previous pass-throughs. So you start to leave gold beads behind you. About an hour goes by, I'll say.
And I got nothing from my 1 minute of divine sense.
No, you're
Good.
good. Well, yeah.
Well, maybe the stone, but
the area,
there.
no, the area, nothing in the area is consecrated or desecrated. And you don't sense any, what are the three that you can sense?
Celestial, fiend, and undead.
No, you don't. I
Right.
was thinking maybe Tiefling representative, but Tiefling it's not.
I mean, I don't think tiefling is fiend. Yeah.
You don't sense anything, which is good news for the area that you casted in.
Cool. So we're safe for this 1 minute, guys.
You will continue walking southward. The dense forest eventually, after another probably about 30 minutes, opens up very slightly into a small clearing, about 5 feet in diameter. You've been checking on the stone every once in a while because there's no path here, so you don't know which way direct south is. But following opposite of where you three have probably realized the stone leads you, you can go the other way. You end up finding this small clearing. At this point, the mist itself is probably only about 10 feet in radius. Like you're all like packed together. You weren't straying very far on your walk anyways, so it's not that much of a problem. But it seems like it's gotten fairly small. In the center of the clearing is a very thin stone structure. It's probably about 3 feet tall. It kind of angles up from a good 3 foot radius up into like a 3-inch radius at the top. And on top, on a small stand, is a circle of stone. It doesn't seem to be engraved with anything. It just seems to be a unmarked, simple stone circle.
Can I check for traps?
Sure.
Should I roll perception for that?
Perception or investigation?
Can I roll insight on the circle?
That would be a 5.
5?
Oh,
one.
you got a 1.
5? Seems safe.
Wait, is that how do you as a DM handle that ones?
Handle that once.
Yeah.
If it's for ability checks, if it's a thing that can fail spectacularly, it fails spectacularly. In the case of checking for something,
It's just that you have no idea.
Kind of. If it's a situation that I can play up, like if someone's like, I'm gonna search for some food in the kitchen, and they roll in that one, I would be like, yeah, you find a big moldy piece of cheese, like something where maybe it technically means what you were looking for,
So in
but
this
it's not
case
valuable.
of a nat 1.
Yeah, you don't find it.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make
Can
I'll
we
roll.
do checks as well?
Yeah, I'll do one.
I'll help them out. Do you have good
Yeah,
perception?
here's what I'll say.
Yeah,
With the
plus
nat
3.
one, the one thing that the rest of you observe is as you look around, you're used to checking for traps. From as you remember the previous time that you that you looked around for some traps before, you ended up finding some. But given that, you feel like the skill set that you have for checking for traps may be based in non-wilderness settings. As you look around, she seems to really not know what's going on. You feel like you know what's going on, and as you look around, you turn over a rock. There's nothing there.
What's the cricket do?
The cricket does not chirp.
Ooh,
That
doubting
is
myself now.
significant.
That's how the cricket talks. It's just chirping.
Just
I really thought you guys were like.
He's not
He really he answers in yes and no's, I guess.
It's not random. She rolls a dice every time. Anyway,
Does anyone have an identify spell or anything?
I
I
would
think I
not
saw
know.
that you had one. Oh, I do actually. Never mind. I was trying to make her use all her spell slots. Okay, yeah, I have one. Do I have a pearl worth? Or do you do it based on materials with spellcasting?
Here, can I see it? Oh, it is worth a monetary amount, isn't it?
Yeah.
Also, are we casting as a ritual or are we just doing it? Because if you do it as
Yeah,
a ritual,
it
I
is-
have
it is-
something that
you
can take
can
10
cast it as a
minutes.
ritual.
Okay, cool. I don't know what that means, but I'll do that.
You can.
So true.
It takes, instead of an action to cast, it takes 10 minutes.
Well, because I have
And I know
inspired
you're looking at
leader.
right now whether or not a ritual casting uses material components.
You have what? I'm
Or
sorry?
you
I'm
need
trying to
material
see how
components,
long
is that
this
correct?
one
Is that
thing-
what you know?
I have last.
okay, no, it's fine. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
You guys, like, I can cast this if she doesn't have her thing.
Well,
and
because
then-
I have my thing that also takes 10 minutes. It
Ah.
just it adds temporary HP, and I think it just stays until it gets removed.
That in terms of the
Inspiring leader.
yeah, it does.
Yeah, it just stays
The
forever.
idea is it stays unless it's overridden by another.
Temp HP
10
or
HP spell.
taken damage. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that while you're doing your 10-minute bit, and
So
I'm
we're
doing
gonna
my
like, go
10-minute
stand
bit.
in a corner by ourselves, like just like
And
I'm
as
doing
you-
it with
as-
everyone
as you
as
do
much
a
as I
ritual to
can.
identify what this circle of stone may be.
I'm giving my inspiring
Sandy's character
speech.
gives a large, inspiring speech to everyone.
All right, so it might seem like
You
we're
went
going the
against-
wrong
you went Against
direction,
the direction of the stone, you did find something.
yes.
but we are doing the right thing. We are going against the grain.
You
You know, road less traveled by Robert Frost.
it doesn't use a plus one.
Oh, it doesn't?
Nope.
Oh, because it's a ritual?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The
Now I'm
idea is
getting it.
instead of doing it instantaneously, you take you use some of your incense and basically via using your channeling your holy symbol, you analyze from your perspective. Literally, what you're doing is you're closing your eyes and you're basically visualizing.
I'm entering my mind's palace.
Yeah.
Also,
you're-
everyone has plus 6 temp HP.
Cool.
Plus 6.
Images
Temporarily?
below
Yeah.
your hit points
So
on your
that's
sheet.
Do I have
In
my
the
hit points?
in the
Yes.
middle top.
Oh.
Right below your hit points.
You're
Oh,
dead.
you're not checked. You're not attempted.
I
We
saw
take a
my
short.
initiative and it was just plus
plus
zero.
six, yeah.
We take a
You
short
gain a
rest, right?
semblance of
So
probably-
does that mean
I
that
don't know
hit
if we're
points are-
taking a short rest right now. But
Well, no,
it's
didn't we do it before?
before, so you should have had your hit points reset, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I cast
I was
identify.
Okay.
Should we all have max HP right now?
No.
Okay, so
Okay.
never mind. Don't listen to me.
Short rests don't refill your HP. You can use your hit dice to refill your HP.
Yeah.
You have to guarantee you go back to max.
Is that
Okay.
like a D4, right?
Depends on the
It should say it on your sheet. So right below temporary hit points to the left, it should say what your hit dice are and how many you have left.
Oh shoot.
Like I have one.
So if you all would like to hang out here for an hour and take a short rest, you could.
Yeah, so plus 6 is
It's up to
just
you.
going to go in the temp HP box.
I'll
below
say
your
that.
hit points.
I was only plus 6.
Did we
Yeah.
find out anything about the thing in the middle?
Yeah. So your identify spell, it reveals. It's interesting. You feel like not heavily, but a small part is being blocked. Like there are elements in place specifically on this item to block forms of identification. You get and you don't just get that by a wall that you press up against. You get an image in your mind, specifically of not necessarily through verbal communication or through even psychic communication, just through ideas. The idea of no cheating. But you do uncover something. You uncover that this object, in some way, shape, or form, can deactivate an item of similar magic and make.
So this thing is like at the top of a little thing, right?
Yeah.
How far away is it from me?
Like you're pretty close to it.
Can I throw something at it to try to knock it off that thing?
Yeah, sure.
Could I like wait. Could I like sleight of hand it?
To make it.
Well,
Why would
Sure.
you do
I'm
that?
scared of you getting too close because it said we weren't able to find out if there's
Huh?
traps.
Like just
So I
solid
just kind of want
stone,
to
isn't
throw
it?
it off.
No,
If it, like,
there's a
gets off
stone.
its
There's a
magic.
stone. Like I'll call it a pedestal,
Okay.
and then there's a small holder that this thing rests on.
Or maybe we
What if
need
it
to
falls
Indiana
off?
Yeah, that's what I was
Jones
thinking.
it.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
like
of
will it
Indiana
fall
Jones.
into the
It's
grass?
it's about 4 inches in diameter.
And it'll fall into the grass if we throw something at it, or
Should we Indiana Jones?
Well, I'm
If
worried.
you throw something at it and
It
it barely tips
deactivates
over, it
things,
may
right?
kind of roll
Of
and
similar
like
magic?
clatter down the side
Does
of
it?
the pedestal.
I mean, I think that's what the
if it's hard enough, it may
investigation.
go
Okay.
far enough to hit
Okay.
the grass.
I thought it was the.
I thought it was just that it was blocking.
But is it blocking or does it like seem to deactivate things that are magical?
Oh, okay. So what I meant is that your identify spell was slightly blocked in the sense where normally you probably would learn a lot more intricate details about this item.
Okay.
And I'll say that some of the images that you get in your mind are of specifically when you learn that it can deactivate items of similar magical origin.
So
The images that come to mind are images of glowing blue runic stone.
but would it be a good idea for us to
It's gonna-
deactivate it while we're in the mist?
Is there a way we can like lift this thing? Well, throw something at it and then like put it in like my shirt or something so that it won't
So it won't
like
touch anything.
so it
you
won't
know,
touch
like-
the big stone. Like, can we keep it far
You
enough
can
away?
try.
Okay.
Wait.
do we
I'll
have
die
an
on this
idea
little
of the
thing.
range of like the deactivation?
What
Like,
if I just make it
You have no
levitate?
idea.
Ooh, she can
Oh,
levitate
she.
things.
Oh, levitated.
I mean, wait. That could be a good idea.
That's your
First,
second.
let's
that's your,
should we just
that's
try
your
to hit
second
it
level
first
spell,
just
right?
to make
Just
sure?
say,
Yeah, like maybe
I
don't
can
waste
also-
yourself.
I can also carry it like in the air or something.
You can levitate things too.
Yeah, a little bit.
He dabbles.
so humble.
It's not effective, but like it's I can try.
All right, what do you guys want to do? Should we throw something at it?
You really want to
I
hit
really
this
want to
thing.
hit it.
I will as it's happening. What does the gauntlet look like when I
For
cast
Mage
Mage
Hand?
Hand? Yes.
So the idea is that you have one like small lever that you can like turn on, basically. And as you do, an ethereal hand that looks like the end of your gauntlet appears at the foot in front of your gauntlet and tracks your hand. And getting a sense for it, you have a vague memory of how it works already, so it doesn't take you very long. But the idea is that moving your shoulder and elbow, you can control where it is in space, and then you just have to move your hand to move it. So it requires the use of the hand to use the mage hand, but basically you see like an ethereal hand that copies her hand up here in front, and then moving forward, it moves towards the sound.
I'll just grab it.
As you
As
lift it
long
off,
as it's not
nothing
greater than
happens.
Nothing happens.
It's not.
Okay.
It's relatively small. It's probably only about half an inch thick.
Could we bring it closer to the blue stone, or should we not do that right now?
We could bring it closer, but I don't want to just set it on there.
Yeah,
Because I don't want to immediately die so far from my god's domain.
You religious woman?
I am,
You're
well,
a
actually,
God-fearing woman?
I think I'm technically a dude. My god is my wife. I made my oath to someone who I'm saying is my wife, who is probably definitely in D&D lore not my wife, but, she's my wife.
Huh.
That was wonderful.
complicated
People
family
be
tree.
You're a stan.
How dare you?
You pick it up.
Should we? Do you guys want to try to like just see if it interacts with the other stone, like just for a second?
I don't think so because we don't have any way to reactivate it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I feel like if we deactivate it, we're
We
not gonna be
just
able
die.
to move. Yeah.
Oh,
So we
I
might
thought this
wanna,
was
like-
like a deactivator, like magnet thing. Like the closer you brought it to something, it would deactivate, and then once you brought it back apart.
So we still don't have any idea what's causing the mist, right?
Are you lawyers? Anyone looking at the stone?
I would like to be.
Okay.
For sure.
It seems to be as you all have made your way. Like you didn't come in, look at this thing, and just sit right where you were. Like you've been investigating the area. as per looking for traps and the ritual and everything else. Every once in a while, when you look in the bag, you find that the stone, although pointing the way you came, as you move, it isn't pointing in that direction anymore. It seems to just be pointing away from this stone. There are areas around every like quarter turn around this area. It gets brighter, but everywhere else it still is glowing that way, but it's just a bit dimmer. It's very interesting.
Do we have any idea what's causing the mists?
I'll say from your Arcana check, I was a bit vague before. 15 probably like deserved a bit better than that. So I'll at least say that I'll at least describe some more of the like simpler elements that you saw. There was a lot. I just didn't list them all. And if any come to head, I'll just say what you remember seeing. One of the things that you saw was basically that like there were parts of the runes that just limited a radius of effect. It seemed like you've seen them before, so that a fireball doesn't become an unconstrained disaster. In terms of that's the use case that you know that runes like that have been used in. You can't remember using them yourself, but you know that they are usually used in that case.
Do I recall? I know Aiden recalls this, but does my character recall at the end of one of the previous sessions, standing at the tower, looking out, seeing?
Your character does, yes.
Okay. And kind of piece together what?
Do you piece it together? It's up to you.
I remember seeing I guess it was just a couple hours ago. When we delivered the last stone, the mist was gone, essentially, and we could look out and we could see several other. It was almost like we were building a tower with this stone. We would take it, we go to a tower, and we go to the top of the tower, and we place the stone. We could see almost like others that look just like the same tower, just in the distance. There's a bunch of them just around, almost like a circle, right?
Yeah.
Right. And I'm wondering, if this stone is supposed to point to the tower, if this is just the center of where we are, of the area. I'm not sure, but like if the stone just points away from it, there's towers. If this is the center, then the towers are away from the center.
But wait, if we went north every time.
I know.
I mean, it could
Weird
just be one
space-time
in the
stuff.
south. It's fine. I will say the more we're talking, the more I'm like, it might be a bad idea, but I kind of want to set the stone on top of the deactivated thingy. But I mean, I don't want to make the decision for us.
Okay, can I ask? So I have mending. Would it be possible if it was deactivated for me to reactivate?
Mending fixes specifically non-magical items.
Oh.
It can mend magical items, but it can't ever mend the magical effects of a magical item.
Okay. Ooh,
For example, if you were to crack or carve into the stone, you could probably use mending to fix the crack or fix the carving. But if through that carving you somehow disrupted any magical effect, you couldn't fix the magical effect.
Okay.
Can I ask, or how many of the towers did you see when you went up?
A couple.
Like two or
Real darn.
A couple.
like three?
Was there only one time that we delivered the stone?
I've
No,
delivered
there were
some.
multiple.
I'll say that you specifically remember seeing, there were 4 that seemed a bit closer, and then 4 more offset, like there was 4 in each cardinal direction, that seemed closer. They were still pretty far, and then looking really far, you could see more in between those, but further away.
And how many times have we done, actually put the stone there?
On
Do
the
we remember that?
northmost
Definitely
tower?
at least
Every
once.
time.
For you, they just blend into one story. You cannot remember how many times it's been. Based on, you all remember the tower. So if that's a guess.
I think it's every time we do that because it's just what we're told to do.
It's a big tower. I mean, it's
pretty cool.
It's massive. We might have been doing this for years. I don't really know.
Fair enough.
he's the one who has the most scars, or is it him?
I think we all have about.
You all
same
have the
amount.
same amount of seemingly fresh
Okay.
scars. You have a bit less.
Can anybody like?
And also, you have the least.
I don't know if this is a thing or not, but like, would there be any like ley lines or anything that would predict if this is some kind of convergence point? I don't have any kind of like magic ability or
You
anything.
can do an Arcana check if you want.
Okay, I'm really bad at that.
I'll give you guidance.
No, you're not really bad at that.
I got a plus 2.
Okay, and I've got a +0, so you're not really
For
bad.
what?
I'll give you guidance, so
Arcana.
add a d4. and it's-
Okay. I don't know. Do I roll
The
d4
You
and?
roll them both at the same time,
Okay, cool.
and you just add up everything.
That's a 12.
12 total
Yes.
plus the d4.
Yeah.
Are you doing a Arcana check on anything specific, or just the area?
Sort of like the ground coming toward the
Okay.
little pillar.
There doesn't seem to be anything. Interestingly, there does not seem to be anything. That's what I'll say. You specifically note that there does not seem to be any type of runes, engravings, footpaths, any lines that converge to this point. If anyone has been here before, it was infrequent enough to not cause any trace.
Cool. Do we keep south, guys?
I don't know if I want to.
If this is the center, we just might end up with another tower. Which
You could go in a different direction.
we'd be learning something. We could go.
I like learning things.
What's the hourglass looking like on the stone?
It's about one. I don't remember. It's about like 1 1/3 of the way full. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm trying to
Sorry,
visualize.
no. It's about, if divided into fifths, it's about 1 1/3 of the way full.
So it's
Wait, that didn't help. I'm
I'm not
so
about
sorry.
to. It's about a fifth of the way full. It's a little
Okay,
over a
okay,
fifth.
okay. On the
We'll do
bottom.
that. Yes, on
Yes,
the bottom.
okay.
I think 20%.
20% full.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? That would actually be.
I was having a stroke right there.
I didn't want to do percentages. It's about 21% of the way full.
We can't all be.
Yeah, for real.
So are we taking this thing with us?
I
Just hold
mean,
it. How far away can I move it? I can 30 feet.
Wait, can I try something with this stone? If I hold it, am I able to use any magical abilities, or is it just to affect other magical things?
You try that out. Are you testing it? What do you do?
I'm just gonna cast Sacred Flame because it's a cantrip.
Okay, you cast Sacred Flame on the ground. You'll see out of the ground kind of this like glowing white energy like coalesce and almost like drip like a heavy fountain of water, but upwards, like radiant energy. It doesn't hit anything. There's nothing there, but it just goes up into the fog. You actually see it light up in the sky. You can cast it.
Cool. All right, I give this stone back to your mage hand thing.
I'll just put it like, well, I don't want to put it too far in the air. I'll put it as high as it can go without hitting the fog ceiling.
Okay, got it. So right in right where you are, that's probably like 10 feet up. It's
Okay.
actually pretty.
Yeah, I can.
Since the fog's closing up
And
on us, I
then-
like take Erica up like by the shoulder and I'm like, try to like keep her close.
Interesting thing. 1 minute duration, but it is a cantrip. So can I just keep casting it before it ends, or do I have to like catch it after every minute?
I'll say what it is that you have a. I'll say that mechanically the way that you're going to work with this is that you notice that there's basically it's spring loaded with a small timing mechanism. Most likely just for the ability to use other magical effects without having to deactivate this one.
Sure.
Every little bit you can kind of just hit it again
All
and
right,
just reset
cool.
it.
Sounds good.
But it will mean that while it is active, well, technically it's not
It's not
concentration.
something good.
While you're having to take your turn every turn doing this,
Yes.
so you would have to not do it
Every
for something
few
else.
turns,
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a minute every time. Where's everyone
Alright.
heading?
Carry on,
Great
young
question.
buck.
Where are we going?
we could keep heading. Well, now we don't know which way is south, right? Or we do because you were dropping the beads.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that was Very smart.
I was
I would've, like,
about
picked up
to
the
say, which would
beats
you all come
after.
from?
The one with the beats.
So are we following the beats back north?
No.
Well, we just want to see where the beats are and then go the opposite.
The opposite direction of us.
Continue.
Looking around, you find where the beads were. They seem to come from a direction that if you had left beads, none of you would have probably remembered.
Nope.
Let's go.
Without a specific check that I would have had you make. But you find the direction, so you're free to head in whatever direction relative that you choose.
West.
Alright, let's do it.
I want to go left.
Instead of
Left.
instead of heading in the opposite direction, you head. If you remember that the way that you were coming from your current location would be north. So I'd head west.
Is that cool with you guys?
I'm okay with it.
You know,
As long as we're not
Sure,
heading north, we're
sure.
good.
Heading in that direction, you start the trek.
And we're dropping.
This
we're
was,
still
as you
jumping.
remember when analyzing
Do
the
you wanna
stone,
drop, like,
one of the directions that did
beads
light
at
up
the
a bit
beginning?
brighter in.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
not the
A
direction
couple
we came from,
beats
or
so
the
that we
direction
know
you were
which
heading,
way is.
but another
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Another one?
The stone seemed to light up, like, you know, in all of your previous run-throughs, one side of the stone was a bit brighter, at least that someone in your party pointed out. And you kind of used that as like a compass in a way. In this sense, it seems like the duller end of the stone is constantly pointed towards the clearing you are all in now.
Well, now I kind of want to go back.
And then it seems to there are areas where the brighter end of the stone is brighter and then still bright but a little bit dimmer, and the brighter areas seem to be I'll call them cardinal directions from where you are. So the west direction is one of the brighter directions.
Should we use your divine sense thing now?
What do we go
Yeah,
like?
I don't know if it'll be helpful, but we
Southwest.
can. I got 3 more uses of it.
Pick a plane.
We
Oh,
could
don't-
do
we don't have to
southwest,
use it right
but
now then.
I don't want to say that because I was trying to figure out in my head how would we tell which way is southwest.
Or does it- I do the air thing, you know, that golfers do.
I
to see
mean-
the wind.
That's
The other 2
Win.
people are with. Isn't there a ranger amongst us within like the other 2 people like here?
The elven woman with the long bow, based on the general appearance and fur that she has on her, might have skills in tracking. If
I think
anybody
I
does.
remember her as Shelf though.
That was the rogue.
That was the rogue, so this is Shelf. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Shelf.
No. In one iteration, you called yourself Shelf.
You from like I'll say a brief conversation between you 3, you having a general atmosphere like previous iterations. You feel like without memory of experience, small differences can easily change one's fronted personality. Although maybe core elements stay the same, the way that you put yourself forward from you 3 talking about what everyone has been like in previous iterations can vary very wildly.
I don't think my voice sounded like this before. It kind of feels natural, you know. It rolls off the tongue.
Which area you'll head?
Southwest.
Do we want to
Southwest.
follow the stone, or do we want to try to
I
go our
don't
own
want to
path?
follow the stone.
What are
Did
the
following the
benefits?
stone not work last time?
It
It
sent us on
set
a
the
loop,
loop
but
to
we
go
have the
again.
thing to deactivate it now. So like, I don't know if we should follow it. I don't know what happens if we don't follow it.
So now, clarifying question out of character. Is it like the stone itself that was on top of like the tiny pillar thing deactivates everything, or was it the tiny pillar thing
the small circular 4-inch diameter circle?
that we grabbed?
That is what you identified, and that is what you grabbed.
Okay,
Is it
cool.
like an open circle or a closed circle?
It's a disc.
Cool.
I
Did
feel
not
like
use the correct top.
Yeah.
so you guys haven't interacted with this deactivator thing before, right?
I've never seen it before.
And this whole thing from what is like some game that we signed ourselves up to be in.
Maybe
right?
it
Seems
could
like
also
it.
be serious.
It could also be serious. We
Yeah.
could die.
There's like some weird space-time stuff that happens in the mist. Like I
Some
stepped
Squid
into it
Games
once,
type
and
shit.
it was an experience.
For real. When you deliver like the stone to the tower, like do you just like bring it up to the tower and then set it down or something? Like, is there something you
There
set
was
it
a
in?
Space to set
Yeah,
it.
it was like it was meant to go there.
And nothing happened afterwards.
Well, it activated the golem, but that was it.
And I think so. Like after we beat the golem, we took it up and like activated the arch again to go through. That like
And then you started the loop again.
but like in the distance, there were other towers with other, presumably. that
Which
we had
I
been
don't
to
think-
with other.
I looked at that, but yeah, I think everyone else did.
And we're in like clearing right now that has another stone that's blue.
I thought
I'm
we
sorry.
started
Yeah,
walking.
Like,
we
west.
started walking west.
Yeah, we were walking, and like the stone's direction, like the guidance stone or whatever, the compass big stone that we're supposed to take somewhere is like glowing in a certain direction.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was
What's the names for me?
You're
Yeah,
good.
BS,
So,
Big Stone,
so
LS, Little Stone.
Alright.
essentially, our decision is: do we follow the stone or do we not follow the stone?
I mean, if you've been following the stone and nothing's worked, then I feel like, in my opinion, what I would do is I would try to break the game using this activator stone. Because it seems like you guys just keep looping. Like, you have to, whatever this game master is, like, you have to break out of
But
it.
at the same time,
Alistair.
maybe
Being a
finishing
little
it
too
and
meta.
do something. You know, what if finishing the tower, if this is the last one, it seems like it might be, what if we're free after that?
But what if we're not?
That's a risk that we'll have to make, but I'm just putting out.
The note said this is the last one, right?
He said he doesn't have any more stones.
So we
in
need
that
to be
one.
careful with it.
Remember, there weren't a lot of spaces left, I don't
I
think.
kind of agree with bad guy.
Out of all three of you, you're the only one that can remember that. You're the only one that
No,
can
What
remember
are
yeah.
the
you the
one
only
loop.
one that remembers?
Ah, okay.
Although you remember the same iteration of the time, you remember the one thing that has changed, the one thing that is not blended together for you, is that the placing of the stone has been in a smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller region of possible places to place it at the end.
So I think we're narrowing it down. I think we're almost done. But I don't know what happens when we are done.
Do we get our lives back?
I hope so.
So should we follow the stone then?
Well,
My vote is yes.
I want to follow the stone.
I think regardless of
What's the
direction we're
cricket do?
going, we
I'll go with the
we'll
high.
end up at
What
it.
are you thinking of?
I'm thinking about following the stone.
It doesn't sure.
Guys, I don't think we should follow the stone.
Oh my gosh. It's like literally coin flip, make a decision.
Just so you know, there's a clerical deity called the Changebringer
Yeah.
that functions similar to this.
I'm so sorry, I'm incorporating
It's kind of funny, but I mean,
Okay,
if
I
it's a
think-
circle of towers, we're gonna end up at one of them regardless. I think.
We can take a vote. I vote no, but you know, me and the cricket, we count as two.
we're
Is there any way I could try to
regardless of
consult,
it's gonna be one.
Umberlay
But
about
we don't have to
this?
follow the stone one. We can go to a different.
I got a tiny thing of water.
You do. You have a tiny thing of holy water, right?
It just says water.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I remember.
I have incense.
But you
Incense
don't remember where
around.
you got that. It seems to be. It's
No,
like
but I am saying
yeah.
I do know my God has to do with
you do.
the sea and water. So
Make
water
a,
help.
Make a religion check.
I
for me.
cool. Got +2
Just
to
to
that.
try.
Wait,
This would be. There's a
I thought
specific
your
spell
god
that
was your
does this,
wife.
so I don't want to give it away.
She's my wife, but I feel like a little
Wait,
obnoxious saying that.
you married
is
the
all.
ocean?
I mean, God of the ocean.
Oh shoot! Okay.
Alright, cool. We got 5 total.
5 total.
Yes.
Big money.
Because we're rolling today.
That's the most evil smile of all time.
You're not sure if you can get any type of direct. Although you can receive some power. You're not sure if you can achieve a direct communication here.
Without being in person. Gotcha.
But you feel like if you could, maybe a slight lean towards yes.
Well, because when we went in the direction of the stone last time, it took us to the water. Which would make sense if my God wants me to go there.
Should I try to compete with my god? Because my god's like a mountain.
I mean, do you want to? I think that could be a good
You can see
idea.
base of them.
I have a.
Yeah, they were
I have a
far enough
+4 to
away.
re-
where
oh, I have
the wall horizon
proficiency
was like
too, so-
forest,
Oh
and
my
you
God,
see the
how
rest
dare
of them.
I got a +6 because I.
Oh wait, I do have a
Proficiency in
proficiency bonus.
religion?
It doesn't do much.
Uh,
It would make it a 7.
In trying to do different and trying to here I'll just give you both in terms of examining the stonework and trying to do seemingly a bunch of different things. You learn a little bit more about yourself. Cool.
Got dark vision. Okay, I'm gonna try to do a religion check. Oh, okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh, wow.
And then you have a
I got a 22.
a 22.
Oh my god.
I got
Wow.
a nat 16.
Okay, and this is for.
This thing is like a holy relic.
What were you checking out with the religion thing?
I was just seeing
She was
like
trying to
how my
communicate
god
with her own
felt.
deity.
Yeah.
Can I communicate with my mountain deity and see what the right thing is? Because she was worried, like,
I forget your
I'm worried
spells.
about
What is your
dying.
spell? Because I'm not sure if you.
I don't think you had the like commune
Yeah,
spell.
I'm looking for augury specifically. But
I felt like someone did at one point.
with a 22,
We can make it work.
I'll let you cast a riskier version of it.
Okay.
Not as definite. And I'll roll to see how true it is. This is not a roll for the outcome. This is a roll for how true it is. Okay. Sensing you. The first thing that you practiced similar like connections before. Not specifically that it, and the only reason you know that is because you know how to do it. You reach out and you take two of your incense sticks and you balance one on top of the other, and you close your eyes and you wait, and you try to reach out, and you see as it moves one way and then the other, and it falls. And you know this. You know that one way would have meant yes, one way would have meant no. Still would have meant unsure, but falling off usually means that destiny is that the destiny of the situation is non-restrictive. That it is fully up to you, and that in a situation like this, there might not be a right answer.
let's follow the stone. Let's fight! Like,
We taking a vote on following the stone?
I mean, are there a lot of people that definitely want to follow it? And I'm feeling a bit conflicted.
I think, and this is just my perspective.
Well, I would just say if we have someone who knows what they want to do, and since I'm conflicted, I'm like, okay, with just go up
let's
that.
follow the stone. Follow the stone!
Yeah.
Yeah, short kings.
Oh yeah.
It's just kind of, if you are surrounded by these towers, I mean, regardless of where we're going to go, we're going to end up at one. I think we could explore a bit more, see if there's anything else we can find to help us.
I'm okay with doing that, actually. That's my fun.
Well, the cricket is not chirp. Just saying.
So, what if we explore a little bit with the end goal of heading to?
And if, for
Where the stone
example, we
points.
start heading another direction and the mist around starts getting bigger again, that means we're heading towards the tower, right? It's not just the direction of the stone. The mist also indicates if we're going the right direction.
I'm not upset about it, just because I'm hella
You
confused.
seem upset.
No, like,
You
we're-
seem quite upset about it.
I'm seething.
Enraged.
Like, there's like that vein.
Sure, bro. Whatever.
Short people things, I guess.
Yeah. Chihuahua syndrome.
How tall am I actually? I'm not very tall.
Yeah, your teeth. Like,
I mean, I'm 5.
No, well, Keithan's could be you're. No, yeah, I think you're about. If I'm remembering the developed character sheets that I made a while ago. I think you're like 5'10", 5'11".
I was gonna say, I feel like you were a little bit taller than
Yeah.
me, but not
Ooh,
that
that
what's
much.
the
man.
weather
Ooh.
like up there? Like,
Right.
You
Oh.
wish you knew.
yeah, I do.
Smells like victory up here.
We like get on top of each other's shoulders.
Or
Like, reach
tower.
the top
Like a
of the,
trench
like,
coat situation.
fog
Of course.
radius.
Let's go somewhere else.
Okay.
Do we want to
We
go
can
like?
compromise.
I feel
Alright.
like we should go sort of in like a general direction of the stone, but like kind of not the exact direction.
What's
Yeah.
the opposite direction?
I was
Just
thinking,
keep
well,
going south,
opposite
right?
direction would.
Well, we were going.
Now
We were
our
going
class
Is
west.
now about 30% full.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm thinking is, you know how we headed directly away from the stone before?
Yeah.
What if we had like the stone is pointing
Well,
this
you-
way?
you
We're
said
gonna
that-
take a left and just keep it like pointing to the right of us.
You said the stone was kind of pointing in like all the cardinal directions.
Yeah,
Like it
and
would
then
glow
and then it's
strongly.
still pointing in the non-cardinal direction, but just not
Yeah.
as strongly.
So I feel like we can't go wrong.
All right,
Try
cool. Let's go in
Right.
one of the not as strong ways.
Okay.
Let's go left.
Okay.
Left.
One of the ways.
Yeah, we're going left.
We still
East.
every time we start a new trail, we talked about this at the last one. I set
Yeah.
down 2 when we went west.
Okay.
There's 1 when we're going south. So I guess we'll do 3 for left.
3 is make a little L shape.
Have you been traveling and changing directions?
Well,
or are
because
you
we did
choosing-
once we got to the like
We
clearing.
went like
we
straight
went
south,
west.
then west, and now we're going like.
Okay.
So since we like went in a new direction, I thought
Okay,
would be
okay,
at the beginning
gotcha.
of the clearing for the couple
so
extra.
zigzagging a bit, talking as you're walking, being like, you know what? Let's change our minds.
Yeah.
You start to make your way now. I'm gonna say southwest. So one of the non-cardinal
Yeah.
directions.
Left.
My favorite
left,
direction.
yeah, left. You end up traveling probably for another. I'm trying to think about the geometry of the situation. Yeah, you end up traveling probably for another, like I'll say 30 minutes before any of you notice specific changes. Over those 30 minutes, you notice the following: the radius of the mist is getting larger, but not as quickly as it was before.
Cool.
It is the stone, very interestingly, is actually getting dimmer. It's maintaining the same overall level of brightness, but it seemingly, instead of being as divided as it was, is now evening out to almost be the same level of brightness over the entire stone. No idea what that might mean, or some of you might have clues or hints at what that might be.
Do I know what that means?
No.
Yeah.
Do I know
I'll
what
say
that
some of you can say. I'll say I don't want to say none of you know what that means. If you figure it out for yourself, I'll put it that way.
Can I figure it out for myself?
Insight
Can I
check?
roll for figuring
Sure.
out myself?
Roll an
We're like to
intelligence check.
intimidate.
Who has the best intelligence?
I mean, we could all do
I'm
checks.
I have +2.
We could all do
I have
different
+3.
checks if you want.
Everyone takes turns looking at the bag and seeing if they can come up with any ideas.
Okay.
Now you can roll for
Could you
the
guide us?
Will you give me
Can
help?
you guide us?
Can you guide us?
Yes,
Guide
guidance.
Doing it? Well, just each of us do it
Yeah.
once
Okay.
every 6 seconds.
Guidance.
in a row. So everyone's lining up with the bag and you're going guidance.
So is our
Guidance.
concept
Well, I'll probably give you the
Oh,
best.
that's really
But
good.
this is just intelligence because this isn't
Remember to add
related
that.
to the magical effect. This is just basically trying to figure out
Could I roll
a
a?
logical scenario of what's going on.
Could I
right
roll
now.
Rose
either?
stands
I
up
got
right
a
now.
20.
24,
Oh my
20.
god!
Mine,
Without
Are
adding.
you all adding
mine's a
d4s?
0, so
Oh,
that's
oh,
Oh, wait,
funny.
wait,
I
how do you
got a
do
nat
D4? How do you
You
do
get to add
Oh.
d4.
Yeah.
How do you
24.
add-
Oh my god.
24, 24.
That's like max.
Could I roll something not intelligence?
No, it's just
instead?
intelligence.
Okay, I was gonna say could I roll like
It's gonna be
survival?
funny.
No, no.
Great, cool. Okay, I got an 8.
8.
All right. Oh, genius! I got a 9.
You don't add
Heyo.
anything?
9.
Oh, I thought I had the D4.
Oh no. I just
You
meant.
have
This is gonna be a
No,
group
never
check.
mind.
Yeah.
I would like to consult the cricket. On
Wait,
my
it's a
24.
group check. Do like half of us have to succeed then, or?
We
Okay,
both
who
got
has-
24.
no.
All
Okay,
right.
who got that? Who
What did you roll
I know.
Who
specifically?
got not?
The
Okay.
base roll.
7.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna. Can I give myself guidance?
Yeah, actually.
Got this.
Oh damn. It's not looking great, honestly. Okay. 12, 14.
Alright.
Come on, you got it.
I'll give you guidance too.
You can do this. Big money, no whammies.
I give her a kiss on the cheek.
Okay, I got an 18.
Okay. Barely.
That was close.
Out of everyone, barely.
Yeah.
You all piece together that most likely what is happening, because the reason I had you roll a base intelligence check is because this is basically just me telling you what this means.
Okay, cool.
You all gather that since the stone always maintains the same level of brightness, just dispersed depending on where it's pointing, the fact that it's evening out means that it could be pointing in all directions equally simultaneously. Maybe not every direction, but wherever it's pointing, they're equally spaced around you now.
So this is the center now.
Most likely, what this means is that although before there were individual areas that were very obviously directions of what you gathered might be towers. Here, most likely it's gone from there are towers in this direction, and from bright to dim, there's more this way. To you might have passed them, and now there is one in front, one this way, and one this way that are all equal distance from you.
Tight.
Let's go to the one in front, right? I don't know.
I was gonna say we could just keep going the same
Like,
direction.
exploring, are there any like towns, signs of life, things in the
Are there
in the
even
area?
birds chirping?
No, there's not.
There's no
Oh, wow.
animals.
You
like, at
can't.
all.
You hear the.
Bro, there's the
You
cricket.
take a
Don't
second.
disrespect
To,
him.
you take a second to like take in your surroundings. There
I
are
also have a
no
super
I'm gonna-
sounds of wildlife. There's no wind.
I'm gonna use
You
another
cannot see
divine
the
sense.
sky.
Actually.
There are no shadows.
So we're like a Twilight Zone type thing.
Yeah.
I just decided to use another divine sense.
So-
so anything within 60 feet.
My understanding of the mist is there may be things around us, but they are frozen in time. Like there may be wildlife or animals or people or whatever in the mist, but like because they're in the mist, they are not alive right now. Like,
It's
in a time sense.
Can I try something really weird?
Sure. Well, depends on what it is.
Okay.
Well, you can always try it.
So, can I like? Is there anything that I can like break around me, like a stone or something like that, that I can like hit with my hammer?
There are sticks.
Okay. Can I break a stick, throw all the pieces of the stick into the fog, and then try to cast mending and see if that'll mend it?
While
Sure.
it's in the fog.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sure.
because then you're kind of turning
What's
back
the range
time
on
on it.
mending? It'll be at the top of the card. It should be pretty.
Where's it?
It'll say touch 5
And you
feet.
guys
Touch.
are like
Touch?
special time
Yeah.
magic.
You would have to touch it to mend it.
Oh.
Do you want to do that?
Cut off your finger.
Get in the mist. How likely are you to die? Like,
So
Yeah.
I
You
did
don't-
not die. I got
could
stuck in
I
it.
have one hand out of the mist and one
So,
hand in the mist?
when you
Pull
go-
it out?
When you go towards it, like it's like a thickness almost. Like as you get closer and closer to the thick part of the mist, it gets like more difficult to push through the mist. Like it's like a physical thicker barrier, if that makes sense. So if you go too far and your whole body is out there, we have to move the stone to get here.
But we could always move the stone to get
Yeah,
you.
okay,
So
the
if you want
stone,
to try
okay.
it.
Okay, you're gonna try it.
I'll try it. Yeah.
Okay, you throw you break a stick and throw both ends in, and they stop. There's a moment as you see that it slows, and it nothing from what you all have seen. It doesn't necessarily stop. It just slows to the point where it basically is standing still. You start to put your hand in to interact with it. As it feels like similar to what was just described to you. Initially, it's kind of like you're pushing through water, then like syrup, then molasses, and then there's a point where you're pretty close to the stick at this point, but you aren't touching it, and you're pushing, and you can't move your hand anymore, and you cannot feel your hand anymore.
I just want everybody to know I got stuck with like the dumbest expression on my face.
You are fine because you said you were doing this, right?
Yeah.
You're still there. Your arm specifically is just stuck.
I'm just gonna like get something to get the stone. Like the stone was.
Are you trying to pull your arm out?
Yeah. Well, I'm not
Roll.
gonna pull it that hard. Like.
Just like gentle tug so
Yeah.
that when the stone gets there, you're already like.
As the stone moves closer, the stick starts to move again, and so does your hand. Are you gonna try to catch it midair?
No, it's okay. I was just seeing if I could. Like,
Mission aborted.
I have.
Yeah,
So do you have to use anything to use mending?
Wait, I
No.
know. Okay.
Could you use mending on a dead rabbit?
No.
I think. I think
I don't know how
it's
this magic stuff works.
I think that's more of like revivify.
I do
instead of,
have
like,
a slightly different idea. Okay, what if you're holding the broken stick, put your arm
Oh
in the
my-
mist,
yeah.
and then try the cast mending because you're already holding the stick.
You try that.
Yeah.
How far are you pushing into the mist? The point where you
Like,
can't feel anymore,
No,
or like
just
where
like
it's just slow?
barely into the.
Okay.
mist.
You cast it, and you see what you assume is probably for the first time ever. Your spell go off in slow motion.
Oh, that's tight as shit.
You
For real.
see small chunks of wood that were on the ground around you from when you broke the stick dissolve and go away. You cannot see them on the ground near your feet anymore. And you see that as bits of wood intertwine and reconnect, the pieces of wood that were originally fragmented and lost reappear there from where they were. This is the first time that you've seen exactly how your mending spell works. And I'll say this is knowledge that you can carry with you in the future.
Cool. All right. Well, it works.
That's kind of
cool.
I mean,
It's not like a completely like anti-field. Like things could still happen inside
Yeah.
of it, just albeit slow. I wish somebody had haste. Does anybody have haste?
yeah.
No. Yeah, that's true.
So do we want to keep going southwest?
What do you guys think?
Let's keep going left.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes, sir.
By that you mean you're turning left, or by
No,
that
we're
you mean
going
you're
straight
turning
on.
right?
We're
We're not going in a circle. Left.
Heading, continuing onward, about 30, I'll say about 31 minutes. In that time, you start to gain signs that you three have experienced before. The forest starts to clear. The radius of the mist has now increased past the point where you started. It's now about, not by much, probably about 40 feet in diameter versus 30. As you all continue onward, the forest decreases in density, and a more brush appears, and you get a more heavy scent of the seawater that you've sensed before.
This is great.
It is glowing bright. It is starting to glow brighter in the direction you are heading.
All right.
Sweet. Left is the. How do we feel about that direction still?
So it's just like changed from glowing in a cardinal direction to now the direction we're heading in is glowing.
It seems like you are you continuously heading in a, although not cardinal, 45-degree opposite direction, has, even though not sooner, eventually led you to an area where it is now guiding you in the same direction you're heading.
Could I make a survival check to see if I can figure out the quickest route to the water?
Sure.
Okay. And if I have proficiency, that means I have my proficiency bonus as well.
Yes.
Okay. So
Well, the I've already calculated out the value for you in the line. So if it says like plus whatever, that already includes the skill and the proficiency bonus.
all right, cool. So that's a 14.
Oh, it
14?
does. Okay, I definitely rolled something wrong earlier.
You're fine.
Alright.
You're fine.
Unless someone
You
wants
don't remember what it
to
is,
give
I
me
can't
guidance.
resurrect.
Don't do it.
I don't know if I
Yeah.
can do that, but I have +4 in survival.
I mean, you could roll it too. I got 14.
Okay, cool. I'll roll it. So I got a 16.
Okay, I'll say generally, you sense that it is at least getting stronger as you've been traveling more recently.
Yeah.
You do not know if that means you're heading straight for it or you're kind of coming past it and you're now at your closest point or
Yeah.
you're starting away. You don't know. I'll say that if you want, you can keep checking over the next like few minutes of travel.
I would like to do that.
Okay. You're getting closer. You're still getting closer.
Okay.
You want to go to the water?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of like where my wife is most powerful. So
All right, okay, cool.
Are you heading onward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys cool with that?
So
Pressing it every
Yeah.
minute.
can I gather how many of my infusions I've used currently?
How many are what?
Infusions.
You used
Because I have the brim. I don't know if
Yes.
that counts as one.
that is one.
Okay, and then I've got the bag.
Yep, that's another one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think you can only have 2 active.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are infusions?
I get funny things.
an artificer thing.
Oh,
I
you're an
get funny
artificer.
things.
What class are all of you guys, by the way?
Paladin.
Paladin,
Rogue.
rogue.
I'm not like darkness. Do I have to change them?
Yeah.
Is it over a short rest or can I just does it take time?
It does take time. It's
Okay.
either short or long rest, but it is a rest.
Okay, gotcha.
I am not sure about removing one though. You may be able to do that immediately if you wanted to destroy your bag of holding and then wait until a short rest to get it back, but it's up to you.
Keep going.
Are you all heading onward?
Mhm.
Okay, same direction.
Is there anything noticeable about where we were that? Indicate-
Besides the sparser forest and the appearance of more brush, no, not really.
Okay.
All right, heading onward, you the forest gets even sparser. The brush gets denser to the point where it's more like there is brush and the occasional tree. There are areas of more sandy ground. You've seen this before. You gather intuitively that you're most likely coming up on one of the bodies of salt water that you had found before. And I'll say that as this circle of mist increases, you eventually do. You see the border of the water. And I'll say as you get closer, the one thing that you notice is because you are not arriving at the same point, you do not see the boat.
Well, the boat's not here this time.
You want to talk to your wife about getting us across there?
Yeah, I was thinking about
There's
that.
some sea turtles or something.
Yeah, I was also like, if I just drink the water, will I get a brain-eating amoeba? But I decided I might.
Or would I have to go through it? I was like, it'd be cool if I could do like a foldable boat or something.
Here's what I'll say. Your pack, it's not like, the way that I interpret Artificer and specifically the infusion of creating a magical item, which is one of the infusions that your Artificer has chosen. That's the only reason you can have it. The idea is that your, over a rest, you can create one of them. And in the role play setting that I'm choosing, you aren't copying one. The idea is that you're using the knowledge that you have from seeing similar ones to invent your own.
Yes.
And the same way, that's why your bag doesn't look 100% like a bag of holding. And I'll say that even the technique that you use to make it is completely different. So if you wanted to, remembering the fact that you in your mind, you see the water and you see there's no boat and you're like, shoot. And you're like, well, I wonder if I could make one.
It would take 8 hours. But I could do it.
Do you think we have 8 hours based on how much hourglass we have left?
Can't believe you guys levitate. Can you try to find the boat?
It's about 50% full.
I'm also still holding the
Yeah.
thing
Yeah.
here. So
Yeah.
The other solution we have is just follow along the shoreline and see if we can find a boat.
Should we do that?
I think that's kind of one of our only options. We've got half our time left.
let's go
Why do
left.
we need the
What
boat
does
anyways?
insight
So that, well,
do?
How
do
do
we
we
all
cross
feel
the water?
comfortable swimming across the water?
Well, why do we need to get across the water? Is what I'm asking. Are we
That's
just
where we have to
approaching like
take
a?
this
That's where the
stone.
tower
That's
is.
where the
Tower's
tower
That's
is.
where
water.
the tower is.
Oh, it's in the water.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
I missed that.
Sorry, it's
So
No, I don't
what
think we said
does-
it.
Does insight help me find a boat in this situation?
I think it'd have to be perception. or
Perception?
investigation.
I can try perception.
I'll say without a check, you cannot see beyond the mist. There is no boat within the mist.
Do we want to follow along the shoreline?
Yeah.
Do we want to go to the right or to the left?
That's what I was about to ask you.
left.
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 Let's go left.
Left is always right.
All right.
I
Heading
mean,
left,
eventually, if it's a
around
circle.
what you three see right now is kind of just like the shoreline of probably maybe an ocean. Just start heading left along the shore. It takes about another. I'm trying to look at the distances here in my mind. Yeah, it takes probably about another hour until you come across the boat.
What is our hourglass looking like now?
It's around. It's around.
It fits.
Yeah.
It's around a point.
Yeah. It's around 70% full.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
By the time you come
I
across.
guess on the road.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was funny. God, I can't believe my first attempt was. 'Cause-
1 and 1/3.
then I was
One
like,
and
it's
one
1 and
out
1/3
of
fifths.
Yeah.
Which I could not figure out what that was. You did not out loud.
I didn't. I just said 1 and 1/3. You guys were like, what?
We got a lot of time, I guess.
It's like, we're doing great.
We already filled it up. It's overflowing.
Energy overflow.
Where's the score coming
Negative,
from?
yeah, negative 2/3 full.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You all end up coming across the boat. It is in the same state as it was the last time you were here. Interestingly,
Cool.
but what is also interesting is you see the path that you all have walked on before, heading back into the woods.
But how did we go north and end up here?
That's definitely not
That's
the
not
way
what
that
we
we came originally. We're definitely not there, right?
Don't ask me.
No, because you
Okay,
guys went
hold on.
north last time,
We went-
right?
So
There is a heavily trodden path that leads up
Here's
to
the
the area.
original
Can I roll like Arcana
Original
on
tower.
the space-time mist?
We
Because
went
like I
here,
experienced
and then we
being
went west,
frozen
then
in
we
the
went
mist and like not.
We
Sure,
turned
and you've
left.
seen around. Yeah, sure.
then went southwest,
And then we turned left.
and then we turned
Left.
left.
And we just walked in a circle.
And now we're here.
And then we went this way, and now we're over here.
Well,
No, we walked in a
we're
circle
here.
along the
And then we
shore.
went left.
By going left,
For
we
an
walked around the
hour?
entire thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which one of you? One of you, I believe. When you were at the top of the tower, you shined a light. Which one of you did that?
Not me.
Any of you?
I don't.
She has the spell like.
Yes, it was when you. It was when your character was there. But you were.
I don't recall. I was like, what did I say?
I'll say
I
that.
think it was daytime when I was there. I
Yeah,
don't think
it was
night.
recent. No, yeah, it was day. It was day when this transpired. It was probably the session that no one added was here. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But the artificer was there, and so was so was the road. So I'll say you both have a slight memory of. Actually, you know what? Could both of you make an Arcana check for me?
I got a 12.
Okay, Arcana. It can also be intelligence, and then if you, no, I'm not gonna have you add history anymore.
Guidance.
Wow, that's so cool.
I'll do Arcana. That'd be a 9.
It escapes you.
Could I give the help action at all?
Remember!
Am I just like talking
So,
Well,
to
yeah.
both already
Slaps
rolled
him silly.
separately. Both already rolled separately. So here's what I'll say. Because what would you roll?
I rolled a 12.
A 12? It is just to remember what happened. I'm not gonna, and with a 12, I will not explain anything that it might mean related to the situation that you're trying to resolve. You remember a slight memory of when you were at the top of the tower another time. You tested by casting light, and you saw a light emit from every other tower in the distance.
Wow,
Oh, so
were
they're
smart
all
to
the
do
same tower.
That's wacky.
that. They should have put that on the stone.
What if, okay, hear me out. We take the boat, we go back in the direction we were, like back to where we were, and then we go up to see if there's that tower there. Or do we think that'll take too much time?
I think they're just all the same tower.
Yeah, I
so
think
we
they're all
might-
the
Yeah.
same tower.
What if we go past the tower?
I mean, we could try it.
The
I think
mist
the
will
only
probably
reason
start-
we didn't before.
Because like
Well,
the mist goes away as you
And
get closer
we've
to
already
the tower.
used a lot of time with
You said
an
it's like
hourglass.
70%?
Yeah, the only, I feel like the
To get
other,
back where we were, it would take another hour.
we've got two options, which are like,
I'll
go
say
to
by
the
this
tower
point,
or
you,
not.
You have all gauged, like, it's about, you can't pinpoint it exactly, but it seems to be about a fifth, like 20% like per hour that you've been out there.
Yeah.
None of you have like, I would say none of you have like exact internal clocks, so it's hard to tell, but that's the closest approximation.
Because
that
we
you
only
all
have like
together can make.
2 hours.
So like our options are we go to the tower or we go past the tower. Once we're at the tower, however, we could, I know you really want to go in the pit that one time. We could go in the pit if you want to again.
You're sort of
Okay.
in the pit.
There's a
Oh, you
pit?
did the graded waterfall smash your boat on pit?
We did almost jump in the pit, yeah.
I'll jump in the pit.
I don't know about that, man. What does the cricket do talking about the pit?
It is not true.
I'm not going in that pit.
Wow. We could also
Whoever
still
told me.
deactivate the rack. With the other rack.
The pit that they're referring to,
I think I know
you believe is the large grate that all of the water is flowing into what seems like just an abyss below.
I don't know if that's a great idea.
I don't know
You
if it's
could
a
cast
bad idea.
light down the pit though. You could see what's in the
So
pit.
we
You
should
have
go to the
smash
tower
your
then.
boat on the pit to get to the grates, though.
No, we got close to it without smashing our
The
boat.
what I think they're referring to is that in front, you remember that in front, it's
Yeah.
not just an open entryway, there is a portcullis in the way,
What is it?
like a grate.
Yeah.
With very large separations.
Mhm.
Large enough for possibly a person to squeeze through, not big enough for anything. Not big enough for anything larger. Like the larger ones than you would probably have a tough time squeezing.
But that means we could get up to it.
you could. You
and
could get up
at
to
least
it.
get a light in there.
The problem would be speed when encroaching it the last times that you have come across it.
So I don't know what you guys did previously, but what we did was we took a rope and just had one person jump onto like the shore or whatever it was, on like the tower. It's not the shore, but whatever. And they held it so that we wouldn't go flying.
Sounds like a fun idea.
Okay.
Y'all wanna jump in the pit?
I have a +0 to dexterity. Like, I feel like I might not be the best person to go. in the
My guy has like
pit.
+5 athletics, so we could try to do that.
Or maybe not jump in the pit. Let's just get to the
I think we
Tower.
should let's just get to the
So
tower for now.
whenever
Yeah.
we were going to the tower with the boat, we made like a grapple hook out of the crowbar and the rope.
You have a crowbar?
I have a crowbar.
I'm-
Okay,
I have
well-
a rope harness.
I don't have a crowbar.
Wait, you have a harness?
Yeah, I have a harness.
You have-
Lower
We
you
could
Your
descend
the
with
rope
someone
is
in.
tied into like not like a bag-like shape, but like a relatively like medium-sized shape with two like
Somebody could rock climb.
like something. It seems like you hold it over and you're like, oh, and you could if you wanted put it on like a backpack and carry something. It's a pretty big like
okay.
rope holster.
Oh, like if I wanted to put the rock in it or something and drag it behind me, that kind of thing.
I think we can keep the rock.
No, we can get the rock in the bag. I'm just asking about size things. I don't have strength like that. Like,
So, do we have to pull the boat to us, or is it just like, what's the
Um,
situation?
It's like the last time you have been in this situation.
Are we in the
The
boat?
radius of the stone in the fog does not. It extends probably to like the first third of the boat, but does not extend past it. And from your situation with your hand, you most likely right now you're not going to be able to pull that boat out. As you encroach on the shore, for you three, I'll describe. In the denser fog, where you can still see, but things are frozen, there are like waves that are like mid lap onto the shore. As you come up with the stone, they crash into the small ones crash into the shore and then settle. And there is an area of a circle of still water as the water settles and has nowhere to go. And as you come, you are carving out a stillness in the water with the stones. And
can you make it the boat closer to us?
I don't know if I can do anything that heavy.
Well, we could at least get closer to it by like,
still,
up to our knees
I
or
don't mind
something.
getting wet.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah. So we wade in the water.
Yeah, you're going in. Brim follows you.
Yay.
Love you, Brim.
As you get closer, you get close enough. You have to wade a bit, but as you get close enough, probably to about chest level, the boat is now fully within the radius.
Chest level on
I'm
our
doggy
short
paddling.
kings.
Yeah, I'm like this.
Well, are you all wading in, or
Well, we have to because of the stone.
I'm grabbing
We're at
onto
least-
like
Yeah.
his back.
I
the
can-
radius of the stone is pretty large now.
It's okay. So
Okay.
Could
I'll
someone,
wade in the furthest, I guess. Then, yeah.
I'm
So
trying
that
to drown
short
it.
kings
I'll go
don't.
like halfway there so that like
Yeah.
Like,
the
Yeah.
entire boat
You
is
all space out based on height
Yeah.
Sounds
to
good.
make sure everyone gets the least amount of water coverage
Marco.
while maintaining the boat inside of the radius. And as you do, you see the boat as the water settles at a bit lower of a level. As soon as the rest of the boat's in it, it moves a bit and like stays and floats in the water. It seems to be free of the effect of the mist.
grab it.
I'm gonna pull the boat towards
Grab the
us.
boat.
Right. You wade over and you grab the rope and you start like pulling it so that it's in the shallower water. And you were able to dock the boat. It seems to be large enough to hold 6 comfortably, 8 pushing it. And there are 8 of you.
All right.
I can swim next to it.
Yeah, my guy can swim too.
Anyone want to get in the bag with the?
I'll get in the bag. I'll get in the bag.
I'm
With
not
the
about-
rock.
You won't just leave it open. I don't know.
Yeah, like, give me like a straw so I can like, breathe out of the bag.
Just leave it open so the air can get in. and stuff.
Okay.
But like
I'm just
Are you getting
gonna-
in the
I'll
bag?
get in the
Is
bag.
there anyone else that get in the
I'm
bag?
gonna like tie
The
part of my rope to myself.
the gnome volunteers.
all right, yeah.
He goes, oh, I will gladly get in there.
So that means that we don't have to swim now.
Jumps in,
Yeah,
pokes his,
we're
he,
good.
he pokes his head up and he goes,
Valdor?
I won't.
Let me get in the bag. Are you getting in the bag?
Don't lose your baby.
Do you want me to? Yeah, she's in the bag.
That's 3 people.
I don't think
Back.
we-
Oh, there's another person.
Yeah,
the gnome
no.
got in there.
Okay, never mind. Me and the gnome could roll in the bag.
Yeah, the gnome, like the rock actually, like usually the bag would probably be really horrible to sit there with another person because it's like a loose hammock. Like you're pushed like next to each other in it, right? the rock provides enough of a stable area where you can both like sit kind of on it and like kind of like look up out of it. There's not. It's like the bag's like right up on your face all around.
We just
But
actually leave it
And you're in there with Erica's stuff.
Yeah.
yeah, the
I'm
pack's
going
like
through
the
Erica's
pack's
stuff.
sitting in between. Yeah, well, you can look at her now.
I'm doing that. I pull out a deck of cards and I just start like playing with the gnome.
I'll say roll a d20 for me.
Oh my god.
Are you betting anything?
Oh,
Oh, you're
oh,
playing
for the
cards.
cards.
I mean, my character
That was a
sheet says never.
5.
6.
Damn it.
You both play horribly. and the gnome wins via playing cricket. Wait, no. Oh, I win. Yeah.
Damn it.
Wow.
It's like, and then just like looks up. How's it going up there?
We're
By
just
this point, you all have untied the boat. Ventured in. Who's rowing?
I'll row.
The boat can
Okay.
take 4 rowers.
I'll row.
1, 2,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can row.
3.
I thought you were in the bag.
No,
No,
she's not.
not anymore.
Oh.
Do we want to
Wait,
get
what do you
the
mean?
ranger to
Yeah, the
row?
elf volunteers to row one of the oars.
So we need one more still, or?
No, we're good.
Oh,
We're
they're
good.
good.
What are those things called when people stand at the front of the boat and they're just like, row?
Useless people.
So true.
Whoever's at the head of the boat, I'm gonna give guidance to, just in case they do any like perception checks
Okay.
or anything.
I mean, I
Who
have
wants to be
navigator's
in front?
tools is the only thing, but I am rowing still, so I could just be closer to the front.
I mean, I'll stay and look ahead as well.
Okay.
Because I've got
I can
flown
roll
around. It's only more sense in the
perception,
middle.
just so I see when we're coming up on the, like,
As you take off,
I also have proficiency in vehicles water.
As you're going.
that is a 21.
A 21.
That is a 21.
I have proficiency in water vehicles.
And you cast.
Oh,
Yeah, you
shoot.
do.
Yeah.
You do.
So-
So would you rather row or guide?
Would guiding be more helpful?
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, I'll guide.
Okay,
instead
then
of-
I'll say that. Yeah, for the first, it's just make just make a roll. Just a straight
Well,
roll.
my roll's shitty. Okay.
With your proficiency added.
Okay. Gotcha. Can I get guidance on that?
Yes.
Cool.
From the bag.
From the bag. Okay.
A hand emerges.
All right. That is
I got
15.
around.
You got this.
That's
What?
15, including the bonus.
15. Okay, so 15 for navigating the boat correctly, and what was that? 21 for perception. You all make quick work of keeping the boat straight and true based on the stone, which you and the gnome are yelling up directions so often. Shift them to the right a bit. As you continue onward, everyone that's not in the bag clearly sees the radius of the mist increasing way quicker than it did before. Familiar to you three. Eventually, it is far enough for you to see back the direction you came, and a building in the distance. It is a spire that climbs hundreds of feet in the air, made of a similar type of stone as the rock, as the stone that you all have been carrying with you. You all are coming up on a corner of what seems like a square coming out in the direction you are, more diamond-shaped base. The corner that you're all encroaching on has a small landing that is probably about a foot or so above the surface of the water. And the water seems to be, there seems to be 2 areas to the right and left of that divergence with large grates of the portcullis that I talked about earlier. You can't make it out from this far of a distance, but it seems like it's open enough for water to be able to flow in it if time wasn't frozen there. As you two are playing cards, the stone under you over the course of the next few games starts to glow brighter. At first, it's like, that's easy to see now.
Yeah.
After a little bit, though, it's like you're kind of like it's hard to see the cards based on the silhouette. It's hard to read them.
The real reason why you lose.
I pull out some of those like Aussies.
Start making up the cards.
As you eventually the stone flares incredibly bright and then dims again. At the same point, although different people are going to see different things in the situation, since that is in the bag, you will see a singular point at the top of the tower flare bright blue, and a radius extend, sweeping away the mist around you, and all of the water resumes flowing. You see there are tens of thousands of gallons of water flowing into these two
All right,
holes on the
row in
side
the
of this
opposite
area.
direction.
Um,
Other direction,
And at
gang.
this point, the current, although slow at this distance, starts to take the boat towards seemingly a diverging path that will then head directly into the two pits.
Can I row in the opposite direction to
You
get us
instruct
to go
everyone
slower?
to turn around and start rowing in the opposite
It's like
direction.
we're trying to slow this down. Okay.
I go ahead and make my grappling hook with the crowbar in the room.
Okay.
I am relaying that I saw it bright in and dim to all of you guys. So.
It's like, yeah, the mist is gone. Just so you know.
Um,
To avoid going down the pit,
can
can I make the whole boat levitate with all of us in it?
I see levitate?
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
That'd be pretty great.
Should have just done that from the start, honestly.
Honestly, yeah. We could have just like.
Can I make the whole
We
boat
could've been-
levitate so that
The
we
boat,
don't go?
with the boat with everybody on it does weigh more than 500 pounds.
What's in the bag though?
But,
They're in the bag.
well, the bag itself only weighs 15 even with everyone in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so minus them, it would only be 6 people, not including the stone. The gnome is in the bag, and he's the lightest one anyway. So it's still, the group as a total, even with everyone in the bag, is still a little over 500 pounds.
So what if
If
someone
only-
swapped places
if-
with the gnome?
If someone swapped places with the gnome, if the heaviest person did, you could probably barely do it.
That's probably
Well, I
you
could
or
get out of
me.
the bag because I'm probably
Just
light
let
too.
it
Because I'm a
work.
dwarf.
Well, you might be
If
heavily
you
armored though.
levitate something,
Yeah.
and
I
then
have
something
light
gets on top
medium
of that,
armor.
Okay.
you're not casting
I have
the thing
that
on
beta
the thing
thing.
on top of the thing. So
Scale.
does it, like, say she were to cast levitate on the ship,
Yeah.
would just the ship have to be less than 500 pounds?
Yeah, wait. This is interesting. The
Technicality.
target
Yeah, it's weird. It's also, is there a size restriction on it?
Here's what I'll say. You can levitate with the 500 pounds, and you can change its altitude by 20 feet in either direction on your turn. And it lasts up to 10 minutes. Here's what I will say. Given the nature of the spell, and the rule, I will say that I will reduce its duration to 1 minute if you cast it in this way. But I will allow you to cast it if everyone is basically holding onto each other on the group as a whole. And instead of 20 feet in any direction, it'll be 10 feet in any direction.
Okay.
So you have 1 minute and 10 feet in any direction to move as you please, and after that, everyone falls.
So should we do
Alright,
as
Is
close
that
to
per
the
round
pit
or
as
over the course of the
possible
minute?
and then levitate? So like closer to those
Over the course of the
things?
minute. Like you're levitating something in position,
Okay.
and then you can drift it from that position outside
Is
of that
that-
position, but you're constrained to that
Is that
spot.
because we're over 500 pounds? Or
That's because it is supposed to be for one creature. And the idea is in this situation is like if I levitate one creature and hook a weight to it, the idea would be it's harder to move it / it should
Okay.
descend.
So you're calling this bad.
You can keep it there. If you were doing like just the boat with no one on it, easy. Because it's one thing. Basically the idea here is you are targeting one person with this spell, and then everyone else is like grabbing on as they're moving
So,
around.
I have a question. Can I like roll survival to see when is the best time to get the most like grappling hook throws, so I can try to catch the boat, and then we can use levitate as like a failsafe.
Sure.
Is that good with you guys?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Sure.
All right. So do I roll survival to like?
Sure. Yeah, you can do survival.
That's an 11.
Can I help with that?
I don't know.
Sure. As the person leading the charge of the boat, you can control its speed, and as such,
Yeah.
I'll allow you to help.
Okay. What's your plus to survival?
Plus
Drink a
4.
mystery elixir.
All right. Yeah, I'll give
Drink
you
a
the help
mystery
action.
elixir.
I think we're doing
So you
stuff.
can read
No one has
Okay.
drunk one of those
I
yet.
think I want to drink a mystery
Everyone's
elixir.
just saved them.
I'll drink it.
That's 13.
13 with the advantage?
Yeah.
What was the highest roll between the two? 13?
13.
13?
I can also roll for survival too. But
I'll say that was a help, and I'll say
Yeah.
that's the one thing for this. I usually put rules in place like that unless it's a group check, because otherwise everyone's just gonna go
Yeah.
Palmer try.
Oh, you failed? Oh, let me go.
I do have another idea potentially. You said you have like a grappling hook, right?
Basically.
So if we could have the strongest person get levitated over to somewhere where they could stand, we give them the rope,
Could we just have
and
them
they could
jump?
try to pull us in.
Would that be athletics? Because in that case, I have a +5.
To jump between the boat. And
It's
the
either
water.
to pull them
levitate
in.
to the platform and then.
Specifically, I'm asking
There
to
would be
pull them
no
in.
check for that.
Okay. that
For
sounds like a plan.
for jumping there, I'd say from a moving boat onto a stationary target, and then you could choose between athletics and acrobatics depending on whether or not you're going for like a standing like jump and like grappling onto the surface with the crowbar, or you're trying to like do a running jump, land like fixed like a gymnast and tie it quickly.
I'm just trying to
around
do it for
something.
power. I want to do athletics
then you can
to
do
jump.
athletics.
Do you think that would be a better idea than trying to levitate?
Than wasting
all
a
of
spell
us?
slot, yeah.
Okay.
Wasted.
It's really
It's not wasting, but it is
Creatively
using it. And what if
used.
we need it sometime
6
else?
of us.
That's true. How many spell slots do we have across?
So I have a quick question about the survival roll. Do I get like extra throws? Like how many throws do I get to try to grapple us to them?
So if you're holding one end of the rope and you're throwing the other one, basically, or if you're waiting for the optimal time, 1, because you only get 1 optimal. If you're trying like a few times, you can do 1, reel it in, 1, reel it in, and then 1 final one and try to reel it in.
So 3.
But the DC will be higher for all of them than the 1 optimal throw.
Let's. Can you hold this for a second? The disc.
Sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
I lower my whip mage hand and give you the disc.
So you grab the disc with your hand.
I have gloves on, right?
Well, you know what? Questions out of the way. You just said you did it. I just wanted that.
Are you going to use your mage hand to get the grappling hook?
Yeah, I can grab a grapple.
Yeah, that's probably the smartest
when
way
we
to
get
do
to
it.
like 30 feet, I can just hook it around something.
If that's the case, I don't think we need to worry about that anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, I give you
Brim's
the
flying
end of the
along with
rope,
everyone as well.
and you get the
Yeah.
grappling
Can
hook.
it make coffee?
All right, I'm
I
holding
cast
on.
guidance on whoever
Yeah,
needs
you,
it the most.
No.
You have a
I-
you have a vague
You have
memory.
plus
It wouldn't
5.
be in the-
I would
Well,
say
here's the thing. He's
grappling
using
hook.
mage
It's
hand.
not
We
like
don't
They're
need.
gonna-
I'll save it then.
Yeah.
It's part I use that as part of
Bonus action.
action. You ask him for coffee? Or ask him for a drink?
No.
No?
Not really. I don't.
Wait.
Am I thirsty?
Yes. We've been walking all
Everyone's a
day.
bit, yeah, everyone's a bit
I have a
thirsty.
roasted
Let's get the
rabbit
drinks
in my
then.
pack.
Yeah,
if
you,
anybody
Wait, is
needs
that my
something.
dead rabbit?
Ow, wait.
I wonder if that's my dead rabbit.
It's a roasted
My,
rabbit.
my
You guys are
rabbit's
hungry?
crossed off. I think someone ate it.
Who like passed around my rabbit?
No, there's
Multiple
There's
rabbits.
multiple rabbits. Okay.
I have no rabbits.
A few of you are like, you're not like starving, but a few of you are a little bit hungry.
All right, let's definitely get to the place
Yeah.
where.
So you're having a mage hand go out.
Yeah, and
No,
I'm
okay.
holding the other end.
Pull it. Make sure
Yeah.
it's taut.
And I'll say as a group of the 6 of you that are not in the bag, it's pretty easy to just hold on to this, and the boat like roughly kind of hits the side, and those like the 2 of you in the bag are like jostled a bit, but it's not too bad. You all end up kind of on the side with the water rushing past you, and about 20 feet away you see the opening of this grate with water rushing in, and you cannot see the bottom. But you can step off. You just have to tie the rope to something on the boat. Shouldn't be too bad.
I'll tie it to the helm, I guess.
You know your boat stuff. You
Yeah.
got it.
I
You,
got it.
that's the thing
I'm
that-
proficient in water vehicles.
you tie off the boat and step off, and you see you've hooked onto one of the pitons here. There are about 15 other ones that are just scattered around at different angles, hammered in. Those of you who have them recognize a few of them are similar to your own, but not all of them. The boat is stationary. Everyone's able to get off with relative ease.
Do you want to pass around drinks now?
What are you all doing?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, you all right. So you all Brim
Around.
reaches in, a small compartment opens on the side and pulls out a small cup. Coffee dispenses from what is formed to look like a nose, but is a spout. And starts handing it to one of you, and pulls out another one. Gets through about 6. And seemingly that's all the cups they have.
Is this just the little guy from Robots? Like Rodney Copperbottom's little friends that he made?
It doesn't look the same.
Okay.
But like the propeller, I'll say the propeller is similar.
Okay.
but it like it looks like a full coffee pot. Like
Gotcha.
it's like an old kettle in size. And as those of you finish your drinks, he comes over and takes the cup and puts it in another compartment on the other side. And a few minutes later, as you're finishing up, the two of you who originally didn't, also you and the gnome coming out of the bag later, after a few minutes, has 2 clean cups available. Isn't the YouTube? He has a self-washing system. And stuff
Wow.
for the cups.
This guy's so cool.
Brim is
That's
great.
fancy. I love the Brim.
You didn't interact with them yet.
So is it coffee we're drinking?
Yeah.
Is there sugar in it?
Or
is it black?
It's black coffee.
Okay, my guy spits it out immediately.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
I
it's
got a
something.
water skin.
He's like, how does my mom drink this? It's disgusting.
I guess I'll pass around the
I think it's
roasted
just
rabbit if you guys are peckish.
Just I don't know. Okay, found it. Can you do you drink at this point? Do you drink your elixir after the coffee?
Oh yeah.
Roll a d6 for me.
Okay. 6.
6. You can.
Don't laugh like that.
They're all good. They're all good things.
Sure.
No, I mean like the
No,
yeah. You can choose. Your body's transformed as if by the alter self spell, and you choose the look.
What do you want to look like?
Look like anything?
Shia
What
LaBeouf.
That's the
is
first
this?
person
I
I
want to make sure I know.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
Alter self is not what I thought it was.
Actual camp.
Aquatic adaptation. You can adapt your body to aquatic environments, sprouting gills and growing webbing.
Go to the bottom of the pit.
You can change your appearance completely, which is what we assumed it was originally. Or you can grow claws, fangs, spikes, horns, or a different natural weapon of your choice that you can use in battle.
Okay, that's cool.
Ooh, claws
Um,
are actually tight
The
as
natural weapon
shit.
is magic. You have a +1 bonus to all attacks and damage rolls, and it does 1d6 damage of the type that would be similar to that weapon.
Okay.
So I'll say you already have horns. You can, in a sense, using this magically enchant your horns to like ram somebody, to basically, and you would have that would be a +1 1d6 magic weapon.
What would I use for the rest? Like, what would I use for the attack roll though? Or is it just a +1 bonus?
It would be it's technically an unarmed strike.
Okay.
So it'd be
So-
strength.
So flat roll.
Yeah, flat
Yeah.
roll, but you would be I'd say given the nature of like the spell, you'd be proficient with it.
Okay.
So it'd be flat roll plus proficiency bonus +1, and then +1 for all damage. Or you can change
I could become fish.
you can become fish, or you can change how you look as long as you stay bipedal and roughly the same size class.
If you
Is there any
become
way
fish, you could dive to the bottom of the tower.
I could fall into a pit and die as a fish though?
Hey, you'd live while you were in the water.
Kind of.
Maybe.
Do I know if I'd still be able to breathe like air if I did the thing? Is it, or do I
Become a fish.
become fish?
You gain the ability to breathe underwater. It is not required that you breathe
Okay.
underwater. And your swimming speed will be equal to your walking speed.
I think I'll become fish.
Okay. What do you do?
Like
You spread gills, and between your fingers, like webbing appears between some of your fingers after drinking this elixir.
That's
I don't want that coffee.
I look over it and I'm like,
I
I'm
take
gonna
everyone's
bring mermaids.
coffee.
it's gonna flop. I have a fish. I'll hop in the water.
Okay.
Well, I'll remove
wanna
anything
tie
important on me.
A rope to you
Okay.
just in case.
You test the limit of the water. The current is fast, but it's not faster than your swimming
That
speed now.
fish.
Yeah.
You can, unless you get probably right up to the mouth
Mhm.
of the grate, you can swim.
Okay. It's also a grate you said, and it's hard to like. I couldn't fit through it unless I tried.
With the current, it would like if you're in an
It'd be
area that's not
trying.
on the current, yeah, you'd have to probably squeeze through. With the current probably would try to pull you through one of those grate holes.
I have anything that could.
She was right. We could tie a rope to him. We
Yeah.
a long enough
I have
rope.
a 50-foot silk rope.
Time is some rope.
All right, I give you one end of the rope,
Okay.
and you can like tie it to your waist, I guess.
All right. So you can swim. You can swim with your current swim speed, enough where you can maintain your distance and go very slowly against the current here. You can now see in the water. It is deep enough, and I'll say that's part of the aquatic adaptation, even though it doesn't say it. You can see far enough down that it isn't incredibly deep, as deep as you would, expect like an ocean to be, because you know based on looking around, it's not an ocean. There's a circle of water with this tower at the center.
It's just salty.
You looking down, it probably descends about 50 feet.
Okay.
So we can get to the bottom then
You could swim to the bottom.
with the 50
I just
feet.
barely
so
have a
rope.
rope.
Yeah.
Barely.
I like stick
I
my
also
arm in
have
there.
50-foot rope.
We tie the rope together.
Then you can easily do it.
Sure.
You get to the bottom. The bottom of the water is it's sandy. At this point, at the very bottom,
Just your face.
there is a make an investigation check.
Cool. I can almost draw it. Oh, it was almost an 18. Oh, what do you say, investigation?
Yeah.
I think this is wrong because it says I'm proficient, but I still just have a +3. And my intelligence +3.
Oh yeah, I remember what happened with yours. Your possibilities, I think specifically the ones relating to intelligence, except for the one that I crossed out and rewrote because that's the most important one for Arcana. That one, because it's also intelligence, I forgot to add your intelligence modifier.
Okay,
So it's
so
+5.
+5. Okay.
Same as Arcana.
Still a 7. Not
A
great,
7, okay.
but
You looking around, what you do notice is that the bottom of this bed of water is barren. There's nothing here.
Where's the tower?
There's you find that the bottom of the tower under the water is a bit larger in terms of the base, not by enough where you run into it first, but probably about 5 feet out from the square base of the tower. It extends a bit and is at an angle going into the water, more of a pyramid, a square pyramid shape.
Wait, so the entrance is underwater?
No.
Okay.
I'm just exploring.
We're just chilling. Would you say this looks at all similar in shape to the thing the stone was originally on?
The fact they're both pyramid shaped. Yeah.
Okay.
Down here. I'll go back up. I'll take out one of my pitons and I will attempt to go towards the grate,
Okay.
but barring myself against it with the piton.
Okay. You look down. It's pretty dark, but I think you have dark vision.
I do. 60 feet.
You looking down in here, about 60 feet down from this direct vantage point, because no one else has done this before. You look down and you see the water descends, and you normally would see that it would go into darkness and you wouldn't see it anymore. But at the edge of your dark vision, you see that it doesn't descend into darkness. It disappears. It descends to that distance and just is unmade. You have no idea where it goes, but you can attempt to
redacted,
throw something down there if you would like.
I will take.
Water sensor.
I'll head back up to the surface. Actually, I'll try to swim against the current.
Okay.
Struggle, but
Yeah,
can
and
pull
you
you
can
up a
always
little bit.
that too.
pull
Yeah.
against the rope. You get back pretty easily.
Okay. I went to the pit. I looked in it. The water goes in there, and it just kind of disappears. It doesn't it's not that I can't I can see the it just kind of vanishes.
You want to throw something in there?
I do. I have one of those beads.
I got 14
Yeah.
small
Couple
gold
of those
beads. I can
beads.
give you all 14
Is there
of them.
any way he could bring me with him, or would I drown immediately?
You might drown.
If you stayed above the surface of the water, maybe, but it'd be difficult. Like there would be checks involved versus you just doing it automatically because of the aquatic ability.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
All right,
I'll
take
cast
it.
guidance on you just in case you
All
need
right,
it.
I'll submit.
I will say it will most likely be relatively difficult to see a small bead in the dark.
Yeah, I was just gonna
That's
give
a
the
dark vision.
a whole pouch of beads.
Okay.
I have a torch, but it might go out in the water.
It's-
Yeah, I have to like carry it.
I do also have
Um,
4 torches.
Could I light a guiding bolt and give it to him?
A guiding bolt is like it's like
It's
a
like
it's
lightning?
a spell. Like it's like
Okay.
something that is fired at
Okay.
something and then dissipates.
But what if you did it through the grate while he was looking under?
Wait,
I just don't like. I would have to be down there because I don't think the range of it.
I got
What's
a
the range?
rabbit.
Yeah, I was about to say
light
somebody
as a
dropped the
cantrip.
rabbit.
Do you want me to take the dead rabbit? And
Yeah, we'll go see what happens.
Actually, the range is 120 feet.
The range
I
is
have
120 feet. You could do
as a
guiding
cantrip.
bolt as well.
go light as-
It says you touch one object that is no larger than 10 feet in any dimension until the spell ends, which is 1 hour duration. The object sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet.
You want to touch my beads?
Yes.
Whoa.
So, I
You-
guess.
You reach out and touch one of the beads, and it just because of its size and the spell's effect, it's like a blinding bright
Sun.
light emitting from this bead. Like from a distance, like if you blocked it specifically, it's literally like a miniature sun in terms of how bright it is because of the size.
That'll do.
But it'll work.
That'll do.
That'll
All right.
do, donkey.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
Will do.
All right.
That was so good. Dude, you have to do an Irish accent if we do it.
All right. So yeah, I'll take a couple. I think it's fair. I'll head back down with my piton, and I'll just kind of hold it against the thing, and I'll toss the beads in.
All right. So I'll say that is light concentration. It's not.
What's wrong?
A light is not concentration.
No.
And it's
No.
a cantrip? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
And it's
if
an
you want to
hour.
do it with all those beads, you can like
I mean, I got
Just
14 of
dropping
them
them in.
as well, so.
you
got
have,
what?
I'll
I've
say,
got
I'll say
14, so
that
you don't have to
didn't
use
spend,
all of yours.
and
Yeah.
you didn't- how
I
long
don't know
did
how
you,
many
did
I
you spend
have.
tucking beads and linking them right up? Like how many minutes?
How many beads do we want?
You can do 10 a minute.
I've got 14 right here. Do we want
We'll
just
do
to?
like 3.
Alright,
don't
three
need-
beads,
okay, okay,
three
yeah.
beads.
You throw one of them in and you see it go down with the water and you see like the light disappear where the water disappears.
Interesting. I look around, like down at the bottom of the like. I'm looking in the grave, and I look around back at the ocean to see if it's like appeared anywhere.
You see a pinprick of light, not near you, but in the distance underwater. The ropes wouldn't be long enough for you to reach it, but you gather that anything that goes down there appears at least somewhere.
I come back up. That's how it goes.
Do you want
I'm
to
gonna,
go there?
no, I'm gonna go find where the bead. I see it in the water.
Do you want to go grab it?
I'm gonna go grab the bead.
Okay.
I'm
do
not
you
gonna go
want
in the
us
pit. I'm just gonna go.
Let
go.
walk
to?
down.
Do you want us to let go of the rope then? Or do
Yeah,
you
that's
want...
fine.
Okay.
I'll untie it for now.
All right. Gotcha.
I'll go away from the current, obviously, just towards the.
Be
this light.
careful.
You swimming underwater, you can breathe, so you're fine. You make your way there. As you get closer, you see with more clarity there's a bead and there's some strewn, seemingly not necessarily wreckage, but just some stuff. As you get closer, it's not that the water is flowing with a current. It's just that it's like relatively turbulent. You can still swim fine and breathe fine. It's just you're a bit slower here. It's more like difficult terrain.
Sure.
As you get closer, you see that there is the glowing bead. There's a bunch of other beads. There is there are about 3 pitons. There is what seems like what used to be a dead rabbit. And just a few other and a lot. Given this one, a medium amount of what seems like wreckages of boats.
Interesting. Okay.
Is there like a vent or something there?
There's not.
With like water?
It's just there's turbulent water, and you see that like items are settled halfway in the sand, where like most likely if they did appear somewhere and were tossed around, they settled. Like it's not that everything's in one spot. It's just it's condensed, and then there's less and less as you go further out.
I'll grab what I can.
Okay.
Some pitons and beads and the remaining
Yeah,
rabbit.
You sure you want to do that?
So-
I do.
Yeah, the rabbit is like it's like half of a rabbit,
Yeah.
not like cut. Like what remains is 50% average of a rabbit.
Does it disintegrate when he grabs it?
Part of a leg like slops off in the water, like floating for a second.
I can fill.
That's the lucky foot. You should grab that.
You make your way back.
Yep.
You see, as the teamly resurfaces, she in her arms has like a bunch of just stuff.
I found where the pig goes.
Looks like you went bargain shopping.
Including the light, the lit bead.
Do
there
any
as
of
well.
these things give us like any memories or?
They also need to be things that were brought with you. Like the things that you know what, looking at them, I'll say that generally as a consensus of the group, they seem like things that you weren't afraid to lose. And therefore none of them
It's the garbage
seem to
pit.
be very important to you.
No,
Save the
not the
ocean.
garbage
Stop
pit.
Us throwing stuff in the pit. Like,
I didn't throw anything in the pit.
You didn't throw anything in the pit.
No, I'm very conscious of the ocean.
should we go to the tower now?
That's that mystery solved.
That was fun.
Job
So
done.
I think we did a good job.
How much time do we have left on this thing?
The whole swimming, you have pretty high swimming speed, and it wasn't like it was like a mile away. So you know,
2 seconds.
like 75%.
Hey, cool. So
Let's head in.
from what I remember, there's a golem inside. I have an idea for that if the golem is there.
Let's go find out.
But let's find
Oh,
out if it's there
sorry.
first.
Including, I didn't include the time that it took you to get on the boat here. About 85% full.
Yeah, so let's go see if the golem's there and then make
Yeah,
decisions.
just be careful.
There is a
With the
large
bounty.
grand stone staircase with a huge set of double doors at the top, about 15 feet wide by 30 feet tall. They are huge and made of stone. As you come up, each door has a different intricate fresco carved into it.
I'm
One
out of the
them-
bag now, right?
Yeah, you can get
Okay,
out
I'm out
of
of
the
the
bag.
You got
Now
out
you're-
while he
you're
was,
vanished.
The gnome was like, I'll stay there. He's chilling out in the bag.
Can I use my hit dice before we go in?
You did take a short rest for an hour.
Okay. Guess
So do
not.
you?
I
guys-
can
you
I can
guys-
cast
The
you
cure.
guys
golem
took
is
time-
like
I don't think
not
we have time for that.
active or something. Like there's like a
You
magical
guys took
thing
your
that
time?
happens.
Do you want me to
Like
heal
the
you?
If you-
6 hit
sure.
points from
Yeah.
our leader, right?
You do?
How long does that last?
It's just until they go away.
There should be a duration on the spell.
That's so gaming.
It's
What is it? Top right hand corner.
it's not a spell.
It's the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which is why I asked about it before casting.
Oh, I think
That
it's.
spell.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
until
I think it's until they go
used or
away.
long rest.
Yeah, because it's I think I regain it after a long rest.
Yeah,
So-
because I think the
How many
idea is
hit points
literally
have you
like.
lost? Yeah, once
it's
per long
temporary,
I just
it
want
can
to
go
get
away
up to
during
full
long
since
rest,
my
too.
guys
The
like I have
idea is,
damage.
So I assume it's until they actually
The whole
go
idea
away.
that feat, I think, is if
Alright,
you
let's-
wanted, you could give that speech every time everyone wakes up and just give everyone 7 small hit points to use for the next day.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
And you just can't reuse it again.
Oh.
But anyway,
It is.
to use my artisan's tools or tinker's tools.
what are you doing with them?
Well, I see I'm proficient with alchemist supplies, but I don't actually have them.
You do not.
I got a quick question. Is this my spell casting ability modifier?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on him.
Gotcha.
I was wondering like if I could make any like, potions.
Not in the moment.
Yeah, okay.
How many potions do you have left?
I have one misty
Alright,
elixir.
10.
You have one left.
Okay. Thank you.
That gets you back to full
You
right.
gather that
No,
most
I
likely
have
the fact that you don't have them means you
33
either
out of
lost
35.
them on your iterations, or
Oh yeah,
you
gotcha.
And I have the
did not
extra
come in
temporary
with
ones
them,
too.
and instead
So-
brought 3 of
Gotcha.
these elections.
That's still pretty good.
At least 3.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Alright.
No problem.
That's fine.
All right. Is everyone heading in?
Yeah.
All right. Opening up the door, beyond it, there is a room which I'll describe as more of like a plus sign shape. It's a straight path about, I think, like 40-ish feet wide, with 2 large alcoves on either side. On the opposite side, you will enter it. There is another door, not as large and grand, probably about 10 feet by 15 feet. It is also a double door. There are 3 large stone bars that block it. On the alcove to the right, there is a small square set into the floor that is engraved with runes, similar to the one that you all saw at the very beginning. On the left-hand side, there is an alcove with a dwarvish script engraved on the top that reads, "Prepare yourself." Inside of that alcove is a stone statue standing seemingly at the ready. It's not moving. It's carved very intricately. Around it on the walls, there are engraved messages, some of them very faint, some of them seemingly fresher. The freshest one is easy to read without a check. And it just says, make it float. The other two are harder to read, and I'll say would require a check.
All right. Here's my idea. What if we just put the dispel magic stone on the golem
For
before?
a solution, I go over to the statue and I just acid splash. Acid splash.
I would like to roll perception on Trems before we
Okay.
going over to the golden statue.
I'll give you the
check.
help action with
Could
that.
I roll perception on the other messages,
Go ahead.
actually?
What language are they in?
They seem
Are
to
you
all be
giving me
in
help?
common.
Sorry,
Okay.
since you're-
Yes. Oh no, help if you just roll 2 d20s and
Okay.
pick the higher one.
Depending on that one. Well, that was a 2, which would be a 6 after perception.
Well, are you casting guidance?
I can also cast guidance if you want.
I got 6.
We can do just help, I feel like.
I got solid
Yeah,
6.
6.
For perception,
On the
They're pretty
messages.
faint.
That's
It's
a
hard to
21.
read them.
I'll roll it.
21.
I'll roll. Can I do
For the
that?
traps.
For the Trems.
Can I roll perception or not?
For the messages?
Yeah.
I think,
Describe exactly
Not.
where things
I think you
are.
could give me the help action.
Oh.
Okay, sure, I'll do that.
We got a map.
Alright.
Oh, I guess we're just going.
No. I'm doing this because traps were
Okay.
discovered.
Oh shoot.
I got a 14 on the messages. Because I rolled with help.
So-
Which way do we come in?
You came in from this direction, and standing here is the stone statue. There's the square. There's also a rectangular pattern of runes engraved in the floor, about 15 feet wide. 10 feet wide. Sorry. So you cannot read messages.
With the 14? Darn.
The other two, one of them is like really worn away to the point where it would require a very high roll to find it. The other one is worn. I'll say you decipher one word of
I'll
that
take one word.
That you decipher the word hold.
Wait.
There's
I
something
feel like this might
levitating. You
be
gotta levitate.
what we did.
It clicks for you.
Yeah.
And
I
you
completely
gather
forgot about that.
you gather that your most recent memory may not be your most recent true experience.
Yeah. That's weird. Alright, guys, this is trippy.
You know what it says because you remember writing
Yeah,
it.
so one of these messages we wrote when I went through. So we just cast Hold Person on the statue. And then since it was just held the whole time, basically we were able to kill it without it attacking us. Ever.
They don't. Interesting
Oh, wow.
enough, which is what they've just found.
Cool. And what was the thing about making it float?
I assume someone cast Levitate on it and made it float.
Can I cast Identify now if we have 10 minutes?
You can spend 10 minutes to cast identify.
Cool.
What are you identifying?
I want to see if there's any spells that were cast in this room specifically on the stone statue or anything like that. Or what does it say I can
I
do?
think you can. I think that you can.
Yeah, if
actually
it's a
do
magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has left, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item
Yeah.
and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it.
There is, I'll say that because that is very aimed towards you get a magic item, you identify what it does. If you cast on something that isn't a magic item, then it's kind of like house rule-y in terms of the exact things. If there's not a specific spell applied, so you can definitely cast identify, and I will give you what information you will learn.
Okay, cool.
Are you doing? I assume ritual because you don't have the material.
Yeah.
You sit down and for 10 minutes
Do we have 10 minutes? Is this cool with everybody?
I think we have 10 minutes.
You cast identify on the statue. The first images that pop in your head are the ideas that develop are very similar to the ones that were developed. You didn't cast identify on the large stone, but when you cast identify on the small disc, similar images of the glowing runes come to mind. You also gain images of hostility, fighting. But one thing you do identify is that it has the capacity to learn. And images come to mind of a tactic being used against it, and it's suffering heavily. And then a scene of it being perfectly fine with different people, and the same tactic being used, and it having a safeguard against it.
So we shouldn't do what we did last time.
Cool. So not hold person, not levitate.
We can try.
My team just straight up killed it.
What would it?
I mean, we killed it, but we also used hold person.
Yeah, we didn't do it. Wait, I think that there
I want
was
to try the
some
magic
spells.
stones.
What could it do against
Cold
floating?
damage.
They have anti-gravity boots. Or extendable legs.
Y'all, I got a dead rabbit. I don't know if that's helpful, but
What would you all like to do in this
I
situation?
would like to put the magic dispel magic thing stone on the golem.
Does it have runes on
Where?
In its mouth.
so what I
so
remember,
looking
It's
over it,
not-
it's a,
I mean, that's what I want to do.
what I remember
Here, you know
from
This
this,
is what it looks like.
Let me.
There he is.
If you'd like to identify, if you'd like to touch on the doll where you would like to place the disc.
I mean. I'm sorry. So there's not like a specific like spot where it looks like, oh yes, something, not necessarily this disc, could go here. I mean, I was just going for the mouth.
I feel like you should just like touch it to its knee and see what happens.
What about in its hand? It's like,
Well, because the only reason I was saying mouth
I
is
did.
I
It,
do
it,
know.
it's small. I'll say that at the scale that you're looking at, there is a 4-inch diameter circle around here.
I was gonna say I can see the circle, but I couldn't tell if it was like intruded or extruded. So
It is extra.
okay, let's put the
You
stone.
can still try to line it up if you
Let's
want.
try to line it up, I guess.
Doing so,
Assuming I can't reach the mouth.
a blue energy flares around the seam that you've placed it on, and it stays. Nothing else has changed, but a certain area that you all remember
wait.
is now covered.
Wait, that's good because it's
Yeah.
not gonna do the speedy thing, right?
The speedy thing.
Cool.
what is the speedy
I'm
Well,
so
we're
lost
gonna
right
need a
now.
little bit more.
I was waiting
Spoil
on
the
like
surprise.
people that have no idea what's going on.
I'm over here like, I'm
Okay,
vibing.
so
I
what
don't
happened,
think it's anything now.
What happened previously was that it would start to take turns significantly more frequently than any of us were taking turns, so that it would just go and go and go, and we would be able to like do nothing if it got to the point where it was too fast. Which is why hold person worked well, because it would have to spend its turn trying to get out of hold person. But
Well, you wouldn't get it anyway. Just roll once.
Also, this thing had like a headbutt move where if you were really far away from it, and it was targeting that person, it would like do a lot of damage headbutting.
So I
you want to
think-
kind of
So when did this thing start hitting you? Like
once
why
we
is it
put the
hitting us?
stone in
yeah,
the.
so you put it on that square over on the opposite outfit.
So who's gonna put the stone
Well,
in the square?
Can we
Oh,
just
where are the
take off its?
Oh yes.
I
You
don't think so.
find, and I'll say
We can
that
try.
because you found them, you generally say, like,
Before.
don't step there, and you've been into avoiding them. There are seemingly large pressure plates, and I'll say with the roll that you made, you identified that they are directly below what seems like a square seam in the ceiling that something could drop out of. Here, just making sure, here, and here.
Wow, I was so close to hitting them when I played.
Wow. What's the thing in the middle?
It's a large rectangle on the ground, similar to the other one, but this one's about 10 feet long, and about 1 foot wide.
That's
It's
where the
also
arch
engraved with
goes.
runes.
The what?
The arch that sends you back to the beginning.
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, where's?
Why didn't we bring the arch
Spoiler.
with us?
I thought it was like a door. Who gonna pick up the door and put it under the
Are we going to attack it
Well,
once we put
I'm
the
just
stone?
gonna go over once everyone's done everything. I'm just gonna start aciding it.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull out my little dagger, and I would also like to move behind one of the traps.
Look, I'm right in front of one.
Okay.
Right in front of it.
If everyone would like to position themselves.
Oh shoot!
I do not have your many.
That's fine.
I apologize. But
So give me one.
you can use the
The
DM's dice.
Well, the gnome is staying in the.
You don't want to use
Special
Do
privilege.
you have the gnome one still?
Yeah.
Is the gnome staying in the bag still?
Sure.
Because you did say he was staying in the
No one
bag.
Alright, I'll
updates
take
the
the
gnome.
gnome
He's
then.
just
Yeah,
left
yeah,
there.
yeah. You know what happens? He's like, oh, I'll stay in the bag for now. And he takes a nap in there.
Oh,
And while he's sleeping, no one wakes him up. So
Wait, which guy is the mine?
What were you wearing?
So
I'm
we're-
the
I would like to be
barbarian
pretty
guy.
close.
So
Guess
where
he's
would
on-
everyone like to arrange?
Where's
this?
I would like to be within melee range. Melee?
This is your-
Melee.
You know, it's like the
Melee is
climbing
his
term.
That's mine.
Yeah.
Oh, he got a gun? Oh no, it's a sword. Why is he
How
touching the
big are each of
sword?
these
I don't know where you want to be.
Could you put me
Why
in
is he
melee
touching
range?
his
Yeah.
Do you want to be
It's a
like right
long
here?
sword.
Yes.
He's heavier. He cares more about killing his opponent than slicing his hand.
You know,
Fair
if
enough, fair
you're
enough.
within 5 feet of another person, do you get
Can
sneak
I
attack?
attack from here?
If you're within 5 feet of a person, you can get sneak attack, but you could.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
Can
that
I attack
around the
from
stone corner, no.
I'm gonna hang out over here.
And also,
Actually
we might
stand
need someone to
over
put the
here.
stone on.
No,
the
we
thing.
definitely do, and it's in your
Wait,
bag.
no, no,
Yeah.
I've left the bag just around.
Yeah, I
It's
can
just on the
Can you
ground.
lift it?
She
He
does
just
the bag.
left the
She does
bag.
with this stuff.
Wait, can you lift it, Erica?
Yeah, because it's in the bag.
It's in. It's
Can't
15
you just
feet.
dump it? Yeah.
Oh my god, we
Yeah,
gonna crush the
hard,
gnome?
but- Yeah, I'm just trying to melt.
Wait, you can just set like
So
the
you
bag
guys
on it and
can't
it will
attack
activate?
from here.
No, I think we
No.
have to take it out the bag, right?
You guys need to move back.
You start to like kind of jostle the stone out, and you hear voices like, "What's going on?"
Watch out!
He's
The
like,
gnome and I could be
he's
standing
like, I
together.
can push it out. And it starts, like you see, like as you open it up, and like a stone just starts
Wait,
to slide
before we
out
do-
of the bag.
Before it gets where it needs to be, could I cast Hunter's Mark on the golem?
Yes,
Tight.
Ooh.
I'm going to.
anyone can cast whatever they want now, and
Oh, I
And I
got
want
anyone-
to get my
and
weapon out.
Everyone is allowed to prepare one action that can be triggered at any.
And I would
given
like to
event.
get my weapon out.
So have I not been acid
Um,
splashing it this whole time? Just
You can't.
Like,
Here's the thing. It's not like eroding the entire thing,
Mhm.
but you actually see that it is like getting in crevices and doing damage to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I changed my mind. I'm gonna throw my daggers at it.
Okay, so now you're within 5 feet of some. How does
I
sneak
don't
attack work?
know, dude. I
So
have
sneak
no idea.
sneak attack works like this. If you are able to hit an enemy like next to an enemy, if an ally is like kind of distracting it by also being next to the enemy, you get sneak attack.
Yeah, I
So
think
the
you
idea
get
is that
sneak attack.
right now, in the current state, only 2 people can be in front of it and doing something to
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna.
but if
Sorry.
if she's throwing a dagger, could it still hit?
it. I have you. Here's the idea. If you roll, I'm gonna set I'll set a difference in the AC to hit it, and the idea is that if you meet that AC to normally hit it, you're fine. But if you miss, it's gonna hit who's ever in between you and
Oh,
it.
no.
oh wait, where's Brim?
Oh, wait.
He's in there.
But like, what? I place him right?
Yeah. What do you want to use one of your D4s?
Yeah,
things on him?
What's he gonna do? Serve him a latte?
Yeah.
He can do stuff.
Okay.
You can do a lot of cool stuff, actually.
Let's put him
Oh,
on-
really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast.
Also, can I figure out like what this is?
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
No. You prepare. You prepare yourself, and so does Erica.
You seek insight, and things happen.
Oh,
Can I
yes.
use sleight of hand? for
Basically,
throwing
you
things?
have points that
No.
can modify your
Can I
spells.
use acrobatics for throwing?
You can
No.
either
Can I use athletics?
the easiest thing that they can do
Maybe?
is you can use them to basically gain slots
Most of the
back.
time for throwing things, it's just an attack roll.
And then the other thing that they can do, the last thing, is that some of your spells require a. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here. This says a Constitution saving throw.
Mhm.
So if a spell requires a saving throw, then you can spend 3 of your points to give the target disadvantage on that throw. That's the most expensive thing you can do with your sorcery points. Everything else is basically just gaining spell slots back.
Alright, cool. Thanks.
I'm gonna do a spiritual weapon. I'm gonna summon one.
Okay.
Like, I guess I'll put it.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
gonna be. Do I get to choose what it is?
You do.
It's
What
a
do you want it to
floating
look like?
spectral weapon.
It can look like anything you want.
I'm gonna do one of those things that like the Grim Reaper has.
A scythe?
It's gonna be glowing with like a
Okay.
gold.
A big glowing
Just
sight.
smash
just
it.
in the air.
Exactly.
Shut the hell
That's
up.
what I'm thinking of. I'm gonna do that, and
What you say from
if
Smash
somebody,
Bros?
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of.
And by the way, just general things, because I know that these are new characters, you haven't got familiar with them, and they're not like at first level like you normally would, like learn things over time. You three, well, you two are familiar enough with your character, are not going to give any hints. I feel like you've looked up a lot of Artificer stuff just in general as we've been going, and it's just normal spells. The things with your character, if you look at your lucky feet and your tides of chaos, those pair together relatively nicely in terms
They're
of
really
rolling. You got a lot of fucking spells.
Yeah.
And then Landon, Rage is your friend.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've actually
fun.
I've played a Berserker before, so.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I do have one quick question actually. For the dueling bit that I have, does that mean if I'm only holding one melee weapon?
No, so I've actually looked into this. The idea is that it's if you hold more than one weapon, doesn't apply. One weapon does apply even with a shield.
Okay, cool. So I have my weapon and my shield
Yeah.
out then.
Yes.
All right. Should
Alright.
we?
Also, how far apart are the squares?
5 feet.
Each one?
Yes.
Can
Every
I-
square is 5 feet, and we are not in a Pythagorean world, so diagonals are also 5 feet.
He
Wow.
doesn't exist yet. So
Yeah,
I play in
exactly.
the mist.
Yeah, he hasn't invented that yet.
Oh, true.
So you said we could prepare an action.
Yes,
Could
everyone
that be
can
an
prepare-
attack?
It can be anything.
So could I
One
prepare an
thing that
attack
you
for
do-
as soon as it moves,
Yes.
or as soon as it wakes
It
up?
has
I
to be a
guess.
condition. You have to specify the condition.
When it wakes up, I
Okay.
hit it.
Sure.
And technically, I don't actually have to be right next to it. I just was to like do it.
Does anyone want to? Does anyone
Do you
want to
wanna
fill in
take
that
that?
slot?
Yeah, I'll take that slot, but I don't want daggers anymore. I want the other one.
What?
Rapier. The rapier.
Rapier.
Oh, you rapier? Yeah. Nice.
Should be cool to trouble.
Okay.
No, I think
Yeah, I'm gonna summon my weapon, and then my held action.
From your
I'm
current
gonna
height, you
do
can.
sacred.
What I
Flame.
usually do is, if you were up like 5 feet somehow in the air, you can go over.
Yep.
Okay, so you're gonna ready Sacred Flame.
Yeah.
And you're ready to hit it with your rapier. You're ready to hit it with your. I'm trying to remember your
Cutlass.
weapon. Your cutlass.
Would guidance
Ready
help with
anything?
an attack
I
roll?
mean, I'm fine.
I think it's an
I've been
ability
doing stuff.
check.
I'll
That's what it
ready
is.
another.
Yeah, I think so
splash,
too.
but if I get no
I'm not
green, but right
sure.
now there's really not.
I think it's
That's fair,
just an
that's fair,
ability
that's
check.
fair.
I'll activate
Ability
rage
check,
as
I
soon as
got
he
you.
wakes up.
Okay, that makes
I'll go
sense.
for it.
All right. So that you're using that bonus action ahead of time, so you don't have to use it on your turn. That's good.
Mhm.
Okay, you readying anything specific?
Um,
Oh, wait, you're doing the stone.
yeah, I'm doing
Got it. You're
stuff.
guiding the stone. You and the gnome are guiding the stone, and then spiritual weapon.
Actually, I think I
cast spiritual
might.
weapon already.
I'm gonna just hold my action. I'm gonna try to protect Erica in case something comes at her when she puts the stone in.
Okay, so
I'm gonna be a little
you.
closer to her actually.
Okay, so you are attempting to.
Like I have Shield of Faith, but I already used my bonus action for the spiritual weapon, so I don't know if I could.
That's yeah. So that's separate. So
Okay.
spiritual weapon, you just cast, and it's just there.
Okay.
This is like a separate thing that you're waiting until something happens to cast.
I
The
guess
only,
if something tries to hit her, I will try to get in the way of that thing.
sure, I'll say that.
Damage.
I'll say that you can. The way that is going to work is you can cast Shield of Faith and you're holding it.
Okay.
And the idea is you already cast it, and the idea is that you can either let it go and never use it,
Okay.
or wait until that condition happens and then let it go.
Okay.
So, for example, if you cast it and you're waiting until something targets Erica, you will have to wait until something targets Erica to cast it, or you mark off a slot and it just goes away.
Okay.
Is that what you want to do?
Ooh, no. I'll just be standing by her. I'll just be
Okay.
standing by her.
Just in case.
Just in case.
All right, got it. In this case, I would like.
Actually, I would like to jump on myself,
Okay.
and then I'll hold my action to jump and shoot acid splash at it.
Sure, that
So
works.
then the height thing.
Okay.
Because like it's 3 times, and then jump height is your height times.
You can easily get
Okay.
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah.
Better protect my back.
Is frenzy different than rage? When can you use it?
I think
So,
you go into a rage and you can frenzy on
Yeah,
an attack.
so here, can I remember that real quick?
Sure.
If I remember right. Yeah, so whenever you rage, you can choose it to be a frenzy rage. And that means that, all for your entire rage, every bonus action, you can choose to use it to instead make an extra attack. But at the very end, when your rage is over, you gain a point of exhaustion.
What does that like mean?
That means that you gain 1 level of exhaustion. I think is I need to find it on my sheet.
Is it like a hit point penalty?
No, the first
it's-
one's
you-
not
you-
bad. The second one gets worse.
Well, first one is you get disadvantage on all ability checks.
But the second one gets like way worse.
In order, it would be for every level of exhaustion, disadvantage on all ability checks, your speed is half, disadvantage on all attack rolls and saving throws, your hit point maximum is half, your speed is reduced to 0, you die.
Oh shoot! You could just anger
You could just
yourself to
die.
death.
Well, that's only
incredible.
if you go into a rage
You
and
would have
like
to go
six
into
leave
a
the
times.
rage
rage
6
while
times.
like
Yeah.
exhausted to the point you cannot move on the ground and you're just really angry and you exhaust yourself and you just die. You would only gain 1 point though, so it would
It would be
it would
pretty
only
worth it.
affect ability checks.
Yeah, I figure because I don't know if we're gonna do combat again.
All right, is everybody is everyone ready when they want to ready?
Yes, I'm ready to.
Yes. Okay. Are you placing this down?
I'm
Okay,
ready.
as soon as it gets out of the bag and makes contact with its smaller end on the ground, you see that the square on the floor lights up blue, and you can't move the stone anymore, and it slowly starts to slide towards the square until it aligns itself to it. As soon as it does, you see something interesting for the first time that you all have seen, because it is damaged before the stone was put in place. And you see parts of it reconstruct itself
Oh,
into
that's
its
cool
non-damaged
shit.
state. Something that probably has happened before that you were all at the top of the tower and didn't witness when the room reset itself. This disc stays in place, and as it continues, you see it stands up straight, which triggers anyone's attacks that are if it moves. So when everyone plays all those attacks.
I got what do I get plus attack? Sorry.
So let's go in order on the table. So Sammy first.
What do I add to attack
Roll,
rolls?
and next to the thing that whatever you're attacking with in your weapons, which is the
Oh.
central square, it'll
So-
say what to roll, what to add.
So 15 plus 6.
Yes.
Does that hit?
Yes.
Could
so
I
21
divine
hits.
smite?
Okay, yeah, you can divine smite.
Cool. I'm gonna, and since I have Hunter's Mark, I'm also rolling a d6.
Yes. So it's
Oh
your
my.
dice
So-
for your attack plus a d6 plus
2d8.
plus 2d8.
So 3d8 plus
a
1d6 plus 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Not plus. Oh well. What's your strength?
Oh, it says 1d8 plus 4 damage for the.
What's your strength?
What's my strength?
Is it
Plus
four?
3.
Plus 3?
You wrote plus 4
I did
here.
write
I
plus
can
4.
change
I
it.
know.
The dagger has
Doesn't
plus 3
dueling
though,
have anything
so.
to do with that, though?
Dueling. It's dueling. I added
Yeah.
dueling to it already.
You added dueling to it already?
Yep.
Okay, then cool.
Because you can't.
Because I did forget to add the dueling. Yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot
that's
to.
the plus 1. That's the
So,
plus 1.
Cool.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Dueling should be
I knew
plus.
that I accounted for almost everything beforehand. to
Dueling
make it
should be
easier for
plus
you.
2 though.
You can have it.
Okay, I'm just trying to get
I'm
my
trying to
points.
think of-
It should be your strength plus your proficiency to roll, and then in terms of damage, it should just be the
I
ability.
think dueling is a +1 to damage, right?
Dueling is plus 2 to damage.
+2 to damage. Oh, no.
All right, cool.
The dice are going to do a lot more than the 1 point of difference. I'll let you know.
Yeah, but I just wanted to know for sure. All right,
You'll
got
notice
6
before
on the
The
d6.
combat starts. It's going to be really funny.
Ba, ba, ba. 8
Okay.
for the first one.
Okay.
4, so 12. Another 4, 16. Plus, I got 6 on the d6.
So 22.
22 plus 5. Yeah.
So 27 damage.
Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, that would have
For
hit.
real.
27.
Plus
27.
27.
That's also like all of our abilities at once, so.
Yes.
Okay.
27
I'm going to be
damage.
using
Sorry.
all of them at
So
once.
Look,
I think I get the advantage
It's
because of Alex.
what I said earlier is that
So I think
it's
I get
made of
two
stone.
these.
It's going to be hard to tell until it starts attacking and doing things, and then you may see it. If it gets worse over time, that's probably more in its performance than how it looks.
Okay.
10 damage? Or 10 to hit.
I'm sorry. I have no idea.
Oh, so roll. Did you roll a d20 and add your modifier?
So that's a 7, and my modifier is strength.
Next to your
here.
weapon.
5. Okay, that would be a 12.
12. 12 does not hit,
Dang.
sadly. And you pull back your rapier and you stab into it, and then an image flashes before your mind of this exact situation happening last time. and you're like, as you hit one of its more armored parts of its stone body, the rapier just flexes. You're like, I have to aim for the seams. And you remember that for next time. Does your ability bring you a bonus attack? I don't think it does at third level.
I have a bonus action.
Yes.
Well,
But-
sneak attack grants you advantage, right?
No, it doesn't.
That's
Sneak
cool.
it
Oh, it's
someone
if you
within-
roll with
It's
advantage.
advantage
Yeah.
or ally within 30.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think you can do those attacks with the rapier.
You can't. Because you're not two. If you do two weapons, one in each hand, like two daggers, you can do that. But for next time. And this wasn't your turn. All right. Are you doing your jump and
Yes.
acid splash? Okay.
Does a 7 hit?
No. you jump. This is the first time that you experience you jump attacked. So you jump and you get pretty close to the ceiling and you're coming up fast. You're like, uh-oh. But that distraction causes you to just let off acid splash. Just splashes into the
I rolled
wall.
a 2.
All right. Is anyone else?
Beat that.
I have my spiritual weapon,
You do.
so
It's over there. So you'd have to move it.
I can move it 20 feet.
And it
per
doesn't
turn.
have to be on the ground. So
Above.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
I'm
can
gonna
just be
move it above.
It's up here. I can't do that.
Yeah.
But now we know.
Actually, I can.
Oh, you have the little thingies?
No, but I did this last time.
Oh, it's still cool if
So what attack bonus would I add?
get under the dome.
Spell?
It's spell attack bonus.
Oh, okay.
What if you put it over the
I'll
golem?
give a +5.
I got an
Right.
18 to hit.
An 18 to hit. That hits.
Okay. And then it's 1.
We've done it. We win.
Okay, 1d8 plus my spellcast.
Surely it needs to breathe.
The golem?
The
Bad,
stone
bro.
golem, maybe.
8 damage. All
That's
right.
pretty good.
Your scythe comes down, and as a magical weapon, you actually see it makes contact, and there's like a metal ringing noise. Although nothing here is made of metal, it emits from it, and you see like a few blue sparks of blue energy fly off. It seems to have done some damage to it. All right.
I'm activating rage, right?
Yep.
So-
So frenzied rage or regular rage?
Frenzy.
Okay, frenzied rage. You get to make you can use any bonus action on any turn in combat to make another attack. Nice. All right. So would everyone please roll initiative? So roll a d20 and add your initiative bonus, which is in the middle box.
This
that
is
they got.
only like 2 better than what I got the first time because I got a 1 the first time. I get a 3.
I got a 9.
So,
All right.
I got a 14.
Okay. So everyone remember what you got total, and then I'm going to go down the list.
Because I have a -1 to
Okay.
initiative.
25 to 20. Okay.
We're doing
We're
great.
level 3, okay?
19 to 15.
I got 16.
16.
Nice.
Okay. 14 to 10.
I got a 14.
I got 13.
I will let it, but
Hold your horses.
yeah, I'm waiting. A lot of things going on
You got the
here.
10? Did you get
I got 13.
13, I got 11.
Oh, what the hell was that?
I mean, it's close enough.
You got the 13.
I
I
got
was
13.
I was adjusting the numbers. Okay.
I got 11.
All right, 9 to 5.
I got 9.
I got a 3.
That's epic.
I mean, I got a 1 the first time because I got a 2 and then I have -1, so it was pretty great. I went dead last.
You find those
It's impressive.
recent
That's my
sessions
prepared
are
action
great.
was
yeah.
what I
Great
wanted to
combat.
do. I was like, I
Oh,
gotta
yeah,
do
also
everything
fighting
now because I'm not gonna go another
And
turn.
all 4 of us got 16 for initiative. All 4, like you after bonuses and stuff, but like all 4 of us got a 16.
Okay. At the very start, after you all take this action, the first thing that happens when the golem wakes up is
Blows up. Everyone
gets-
dies.
Hurt. Like,
It gets incredibly hurt.
all of these tiles, these tiles, these tiles, these tiles, these tiles, these tiles, and those tiles. You see lines of blue energy fire on the floor.
Like a column.
Yes, a column goes across the floor on alternating horizontal tiles starting here. So I will need Sammy,
Tight.
Brianni, and Landon to make a dexterity saving throw. So roll a d20 and add your
I'm gonna
dexterity.
add guidance to myself.
Okay.
You cannot cast that as a reaction.
Oh, you're right.
Cool. I
Wow.
got a type 4.
I got an 11.
4, 11,
10.
10. Okay, make sure that right next to here, does anyone have dexterity bubble next to saving throw?
No.
No? Okay, cool. That means that, and you all added your dexterity, right?
Yeah, I got a -1.
So everyone fails.
Awesome.
Look at us go.
So everyone takes 4 radiant damage.
Wait. Oh, that's magic, right?
Okay,
Yes.
and that's from your
Okay.
temp HP though?
Yes.
It reduces your temp HP first before
Yeah,
doing anything
cool.
regular HP. It flares down, and that was
Look
the
at us
layer
go.
action.
I don't like that.
Landon, you're up. What are you doing?
Awesome. So I'm gonna run at him.
Okay, got it.
I'm gonna swing.
There's people in the way.
Oh wait, I can't run. I can't do that. Okay, well instead I'll throw a hand
You
axe
can
then.
push someone out of the way if you want.
A willing creature can let you through their space, right?
Through their space, but in order to attack, you would have to
Stand.
exist in their
I
space.
did not realize this. I blundered.
You can throw a hand axe.
I was gonna do that.
The only thing is that I'm gonna increase the AC of it since you're trying to throw it past a. Well, you know what I'm thinking. No, yeah, I'll increase the AC.
Do I have advantage on a distance? Like a because I did
No,
frenzy.
you don't have. Frenzy didn't give you
Okay,
advantage.
wait, here's my question.
Oh.
It
Oh, I
allows
can
you to
attack
attack twice.
twice. Okay.
What if he were like going up and then walking away? Would that count as like going through our space?
The idea is that he has to be in a space that no one else is occupying when making attacks.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you want, you can stand in a space and prepare something else if you would like. But the only thing is that in order to make your rage, you do have to try to attack something.
Oh,
If
I
you
did not
wanna-
know that.
Well, actually, wait.
Or take damage.
Or take damage.
Within the round. So if it hits you, which I think
Haven't
You
I
just
already
took damage.
taken?
Yeah, you
damage,
just
so you're
took
fine
damage.
for the
So I'm fine.
Yeah, you can just hang out.
I could just,
could-
I could just do nothing.
If you want to like move behind,
Yeah, that's
You
what,
can
that's
position
what,
yourself.
that's what
you
I'll
could
do.
like
Where would you
prepare
like
an
to reposition
action.
yourself?
I'll be like right behind here so I can like sub out if necessary.
You
Alright,
could like
got
always
it.
prepare an action if you want to
All
like
right.
switch
Uh,
with me.
Like
Elf
prepare.
is going
I can do that.
to-
Maybe, I don't know.
Elf is going to move here, and she is going to cock an arrow and ready in action if a line of sight becomes available to fire an arrow at it. Erica, you're up.
Okay. Can I throw a chromatic orb if they're in the way?
I'm going to increase I would increase the AC by a little bit, and the idea is that if you hit it fine. If you miss by more than a certain margin, you're going to hit who's ever in the way.
Okay.
That's
Friendly
okay.
fire!
It's
Let's
kind of funny though.
Yeah.
Like, it would
Wow.
be pretty
I can take
Alright,
it.
I'm gonna do it.
funny. Yes.
I'm
Okay,
feeling
got it.
lucky.
All right, roll a hit. And remember, you've got your luckies and your tides of
Come
chaos.
on. Okay, I got 5. I'm gonna use a luck point.
Okay. You can't use multiple luck points, but you can use a luck point and then use tides of chaos.
Okay. I got another 5! Okay, I'll use Tides of Chaos. I really want to hit him.
Okay.
No, these are weighted.
That's
They're
impossible! That's so unlikely!
That was insane.
Alright.
I don't.
Wow, I
think
can't tell
so.
if you're
You know
lucky
what?
or
I'll look it up.
unlucky.
You may be able to use lucky multiple.
I might be doing it wrong.
I was gonna say I've heard people use it multiple times, but I think it was
It's-
I'll allow it.
Yeah, it's
maybe.
not specified really. The feat is written very poorly.
I'll check.
It's a reverend.
By the raw rules, you can use it once per attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. States whenever you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional. Well, no, I disagree with that. You can do it again. It literally cited the rules and said like as seen in the rules, and it just doesn't say. what it says it said.
It's very
I don't care about
interpretive.
I don't care about the raw rules. You have multiple luck points. If you want to blast them all right now, you can. You want to reroll?
Screw it. I'm gonna do another
Oh
one.
dang. Well, how many do you
Otherwise,
have?
you would hit them.
How many do you have?
5 is a
3
lot.
total. She has 3 total, and then a sorcerer.
You got it.
She is.
Don't be a friggin'
A
Yay!
19!
19 plus.
Plus your spellcasting.
Plus 6. Okay.
So 25.
Woo!
That is more than enough. You see in your mind multiple scenarios. 4 times out of 5, this is hitting somebody, and you use your chaos to converge it onto the scenario where it does not. It weaves past both of you and slams into it. What? First, can you roll a d20 for me, just straight up?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. If it was a 1, then ties the chaos. Then you would have to roll a big die. And you know what this means, by the way, is that I can choose at any point from now until the end of the session to say, please roll a big die.
Okay.
If I do, you get the use back though.
Okay.
Choose a damage type that's listed.
Okay. Are you able to tell me if there's one that would be most effective?
You'll have to try them.
Okay.
I've already done radiant damage if that's one of the options. So
The options are acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder.
okay. I haven't done
You
any
saw
of
that
thunder.
the tiefling artificer was
Throwing acid.
throwing acid on it at the beginning, and it was having an effect.
Okay. Well, there's already fire going on. I'm gonna do lightning.
Lightning, okay.
No, it's a ground type.
Okay. 1, great. 5. Okay, so 8.
8 damage.
Yeah.
All right. 8 acid damage. Seems to be
Or
effective.
lightning.
Lightning.
Like 8 lightning damage. Okay. Seems to be a bit more effective than you originally assumed.
Oh, it's not a ground type. It's a rock type.
It's rock
Flying
type.
type.
There you go. What?
Well, it seemed to be super effective.
You're able to dodge it past both of your other party members and hit it. Do you have? Yeah, it works. Okay. Basically this ball. You create this ball of lightning and fire it. It goes in between your 2 other party members, impacts its chest and spreads and electrocutes most of it. And you see parts of it in the seams where the blue energy is lighting up, flickers a bit. All right, Kristen, you're up.
Again? Okay.
Yeah. Well, this is initiative. Beforehand, it was just what you were ready to.
Okay. I'm gonna hit it with my rapier again. Is there any way that I can like aim better to get?
I'll let you increase the. I'll increase the AC, and I'll say that you can specifically choose with like your weapon to attempt to hit it in the seam.
Okay.
And I'll say it's because it's a dex weapon.
Okay. Cool. So I roll this for seeing if I
Yeah,
can.
you have a weapon with finesse. I'm gonna say that with that weapon with finesse, you could say there's a seam that I can visibly see.
That's a 17.
17.
That's right.
That's enough.
3,
Barely.
2, 9.
9 total. Nice. So you
And
did.
you're +3.
You get
No,
a.
plus 3. I'm sorry. 12.
Oh, 12. All right. You rear back, and this time you jam it into a seam between the shoulder blade. As it goes in, it sinks in about an inch into what you don't know. But as you do, you see that one seam flickers slightly. It hasn't even gotten a chance to go yet.
Can I prepare like a dodge?
As a
Sorry.
bonus action, you can only disengage, dash, or hide.
Could do that to get out of.
Yeah.
Like to move out
If
of
you
the way.
disengage, you can move away without it
Okay.
hitting you.
I'm gonna disengage. So
Okay.
that
So you disengage as a bonus action, and you can move away, and that means that it cannot hit you as you're running away because you disengaged. All right. Aiden, you're up.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay. I'm
And
probably.
there is an open spot that no one is
Yes.
standing in.
Well, kind of. The line of sight is still.
You have to move.
I can just jump again.
Sure, go ahead.
You do
Go
have
ahead.
jump active.
Jump 80 feet in the air. Throw a tidal wave of acid on it. That's 14.
14, that does not hit, sadly,
Okay,
barely.
But then I'm gonna say, Brim, spray with coffee, and Brim's gonna fly up with the scythe, and it's gonna do a force strike.
I mean, that's
All right.
acidic too.
Like I'm saying, that is actually what happens as anyone who has played and seen Brim
Really?
attack before. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
It
that.
goes
I was
above it
guessing.
and just
I
onto
didn't
its
know
side.
that. And then
funny.
it's just gonna, let's see where my spell attack's +5. 21.
21 to hit. That hits.
Yay! And
There's
it
the
Well,
Brim.
Brim.
does 5 points of force damage.
Let's
go.
Brim's
Nice.
beautiful than me right now.
It's pretty good. All right,
Call that
Brianna, you're
caffeine
up.
blast.
I am going to cast Guiding Bolt at the statue.
Okay, you
I'm
gotta
gonna probably have to move.
move so that you're in line of
somewhere.
sight.
Where would be the best place to
So it seems
I
like
think you
the
can get a
main line of sight should be
diagonal.
this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll let you do that. Sure.
Okay. Are you able to?
I have
You might have to
25
move
feet of
forward
movement.
one.
You can move there easily. That's 15. So you can move 5 more. You can move 10 more if you want. Yeah, you can move to there. That's all your movement.
Cool. I'm gonna
Alright.
cast Guiding Bolt. Please.
Hit the thing.
You get a 5.
Oh, that one.
That one.
Oh.
You cast Guiding Bolt.
Please tell me it is not.
No, there's no one in the way.
Okay.
If someone was close enough, I would have been like, oh.
I was gonna say I'm pretty close.
Um,
I don't think I'm close enough though.
Oh, you know what I'll say? Just for fun with the Guiding Bolt, I'm gonna roll a percentile die real quick.
There, that is it. Brim.
For some chance. No. It starts to actually, with the rounded alcove, ricochet around the inside and come towards you. And you duck out of the way as it goes above you across to the other side of the room.
Okay.
I will say, so for spiritual weapon, could I see the card really fast?
Yes. I think I can use it again this time.
As a bonus action, you can attack with the scythe again every turn.
Can I use a bonus action now?
Yeah, on your turn, you get an action, a bonus action, and your movement. Sorry if this goes a little bit long. I was trying
No,
to.
you're good.
You guys actually had. I really appreciated that you all took a lot of time to explore it.
It's a 17 to hit.
17 to hit.
Mhm.
That hits.
Cool. And then
Guys, just behind warning. Look out.
Shoot, they found me.
is that 10 damage?
10 damage.
Gosh, it's a lot.
Nice.
How much does spiritual weapon do?
10 what?
It's
damage?
1d8 plus your spell casting ability modifier.
Is it radiant? I assume radiant.
Force damage.
Force damage.
Oh wow.
It does not seem super.
What time do you have to go?
I do have work later. What
Uh,
time do
what
you think
time?
will be done?
What time do you?
I work at 5.
Oh, we'll be done for that.
Okay.
Well, like this will run a little bit over with all of you attacking it with the disc. I'll say that everyone gets a chance to do some cool stuff. It's not. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not gonna.
What if it kills me?
If,
What if Brim dies?
if you all slack off, someone could die, but you're not gonna probably like completely lose this. The die will help you out a lot, so good job on exploring. All right, next up after Brianna is the statue.
No, I have a three.
Well, there's one person in front of it.
Yeah.
You have infinity.
I
AC,
have
it's
an
okay.
18.
Infinity AC.
200,000 AC. Can't hit you.
Bruh.
You see, it is going to.
No, it's not.
It might.
Oh,
It's going to rear its head back and attempt to headbutt you.
1 million AC.
Okay.
I know it's easy.
What's its attack bonus?
No, I don't know this.
I
Zero.
don't know that.
I just rolled a nat 20. I will slide this.
Okay,
Hey,
cool. I
it
love
was
getting
nice
crit
knowing
on.
you.
I love getting
Um,
crit on. I've got
How
28 hit points plus
28.
2. Plus 2, so 30.
Good luck.
Yeah, because he crit.
Yeah.
That's impressive. You take 19 bludgeoning damage.
Okay,
Well, from a
so
crit with the strongest possible attack. Yes.
17, so I'm at 11.
Okay. I got you next round.
Alright, thanks. I appreciate it.
It comes over and just you hear a crack of stone against your skull.
Like, wow.
move
You
back
definitely have a concussion.
Yeah,
shoot.
I can
Move
swap
back.
in with you too, whenever.
But
Or what's the range that you need?
It's touch.
that's his whole
Oh,
turn.
it's touch?
Yeah.
I don't know
The,
if I
the
can
noggin
get there.
smash.
I'll come to you as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's its turn. All right, next up. Sammy, you're up.
Cool. So wait, what would what's your movement? 25? Okay, so what would 25 feet look like to get
5
to me?
squares.
You can get to.
I think you can currently get to me because I can move like one. I think I can move like 1 or 2 squares and still be within range of it.
Nope.
So I can't move to the side one and still
Well, you
move?
can be as long as you're right next to it, you can
Yeah.
move around it.
Okay, so I'll definitely
Kinda like-
move
Really do this.
over one to stay within range of it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hit it though, instead of like disengaging.
All right, go ahead. Roll to hit.
Alright. Cool. Alright, don't think it'll hit. Wait. Yeah, I don't think it hits.
Okay.
Unless I have anything else I can. Oh no, wait, I got 18.
18.
Yeah, that does hit. I forgot they had to add things to it. Cool.
Okay.
So-
Roll damage.
Alright, I am going to go ahead and divine smite. That's I don't
Use
have
all
that
your
many
slots?
cell. I
Use
don't
all your
have that
slots on
many
Divine
slots.
Smite.
I might as well. I only use 2
Pretty
on
good.
divine slide. I also have hunter's mark still, so that
Sure.
is gonna go ahead and roll hunter's mark first. That's 3 for that.
Mhm.
So 8 plus 5, 13 plus 7 is 23 plus 5, 28.
28. Whew.
You're doing
Wow.
big damage. Now that's a lot of damage.
All right. It seems hurt.
Cool.
Wow.
I don't think I have any bonus actions I can do.
All right. Well, next up, top of the round. Line of sight from the elf is triggered. All right. That was really close to an F20, but not quite. Not in terms of new rolls, but not in terms
In
of
terms of
die size, but in
placement.
terms of new rolls.
Okay.
Hits, and that would be
Oh, what are you do?
7 piercing damage.
Is it magical? Does it have?
It is not.
Oh.
It is not halved.
Hmm.
Her bow appears to have some magical quality to it.
Fast.
As you, all right, next up is, well, almost.
The lair.
Ooh.
Did I move in the way or out of the way? Nothing.
4 of us
You're
are
like,
on the line.
what?
It didn't hit last time, so
I moved away from the block where I got hit, so like, would I be fine?
You see about an inch thick section of the floor right in front of the alcove moves up and blocks off the alcove, and same on the other side of the room. They both lower, and the stone and it are swapped.
Bruh.
no. Egad.
Okay, well I'm glad I did all my damage when I could.
Landon, you're up.
Great. Now I gotta. Can I run over there and attack?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Is your movement more than 25?
It's 30.
Yeah.
You can run up to it and hit it.
Wait, is that my action?
No,
or-
that's
That's
your
just
movement.
your movement.
Oh, okay.
Your action and bonus action.
That's wonderful.
All right, you want to try to hit it?
Get it good.
I'll try. All right, that is pathetic. That was a 4, but
Okay.
I was gonna use the frenzy thing. So
All
I'll
right,
have
so
my
bonus
next
action attack again.
Yeah.
4 again.
So what do you add to it real quick?
I had a 5.
So 9. Okay.
Yeah.
So marvelously missed.
You run up to it, and you like
You're
you
so
yell out.
excited.
You're like your frenzy great. You attack it twice. You hit it both times. It just glances off the stone. You are angry with fury in your eyes. You are not focusing on I should aim for the seams as you're
Fair
just
enough.
attacking it.
Most anticlimactic turn of all time.
Next up is the elf's actual turn. Oh. Just going to prepare another action.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm rolling. I was rolling to hit. That doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
prepare the action.
Preparing an action. And I'm not going to do the cheating thing, which is use the roll that I just did because it was pretty good. But I won't do that. All right. Erica, you're up.
Okay.
What are you doing? You're right next to it.
Yeah, I am going to.
If you cast any range thing, it's going to be a disadvantage because you're right next to it.
Okay. I guess I don't want to use my dagger because it's 1d4 minus 1 piercing damage.
-1.
Yeah.
Damn. You could always disengage and
Oh yeah,
run
that's
away.
a good idea. Where's that? Okay. Well, I'd be at disadvantage if it was 10 feet.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
It doesn't say range spell attack, does it? Nope, it says Constitution saving throw. You're fine.
Okay, I'm gonna cast poison spray then, which says you extend your hand toward a
Yeah.
creature, and you can see within range and project a puff of gas.
There's a puff of poison gas that goes forward. It enshrouds the stone golem. It does not breathe, so sadly it is immune to poison.
Okay. That's not okay.
But there is an area around it that now if anyone else is in that area, they'll be affected by poison. But thankfully, Lana is not in the line of sight of the poison spray. That was your action. So your bonus action and movement, if you would like to do anything with those.
Okay.
I believe you can do stuff with these as a bonus action if you would like.
Okay. I'm just gonna back up.
Okay.
Back up.
I will get an opportunity.
Yeah,
after
go
you.
back up.
Oh. Yeah, but I'm back up anyway. It's gonna attack me.
Okay. That's fair.
Just don't die.
Okay. 22 to hit.
Okay, well that is.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. You would like.
It can't do its full power attack on starting now.
How does the sorcerer have more max HP than the artificer?
Because the artificer is similar to wizard and sorceress, is that it does not have a large HP pool.
Yeah.
You take 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. That is your turn. Next up. Oh, you know what? I want to say. At the end of who's next? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Why not? It's going to use a legendary action.
When? Since when did it end? What?
It just didn't use them last time.
It
Why?
didn't have to use them before.
It did. It just used it to attempt to recharge its
Oh.
thing and found out it couldn't.
Fine.
It's going to use one to attempt to slam Landon. 21 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to read it out every time. Oh my god. See, I'm rolling well to hit. I'm rolling horrible on damage. 4 bludgeoning damage.
Isn't it also half
I mean,
because of rage? Or is that the bear one?
It's
No,
not magical.
it's half, I think.
It is.
Okay.
It is. So
Yeah.
you only take 2. You take 2 bludgeoning damage.
Because I was gonna say, I feel like
And you're
poison
standing in
and
front of it.
radiant
It
aren't
can't
half.
leave there as long as you're there unless it tries to overrun you on the turn.
Mhm.
You start to do that.
So you're doing great.
Defensively, yes.
Whereas I
Just
get crit and I like die.
But you also do massive damage.
I'm gonna move.
I think you would do massive damage when you play it.
I'll be right back.
So I'm gonna move in front of it, and then I'm gonna try to attack it,
Mhm.
which I do not do because that's a 14.
14 total.
14 total.
Pretty close. You barely miss. All right. Now you can bonus action. You can either disengage,
I'm gonna disengage so it leaves like line of sight for people
Okay.
to do stuff.
disengage, and move to the side. You run up, try to attack it, and you run off to the side to let someone else take a stab at it on their turn.
Quick
I
question:
think
does
that's all I
anyone
can do.
have healing word, or is that not one somebody has in this?
Healing word?
Yeah.
You don't know. Probably
Okay.
not though.
Probably not. I was just asking you as like outside
Oh,
if
no.
you do. Okay.
Aiden, you're up, and you have a direct line of sight.
OMG, I literally do. I'm gonna do a little risky play, and it's gonna be you're gonna be like, oh, he's so silly, but it's gonna make sense. Just you
I
wait.
believe you.
Just you wait.
I
Watch
believe
this.
you.
I'm gonna run here. Be like, oh, silly me. I'm up in melee. Acid splash time. Does a 19 hit?
Yes.
Cool. We're gonna do acid splash is 1d, just 1d6. Okay. 5 points of acid
Whoa.
damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna back up.
Oh, okay.
Hit me.
It can't. It
already
already
used
used
its
Oh my
reaction.
god, I'm so angry actually.
But why can't it hit you?
Because
It
I already
already
used its
used its
reaction
reaction.
Or why do you want it to hit you?
When did it use its reaction?
It just tried an opportunity attack just now.
on
Did you right?
Erica.
So right. Dang it. Then never mind. No, I want to leave. Blank. I want to leave it open. So never mind. I didn't move at all.
Well, do you want to stay there? Or do you want to move?
I'll stay here.
Okay.
And then, what square would you say Brim was on?
Oh, Brim is so beside this here. I would say that Brim was right. I would say Brim was above to do that. It was like for theatrical.
So
like
on these back
okay.
two or the front two?
the front one of the circle.
Okay, right here. So we can go
Wait,
1.
so-
5, 10, 15, 20.
Brim didn't
Inside.
get transported
Yeah,
though.
sure.
Brim did.
Oh!
Brim's above him. You're right.
What about the
Just for
okay?
time.
What about the spiritual weapon?
That was outside.
I was gonna say, that was
specifically placed.
outside, I
That was
think.
specifically
Okay.
placed outside.
So
But Brim did get transported.
Yes, you're right. Thanks for saying that.
Thank
That's
you.
fun.
I got
okay.
you.
So Brim's gonna dump more coffee.
You have no idea what it was like from Brim's perspective, but
I'm sure it was kind of like an
Is
elevator.
he shaking?
he like he was
Wow.
confused. He's looking around.
20.
20 for Brim to hit with the
Yep.
coffee again.
Yep.
It hits. Brim MVP here.
6 points of force damage.
6 points. of
Brim's
force.
doing great.
All right, it's looking drenched in coffee, electrocuted, stabbed multiple times. It's looking pretty
I
bad.
want it to hit me. Let it hit me.
All right, Brianna, you're up.
Cool. Do you want me to cast healing, or do you think we could kill it like this round?
I don't think I can get to it to hit it, but you can still.
I'm gonna cast
I think you
Guiding
should
Bolt
kill it.
again.
I think you should kill
Cast
it.
Guiding Bolt.
Yeah, we're gonna try
All
at
right.
least.
I think if
position
you
yourself
step
within line
over-
of sight real quick.
I think if you step over
Yes.
1, you can get line of sight. Here, or you might have to
Yeah,
step
pretty
over.
much.
Okay. Did he take any damage?
Huh?
Did Brim take any damage? Like,
No,
okay.
Brim's chilling.
no, from the moving.
From
no.
the moving,
No.
yeah. Okay.
That's
Hey!
20.
Nat 20 on
Go.
Guiding Bolt. Okay, so what is Guiding Bolt? What's Guiding Bolt's damage?
4d6
Dang.
radiant damage.
Oh my god.
What level spell is that? Oh, it's
It's-
second level, right?
No, it's a first
It's
level.
first level?
Yeah.
Guiding Bolt's crazy.
4d6?
Clerics are crazy, right?
And the next attack roll made against this target
Yes.
before the end of your next turn has an advantage.
It's crazy. Clerics are broken.
Alright, I
Wait,
want
it has advantage on the next attack.
No, you guys have advantage against it. Whoever attacks it
Does it have
next.
to make a saving
Wait.
throw against that, or does it just happen?
No,
Oh,
it's,
okay.
it's a ranged
So you
spell
just-
attack.
Yeah.
Haven't hit it with
You
guiding
roll
bolt yet.
8d6.
I'm about 8d6.
You crit.
Guys, yeah, I want everybody's
Do you want
d6.
some
I
more?
want to
Yeah,
I want to
okay.
roll.
Take-
Okay.
Yeah.
So we-
Okay.
I won't. Let's see.
That's actually
I'll pick like.
insane.
If you
Here,
wanna,
you want a sparkly one, and you want like a little marble one,
I'll let you these on mine.
and here's a nice little black one.
Oh, wait, that's already.
That's 7.
7. You need to remove one of those.
No, it's
No, it's 8.
Eight.
It's 8? Oh, here you go. Take my other one.
Oh, cool.
Oh my. Here we go.
6. Come on, math person.
Group depends.
Okay. 12, 18, 21, right?
Yep.
22, 23.
23. Whew.
nice,
Think my kid got it.
bro.
How do you want to die?
That was
Yes,
good.
sir.
Bro, wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was fine with
awesome.
you not healing me.
The
Okay.
biggest problem before
Did I get
was
that?
the more turns it gets, the more it feels like you're suffering. But it's just
Yeah.
everyone one after another.
You guys ever played Breath of the Wild?
Yeah.
I'm talking ancient arrow.
Hell
yeah.
Systems.
Fucking go
Delete
for
it.
it.
Yeah, just delete it.
My
You
kid
see,
did so
as it
well.
fires into it, it fires directly onto the center like disc on its chest, which actually gets concaved inwards slightly. You don't know what effect that has internally, but as it does, it jitters for a moment, and you actually see like all of the light like move along all of the scenes into that spot, and in a sense, it half implodes on itself before scattering to the floor. It doesn't crumple as it's made of stone, but parts of it crack as it moves into a small pile on the floor. You have no idea what magical effects you triggered inside of it, but hitting it right there with that spell did it.
Yeah, I also try to wink at Erica's character, but it's really poor because there's all like the debris.
I'm just imagining Erica's character is facing completely the other direction.
I still do it.
Is
The
the
thought
bag
that counts.
still just around, right? Like, did you take the bag, or is it still just around?
It's just around.
Okay.
Okay, it's on. It's
by
was
me,
moved
right?
to the other side.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
gnome is holding it.
If we're out of combat, can I go grab it?
Yeah, the gnome like was like kind of half of the bag when everything started. He was like crawling out over the course of it. He teleported with it. He's just like standing there and he's like, that was crazy. Like you have no idea what happened and when everything shifted to the other side. But damn.
Could I get a cure wounds?
I want,
Yes,
um,
yes, I
Okay.
can definitely give you a
Look at
cure.
my man.
I do have lay on hands, but can I use it on myself?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I only have 15, so it won't give me the full.
Yeah.
I can also cast Cure
Okay,
Wounds on you.
I'm gonna take the bag, and I'm going to try to put just a bunch of the debris from the construct in.
Okay.
Do you want it?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
take it.
Okay.
Just store it there.
Shoveling things in, you find among all of the
10.
Okay, cool.
among
so,
all the debris,
That's
you find
my
a
last
singular
first
golden.
level spell.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
And I'll go ahead and I'll take 5 lay on
Put that in the bag with
hands.
everything else.
That gets me almost to full.
At this point, after it falls apart during your cast of Cure Wounds, and you
Can we
walk
grab
over
the
and start
stone?
moving stuff into it.
Can we grab the little stone that was on it?
That's
Trade
part of the
places.
debris.
Yeah,
That's okay.
I'll have it.
It's seemingly still fused with the part of it that it was fused to, but
Gotcha.
it's still part
So
of
we
it.
can't use it again.
You don't know, maybe.
The 3 bars slide off the door on the other side of the room.
Now,
Did that happen before?
So I have a
Yeah.
question because
Yeah, it happens every
previously,
time.
yeah, never mind. No question. No questions.
now, if this guy who put us here wants us to make the tower, why would he put like a big thing to stop us from doing it? Like,
Well,
what's the
because
point
it's
of
a
that?
test of. It says it's a test of endurance and cooperation.
Yeah, but like if he really wants us to build the tower, I feel like he would try.
Well,
to
I
help
don't think
us.
building the tower is the end goal.
Well,
It's to see if we
Then
can
why are
work
we building
together.
towers?
It's the friends we made along the way.
I mean, it is the
course.
friends we made along the way. Not gonna
Can
lie.
I take that little stone and cast? Wait, let me know if this would be a terrible idea first. Should I cast mending on, the
On
little
just the
stone?
tiny stone.
Yeah.
I-
Well,
my
actually, it wouldn't
my
do
character
anything
doesn't know
because it
The
wouldn't. break
stone
magic.
itself
my
isn't
character
broken.
doesn't know.
It's just whether or not it could be defused from.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say that mending repairs things that are broken. If anything, the stone has undergone the opposite
Okay.
effect.
Okay. Cool. Never mind.
Well, nothing's different so far. Everything's going the same way.
The stone is now on the opposite side of the room.
Other than that,
So here's my plan. What if we take the stone up to the pedestal that like activates the arch and then drop the deactivating disc that may or may not.
That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking on it.
Like if bad stuff happens, like if we come down and see the forest through the arch. Because once you like put the stone on the thing at the top, I think the time counting down stops.
I think so. Speaking of which, is it still counting down? Like, is
Yeah.
the hourglass noticeably changed at all?
The battle, although it's although it's slow and we're doing it, every round is only about 6 seconds,
yeah.
so it hasn't changed any from the last time you looked at it. You can wait and see if it's changing if you want.
If you wanted to ritual cast identify again.
Yeah.
On the stone,
Actually, I don't have any more spell slots.
ritual cast.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that then.
Right.
You've never cast ritual cast on the big stone before.
Okay, let's do.
On either of them, like on the little one. Or
Do
the
we
big
have
one.
time? Like,
We
you guys
got
want to
time.
take a
Well,
short
well,
rest and I'll.
I don't think short rest, but I think
Short rest is a bit too long.
we could do
Yeah.
Oh.
10-minute rest.
Yeah,
Do short
there's
rest
less
in
than a
this
diff
game.
left.
Short rest is
So
like
it's
an
just
hour or
an
two.
hour
Oh,
if
mine are like
you were
20
guessing.
minutes.
Yeah.
It is,
Okay, should we do big stone or little? Let's do big stone.
Let's
Sure,
do big
we've never done
stone.
it before.
Learn stuff.
Big stone.
Big stone?
Ritual cast identify.
Okay. This is the first time you cast it on this.
Yes.
And I'll say, give it identify on this stone. You understand that it has multiple properties that are all enacting simultaneously.
Okay.
It condenses both space and time, not in the sense where it limits or slows it down, but you get a weird feeling, and if you communicate this to the rest of the group, then this coincides with some of the runes that you saw, which were strange to put there because they're very simple.
I will be relaying all this at the same time.
Instead of the stone barring time and slowing it down, it seems like the stone is actually, you don't know if this is how the world actually works here, but it's pulling and condensing space and time into a region. And that is the region that you all reside in around the stone.
We're the center of the universe, guys. Yo.
And space and time outside of that region is just sparser in
Okay.
a sense. You also see that it has an effect on memory, and specifically through a trigger that you can't specifically identify. It has that effect has partially waned. Besides that, all the other effects that like cross your mind, there's a lot of them. But as they cross your mind, some of the other ones that you pull out are specifically like runes runes and effects that interface with other ones that are not part of this stone. And a magic that's part of the stone as well that sustains, in a sense, a small pocket world.
Cool. They said it might be related to the runes you guys have already seen. Does that ring any bells to you guys?
No.
Alright.
But when I said that, only was when you analyze the stone.
Well, because that was
Yeah,
my only
nothing
thought
new.
earlier
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I didn't say because I'm pretty sure I didn't know it, like character-wise. But that was like pulling time and space together.
You were silly and stupid and didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know because I don't know
I
what
know. I have
runes are.
+5.
I have to intelligence or to what? To what? Arcana 0.
All right, we go then.
There's only one step left, really, is to take it up to the top.
Alright, let's do it. Put it back in the bag.
Well,
Could I do an athletics check to pick it up? I really want to try and pick it up this time since I
Sure,
failed
do it.
already.
By
I'll
yourself.
give you the help.
Athletics.
And
Athletics will help.
guidance.
Athletics,
Just gonna
cool.
do squats on it? Like, what do you mean? Why athletics?
Well, because I'm gonna do like how you do weighted squats, so it's like I'm picking it up with the squat.
Okay. Get a good workout in. Just
All
gotta
right,
make sure.
cool. And you're giving me help?
Yes.
Okay. I rolled the same thing twice. Doesn't matter. 13.
13?
Oh,
Not enough.
Oh wait, no, you said you already added the proficiency bonus in, right?
You can ignore that if you want and just do strength plus. Do you have
No.
proficiency in athletics?
Yeah.
Then add strength and proficiency.
Yeah. So it's still a 13.
13? Oh, no.
You know,
Pretty heavy.
that's
Pretty
okay.
goofy.
Fair enough.
Well, we could either take the stone to the top,
Two crew.
do the same thing we've been doing,
Shout out.
or we can do something different. We can break it. We could take it to the top, then break it. We
Take it
could
to the top then.
throw it in the ocean.
Throw it
Put
in
it
the
in
ocean.
the, they said this is the last stone, so I said we just do the damn thing. You know?
Alright. We can try.
Because you don't remember doing the thing before anyway, so it's
That's true.
pretty memorable for you to
Or is your first
actually
time
get
doing
it. Yeah, so
That's
we
what
might as
happens every
well.
other time. All right, so climbing, going.
We
out
were
the
gonna
door
put the
here.
I wanna
tiny
stay
stone on
down
top of
and
it
watch
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you trying to deactivate
Okay.
it?
Okay,
So
so
it's like
you two are
from
staying
top.
down and watching the archway.
No,
No,
I don't want
so you're
to.
staying down alone and watching.
I'll leave Bryn.
I'll stay down if you guys want. I don't really have strength or
Okay.
anything to help.
I
with
just
stone.
wanna,
Put him
like-
in the bag.
Put the tiny stone on top of the big stone after we put it in place. If that makes sense.
Okay, so who's going up? Everyone except
I'm
you.
going
two?
up.
I'll go up. I'll leave Bryn back.
Okay, so you two and Brett.
Okay, so
Um,
everyone's helping me
Everyone
carry
else
it.
goes to the tower. As you start circling the tower, you realize that there is just this staircase built of these stones, like 1.5 foot steps. They're pretty big, but like you can clamber up. The gnome's like having to clamber up each of them. As you spiral around towards the top, the area of the tower gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's only about 6 stones lengthwise across. Once you're at that stage, you see that there are 2 stones that are kind of placed on top of the flat region that is already formed, with 1 space in between. And that space, the 3 sides that are untouched, are glowing, seemingly indicating, as previously, a place to put the stone.
Yeah, see, this boy man, we said there was like it knew where to go, so that's where it's gonna go.
You all place it in its location.
Yeah,
Did we?
I think we. Well, could we take a look around first to
Sure.
see what's around
Mhm.
outside?
Looking around, looking off in the distance. Now that you know that they're there, they're pretty easy to spot. There are towers in distance in cardinal direction, and further off, if you really look hard, there are smaller ones even further off in the other cardinal directions.
Gotcha.
You want to try that light thing again?
You're up there. You want to try light?
Sure.
You
I didn't know what I did before.
You cast light, and you see a light emit from each of the other towers of the
The
tower.
light.
It's us.
Yeah, we gotta say hi to
It's-
ourselves.
Does it
Okay.
echo if
I was
they yell?
checking.
It's hard to see that movement from this distance.
But we know.
Yeah, you know.
Like you're telling us no, but actually yes, right? Yeah.
Well, we can't see it. We just
He's still
know they're
enraged. You
doing
can like pick one of them up.
I
and,
sure
like,
you did.
So true.
do like the
I'll
concert
wave the
thing.
rock.
Your rage,
Oh, yeah.
your rage ends, and you gain a point of exhaustion.
Okay.
How you feeling?
I'm taking a nap on the rock.
Okay.
For all the hard work
So
I
do
did
you
in
want
that
to
fight.
put the rock in place?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if we
that'd be
really want to, we can put the Dispel Magic Stone on top of it at some point.
So are you sliding it in the spot?
Yeah.
Whoever has the bag gets to say.
We put it in the bag. I thought we just all carried it up
Oh,
together.
we're
Yeah, I
just
think we
carrying
all
it up?
carried it
Oh, all right, then
Yeah.
you all slide it into place. As you on your way up, there were a lot of messages carved into various stones. Some of them were nearer to the top. There's one that said "Try jumping." There's there's another one that you recognize that says "Crickets are lucky."
I didn't know what else.
Crickets are lucky.
Yeah, we're carving something in the room like we were here.
there was a few along the way of like, don't trust that gnome, and then another one that was times dwarf carried stone, and then a bunch of marks. Near the
Yeah,
top,
but
as you
it's
slide the
okay,
stone in
that's
place, something slightly different happens. The top of the tower glows like before, but instead of the light going back down the stairs, it condenses to the 3 oblong stones that are placed side by side, and an arch forms on top of them. This arch is much wider and much taller, almost the size of the large ornate door that you came into this structure on. Looking pretty similar, but the two sides, one being more naturally carved, one being more, I would say mechanical, but crafted, are switched. But there seemingly is a very large ornate stone door now.
Can I like hear this commotion from downward?
There's no commotion.
Is there anything through it?
Yeah, it's closed.
Can I roll a
Oh.
perception check?
4?
Anything like with the markings that you mentioned?
Like analyze the markings?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead. Just roll.
I mean, I guess it would
Hey,
technically be
Come up,
insight.
guys.
You can command Brim.
Something's different. Yeah.
19?
Brim tries to get your attention to
Alright.
go up.
We'll
Okay,
go
it's
up.
like we go up.
19.
19?
I think insight.
Yeah, you know insight.
Well,
Just perception.
perception. Both are +3,
Okay.
so it doesn't
Um,
super matter.
You the one thing you notice is that it is very similarly carved to the door that you entered the tower with, although the sides are swapped. But you do notice it's not the same door. The
Okay.
arch, when it followed you, was literally looked exactly the same. In this case, it looks like it is a separate door that has been
Okay.
carved.
Because so it does look different.
It does look different.
Okay, because my next thing, if it's looked the same, was going to be, hey, I'm going to go run and see what's going on at the entrance to the tower.
All right.
So the room was flipped, right? That we were fighting this thing in, and now the room or wherever we are with
No,
the stone,
just the 2 alcoves switched.
just the 2 alcoves.
The door's the same. The
It was
door's
like
the
an
same.
elevator, kind of.
Okay. Okay.
You
I don't
following
know what
everyone
this
up?
means. Yeah, I'm up there with them.
All right. There is now a door at the top of this tower.
Do we want to go through it?
Can
Can
I
we
just
throw a
like
seed
push
through
it
the door?
open without going in it?
Yeah, let's
Pushing
do
it
that.
open.
Wait, can we put Bryn through the door?
For real.
Do we want to just sacrifice Brim? like
Sacrifice the
that?
Pushing it
Can't you
open
bring it
and
back?
looking in. You look through, and what you see is a long hallway, probably about 20 feet wide, and you see lining it on both sides are various other doors that are carved similar, but they're noticeably individually carved.
There are like 8 of them in there.
They seem to be every like 10 feet. Do you like poke your head in to see how long the hallway is?
No.
Okay.
I have
My guy
one.
does.
Okay.
He does.
You're like, what's in there? And you just poke your head in. The hallway extends to the right, probably about like every 20 feet or so. There's another set of doors on both sides of the hallway. There's about 10 sets of doors this way, and about probably 20 or 30 that way. And at the very end of the hallway, there's a large wooden door.
Can you use your divine sense now?
Yeah, can I use my divine sense now?
Sure.
Would you
Don't
say
sense anything.
I don't sense anything? Okay, so it's not definitively evil, just so y'all know.
Oh, I have a stone cutting which add double
Sure.
proficiency to intelligence checks to examine
Do you want to
stone.
examine stone?
Yeah, let's examine the stone.
Is anyone else doing anything?
I'm gonna start walking in.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I think I do want to walk.
You
in.
push open the door and walk in.
Which way are you heading?
Wait, so since you've already added like the proficiency to
Yeah.
these scores, what should I add if it's double proficiency?
So if you add double proficiency, what I would do is that stone cutting is history. So or history checks for stone cutting. So add.
It says intelligence checks to 6.
Does it say history next to it or just intelligence?
Just
Okay.
intelligence.
Then add your intelligence and proficiency twice.
Okay.
Proficiency is 2.
So intelligence.
24.
24.
Yeah.
You know everything about
Yeah.
that.
You look at the door. This has been.
Granite? Like-
Although the design is simple, the places between different aspects of the carving, the transitions between them are very clean. Although the design is simple, you know that whoever carved this is like more of an expert in the craft, or at least has a lot of time and knowledge of it. It does not appear to be of similar make to anything that you have knowledge of in terms of the specific masonry of dwarves descent. Which means that with that high of a roll, you're pretty confident that it was not made by dwarves. Even
I
though you
don't
saw a
trust
dwarvish
that
writing
damn
earlier.
gnome.
You two heading in. One end of the hall, there is no door on the end.
Oh my god,
Other
I suddenly
end.
remembered the don't trust the gnome bit.
The other end is the other end. There is a large double wooden door, similar in size to the stone ones, but of completely different make.
Could I do another perception check on it?
Sure. I'll say just in general, like analyzing the room, you see that above, just next to each of the doors, there is a small kind of glass, not orb, but just concave, what looks like a window, including the door that you all just exited.
Can I look through it?
It shows the top of the tower where everyone is currently standing.
Can't look through one of the other ones?
It shows the group of completely different people that are currently fighting.
So does it look like we're the first group to win?
You look around. There's no one else in the hallway.
So we're probably the first to win. Well, we're not the last because we just saw another group.
I'll go through. Finally.
You go through?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
Everyone else following?
Yeah.
What are you all doing now? You're here. You all see the similar sight. You can look through various kind of portholes. There are a variety of different races of people in differing numbers with completely different sets of
You
abilities.
can't open those, right? They're just.
You try to push one open and it is shut. It does not seem to open for you.
Are there
Looking for
windows?
the hose. Sorry.
Are
We'll find the hottest people.
Are there windows on the wooden door that you mentioned at the end of the
No,
hall?
there's no window on that.
So I think we might have won someone's bet for them.
An obvious like lock that he goes, or is it
No.
just they don't open?
They don't open.
I want to go through the wooden doors. I think I've just decided I'm
Opening
ready.
up the wooden door, beyond it, you see there is a large banquet hall with a huge table lined with food. And on one end, on the far end of the head of the table, sits a very old man.
I'm gonna hold up the letter and be like, "Was this you?"
He goes, "You won."
Tight.
He's like,
What do we get?
"Just you? Did anyone else live?"
I mean, they're behind me. They're just taking
We're
their
here.
sweet time.
And he's like, "Oh, it's pretty good."
What kind of food?
Scribble something on a notepad.
What kind of food's there?
There is there's sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to think of what would be down here. There seems to be like 3 different varieties. Near the center are more foods that you'd be familiar with at more of like a nice tavern or like noble banquet hall in a large city. There's like roasted pig. There is there's many different types of cheeses, meats, bread. There seem to be different bottles of different makes of wine. On another end, there seemingly is more wildlife, like caught food that would be more familiar to people that have not lived a noble lifestyle. Whereas on the other side, you honestly don't really recognize much of it. It's there's like there's very strange like fungus and other like and other foods that have been distilled in very interesting ways in jars of pickled foods. None of you are familiar with that type of eatery, but it seems like this was catered to whoever would have won.
When she like comes through, I come in like 30 seconds later, like Patrick from SpongeBob, like whoa, like, just running in circles.
He
I definitely take away
Hooray,
Polaroid
SpongeBob!
pants.
he flips through a page in a book that he has, and he says, "Congratulations! First and foremost, I owe you 30 gold."
30 gold?
And throws you a small bag. He says,
Fucking added
"That's
that.
yours. I just added to it. You have a total of in the bag. There is 35 platinum and 28 gold." He says, "I converted it for you already."
Hey.
My guy's like, what's that in dollars?
You got a couple bucks for the bus to get home.
For real. It's like I'm paying for my lunch next week.
You pay Uber.
He said, "You'll deserve it. I will have someone bring out your coin really quick. You left some things behind when you started.
So
How much of your memory have you recovered?"
None of
The
it.
next to none.
what's happening?
If we stay and eat for a bit, let it come back to you, and then we'll discuss the winnings. Otherwise, it'll kind of come out of nowhere.
So why would you do this?
He says, "Wait a little bit, and we'll remember."
No. Who are you?
Let's go ahead.
Hey!
I'm gonna just start eating some of the food, by the way.
My guy's gonna look for the mac and cheese.
I'm Halister. I preside over Undermountain, which, give yourself a bit, you will remember. I would not like to explain every intricacy of our interactions.
Then why'd you take our
You
memory
all
away?
came down here searching for something specific. Some of you just tagged along based on your original descriptions to me a while ago. But the rest of you came in here looking for something which I ended up possessing, or through a chain of events, you ended up coming to me anyways. Don't believe, based on your original stories to me, that you all were grouped together at the very beginning, but over your time, for a common cause, you decided to band together anyways. You all discovered a series of challenges I had laid out to those willing to come down here and discover them, and this was the last one. There have been many people competing here for a while. You're not against each other, per se. It's just, by the time that anyone emerges, I usually have things in order to grant the prizes that individuals have requested. Time isn't exactly the same. I've made sure of that. I don't want anyone, coming out and then collecting their prize and going out to a world, 50 years later. But it's been about, I think for you all, he flips through a large tome that seemingly has documents of many, many, many people. There's about 5 months here.
How much have we eaten? In 5. All I have is a rabbit in my
He
bag.
Nothing.
He says, "Oh, well, you didn't go in with that rabbit."
Oh, okay.
I assume there is some, I made sure there was some game within, just in case, no one's going to bring in, years worth of rations with them. Specifically, the main reason for this trial is I know that any group that comes across me with quests, they all have individual strengths, and they have a strength as a group. It's one thing if you participate in the party for the purposes of the group and your individual goals. It's another thing if you are being forced to because of your involvement with the group. If you're using the group as a means to an end and not as an end in itself. If your personality has changed by the time you get here to the point where you can function even without the knowledge of each other, that's the final challenge that I set.
So it really was
Most
the
people
friends
fail.
we made
I'll just say that
along the
out
way. So it really was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that unpoetically, but yeah.
Cool.
But if you would like, let some memories come back to you, then I can present what each of you won. It is separate. I'm just going to give you all money.
Right.
So what I'll say is,
I'm gonna sit and
oh, you
eat.
have to leave.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll hand out these, which are all of your backstories.
I'm gonna
So-
just eat a jar of pickled things.
This goes the same. This is yours. What the hell? Oh, one fell. Whoa! I was like, uh-oh. All right, you can head out with that. And I'll do what you two want right now, actually. As the memory comes back to you, specifically, he presents you a small crystal on a pendant. He explains that as your chaotic energy is triggered, it is specifically what you requested and sought out, and reading that you will understand why you came here in the first place. The crystal that he presents you, forged in the area in which this chaotic energy presides, which is what brought you here in the first place, allows you to basically use it to remember effects of your chaos, which you enjoy. And later, when your chaos is triggered, you cannot control it, but you can force it to choose and be channeled into one of the ones that you enjoyed before. So you still cannot fully control your chaotic abilities, but the thing he presents you allows you to narrow down that 120 options to just the ones you enjoy. And that is the gift that he presents to you. To you, he presents you a large tome of basically the history of the Malercan dwarves, which is why you came down here in the first place, as well as an incredibly intricately carved alabaster stone shrine to Doomthorn. Within it, at the mountain center, is what seems like some type of owl you have never seen before. Supposedly forged by the Malercan dwarves for their worship. This is more than you expected.
Yeah, this is awesome.
All right, you can go. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
around.
thank
tell
you
everyone
so
what
much.
they
This
want.
was awesome.
It's nice meeting you.
Yeah, it was nice to meet
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
guys.
Sorry that we
Yeah.
have to run.
You're good.
No, you're fine.
You're good.
No, you're fine. I did not account for you guys
Ain't that
actually
bad?
adventuring,
Yeah.
which was a refreshing change of pace.
Do you want this?
No, you guys can keep that.
Okay, cool.
And whoever wants the letter can have it.
I kind of want the letter.
Landon. Because you don't have to leave after this in full. Or I'll just say what you win, just so that we don't have to sit here for another like 20 minutes while I do it in the voice. And your character wins what Hallister refers to as a kinstone. It is a small, seemingly unordained stone that is just sharp on the very tip. And he describes that if it meets the blood of an individual, similar to the magic that he has placed within the larger stone, it will guide you to members of your direct bloodline and family. It is not something that you came down here to seek. You did not come down here really, based on your backstory, to seek anything. It is more like you were lost with no direction and you ended up here. But from your recounting and from the memories which Hallister describes to all of you were under his care while you did not have them. Although you did not request a prize, he figures that it might be what you would want. You didn't request anything, so it's not incredibly powerful, but he feels like it's something you appreciate. Sammy, to you, you did exactly what you came looking for.
Sick.
He presents you a glass orb that's about a foot in diameter.
A stone for my life.
Inside is water, and floating at the very center, somehow suspended, is a singular jet black stone. He presents it to you. You know what this is.
Yeah.
Kristen, for you, I don't know what this one because it's interesting. All right, yours was a little tricky. I do have connections in the city above, specifically not with individuals, but with certain areas. and gestures to one of the walls, and the stone moves away to the side, and there seems to be a records room beyond. Not made of stone, and it's just a typical, it seems like an above ground building. And he gestures to someone seemingly non-existent, and a scroll pulls out from under the table by nothing, seemingly an invisible force, and is carried over and placed along a lot of other scrolls in the room before the door closes again. It says, I just placed a pedigree scroll, placing you individually in a, we'll call it recently created noble hierarchy that gives you claim to the land on which your village rests.
Sick. King/Queen of the world. Me
No.
and the cricket.
This should, if you present yourself properly to the city, and
That's
hold no bearing on how that will go, that is up to you. You should be able to acquire your village from Waterdeep.
Hope those people are okay with being led by a cricket.
I mean, you're doing most of the leading, so you just ask the cricket yes or no.
And finally, you came down here seeking, in a sense, guidance from me. In a sense, knowledge that I may possess. So do you, with whatever tools at your disposal, with whatever knowledge you regain over the course of the next, longest I've seen is 8 hours. You get to have one of these. And he gestures as another panel slides away on the wall. And there is one of the stones that you all have carried with you that is not currently active.
There's like 2.
The big stones,
Oh,
we
like
still
the
have
ones
the
with
dispel
all the
magic
runes
stone.
on them, that you didn't have the experience or tools to be able to fully decipher in the moment.
Mhm.
But he seems to be granting you one to take with you.
All right.
Can you carry it? Oh, you can put it in your bag.
Okay.
With that, he says, enjoy the feast, you've earned it. I'm not sure how many of these I'm going to continue to do. It's getting a bit stale, if I'm being honest.
How many have you done?
This is number 11.
How many of them have won?
No, 11 have won.
Okay.
How many more are there?
That haven't won,
No, that are currently
that are currently in there.
going, or have people just
Or I
died?
guess haven't won.
40.
Yeah.
40 are
40
still,
individuals.
40 individuals are still going.
No, 40 individual parties.
Individual parties are still going.
Yes.
All right.
That's a lot. For
I'd
you
have to
keep
count through the
track
whole
of.
ledger to see how many individuals in those parties are still around, but 40 groups.
So there have been people who have just
Die.
passed.
And I'll say this out of character, he explained the rules in full to each of you before you began.
Mhm.
The idea is that
You
this
accepted
is
the terms of
important.
service.
That you all accept the terms of service.
Liability of your own death.
Yes. The idea is that those of you who were connected enough at the party believe that even without memory of the party, you would still come together. Those of you who maybe didn't care about the party as much were stubborn enough to continue.
What did you get out of this, though?
No, it's just fun.
So the towers don't
I've
mean
been
much.
around a while. So that's why I'm saying it's getting stale. I might change it up. We'll see. Out of the rest of them, I might let this group go through and then just switch it up for anyone else that comes down here. I'm thinking of doing something big with everyone instead of just a bunch of individual challenges. I feel like that'd be more fun.
As long as people don't get really hurt.
Yeah.
They did sign the terms and conditions. So.
Yeah, but I just know. I guess it's their own fault, but still.
It's up to them. If they don't want to do it, they don't have to.
Well, thank you for all of these boons.
Yeah, I'll give you if you want, I give you express back up at the surface. The memory is starting to come back to you. You all have no idea where you are relative to the surface. The last you knew, you were deep underground.
Yeah, I'll take a ride.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
He gestures. One of the walls extends, like he has control of the space itself. You get the sense, I'll say without a check as the memories are coming back to you, based on his manipulation of the space, that you are still not out of a type of puck dimension. he extends one of the walls and it goes out of sight. And as it comes back, it is seemingly now split between the stone room, banquet hall in which you all preside, and a wooden kind of storage room in some building somewhere. He says, that's the storage room of the yawning portal. You should be able to grab a drink, food if you want. We'll be right back kind of where you started.
I have shoved several of the weird pickle jars into my bag, by the way.
That works.
I have no
Nice.
idea what they are.
My guy's taking like arms of food.
All right, that works. As you will gather whatever you can, having eaten really nice food for the
Oh,
first
like
time. As your
that.
memories
Right
come
back
back
where
to
you
you, you go, I have not eaten nice food in so long, and you grab all of this. As the last ones of you go to the other side of the divider, he says, got any friends who want anything? I want it bad enough. Send them my way. And the portal fades.
Bro did not want any goodbyes.
Leaving the storage room, there is a large ruckus. Not for you specifically, but it seems like there is a very busy tavern with everyone drinking and eating at once. And in the middle, there is a large open pit with a small wall about 3 feet high that just descends downwards with a single rope hanging and going through the center. That's what we're going to call the lunch shop.
Yay!
Cool. That was
That
fun.
was really good.
For anyone listening on the recording, other prizes for the 2 individuals that were not here. The gnome seems to be granted a potion, which due to interactions between the two seems to increase his lifespan by a few hundred years. And there seems to be an in between them. If he survives that long on his own, outside of his, given that his natural lifespan is only extended, and makes his way down here again, he gets another one. The elf is given a pendant in similar magic to the memory wipe that you all had before. That allows her to specifically suppress certain memories if she chooses. She, as the memories come back to you, she has not and does not reveal what it is for.
Tight.
And that is where we end it.
When does
That's cool.
when do you do the next one with the next set of?
I'm not.
Never.
No.
When I said, I'll give you all an in on it. When I said that he's changing it up, that's for my party.
Yeah. I was
Uh,
gonna say.
basically, the sense is that, in a sense, if we like,
wants us
if
to
we would have played
stop
through a
the-
full campaign of this,
Do you want us to stop the stream? Or you...
I'll discuss this so that anyone watching can know as well, and then I'll stop it. You basically in the same way, like if we would have like rewound to like how you all started out. You all started out in the yawning portal, going down here with your own goals. You adventured for a very long time to get here, face challenges upon getting here, and then got things that you wanted. Seemingly he's changing it up, which means that although the group that I'm currently running may go through the same initial steps, the challenge they face at the end will be very different.
Interesting.
It won't be
If
friendship.
it's structured in one way.
It won't be friendship is magic that time.
I don't know. He changes things up quite frequently.
Friendship
so.
isn't magic anymore.
Oh shoot. Violence is the new magic.
Do you want your character sheets back?
You keep them. You can do whatever you want with them. If you want to throw them out, you can.
That's pretty cool.
I have them all digitized.
So you have the spell card there.
Zach,
I would like this spell card back.
Yeah.
how long did it take you to come up with all this?
So in terms of everything related to the ending and all of your backstories, I did those last night.
This is similar to when we first spoke after the first time you did this.
Yes, yeah. It just feels like with final projects, I had 2 due last night, and I have 1 due tonight. And so I was just like, I just finished them both, and then starting at like 11:30 midnight, I started writing everything.
Wow.
Yeah, check it out.
And then
Probably not right about it.
I'll stop the recording. Thanks everyone for watching. In terms of the
Mom.
future, probably not right now.